Yeah.
Which pin are you talking about that you can see in the frame? Because
Which
he lifts off a
pin?
panel,
Sorry?
and it's the one that he lifts off on the panel I think is
Yeah.
replaced.
Go to 3610 and you'll see it on the far left of screen.
Yeah, there's two of them. He grabs the one that's connected to the panel. There's one above it.
Right, it's not that one. Yeah, the one he supposedly drops is the one that's in the panel that he pulls off a few seconds later. And you can see it's still in the panel.
Oh, no, look, because there's two. He grabs the lower one, and there's one above it. You see,
Yeah, but the one you think he dropped is still in the panel.
Right at it now. Just at it. Yeah, he grabs the one on the panel, but there's one.
Yeah.
There's a small dividing line, and there's one above it. Now, when he lifts off the panel, you can't see. You're claiming there's one there. That's the one above the panel.
No, when he opens the panel at 36 minutes 10, the panel is open and the key thing is in the panel on the far left of screen. That's the one you think he dropped.
He drops the one below that dividing line.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. That's the one that's in the panel.
I think he grabs it with his right hand.
Oh, hang on, let's do this.
Then he moves his body over.
Hang on.
We're back.
So,
Back on the
Moves his
ice.
body
where's
over.
the drop?
and
Hang on.
replaces it.
All right, so at 35 minutes and 33, he's pointing. There's the dividing line, and then there's the top and the bottom keys, we'll call them.
Not streaming.
Right? You think he drops? Yeah, you think he drops the bottom key? Yeah, that's the one that's in the panel 20, 30 seconds later.
Oh no, because there's two. Oh yeah, there's definitely.
Are you supposed to be streaming it, Ruhif?
Yeah, hang on, let's see.
I'm also watching it, so if there's feedback, I'm sorry.
If he's supposed to be, he's not.
Streaming now. Streaming now, right. So the one that he's pointing at now,
Get it together, man.
the one that he's pointing at now, right, on the lower side of the dividing line.
I can't join yours.
There's too much light off his bald head. I can't see.
So, Ruhif, can you explain why they never shoot pictures of anything with their little cameras while they're up there? Nothing flies by. No moon, no sun, no stars. They don't shoot any pictures of anything.
Can I,
Pictures of the Earth.
can I see this with a?
Hubble, Chandra. Nothing flies by. Nothing gets close. I mean, what? 5 times a day, 6 times a day? They're encircling
6 times
everything.
a day. Yeah. Have you seen
Photos
some
of
of the
anything.
photos they post? Some of the astronauts post photos on their personal Twitters. Have you seen
Of
those?
objects? Of what objects?
Of the Earth. Of the
No, but
Earth.
I'm asking about the moon, the sun, satellites, Hubble. How about the lunar rover? You know, there's shit circling the moon. Has anyone taken
How
pictures of
about
that
both
yet?
from U.S.
They're
carriers
250
and
miles
from
closer.
ISS?
Like, what?
I'm not sure
trying
we
to
can
say-
photos of
see
the
like
lunar rover?
1 meter satellite from ISS.
Anything,
And if-
Drew?
You don't see any
Anything,
crop
Mars,
If
dusters,
the
any
satellite got
airplanes.
close enough to
Saturn?
ISS, it will be actual danger to ISS.
Yes. Yes.
No,
correct.
how can you look from the ground up to the ISS, but not from the ISS to an airplane? Get fucking real, dude. Are you lost?
Are you asking if you can get from ISS to another plane?
I
No,
said, can you see
and
a
Rookie
fucking
doesn't
airplane or
need
anything else
help. He's
flying
not
around the Earth
asking you.
from the ISS?
Please
From the
speak one by one.
ISS, can you see a boat, a naval ship, a carrier, a rocket, a jet, a fucking crop duster, anything? Supposedly, from your eyeballs, you can look all the way up from the dirt and see it. But now I can't look and see a crop duster that's up in the air next to me? That's fucking weird.
Guys, I think
Finally.
I've nailed this. He lifts the screw from the bottom right-hand side up to the top left-hand side and opens it. They must be the same keys that open all the sections, and then that's why you see it in the top at the end.
Okay, so
Watch it.
you're on
Watch it.
screen. Can you see my screen at 35 minutes 33?
Hold on,
Yeah,
'cause
point
I
out
couldn't-
some crop duster airplanes to us over a field or something.
Oh, hold on. let me say
I
something,
can't watch the
guys.
screen.
To the Glovers trying to butt in. These questions are for Rufy. Rufy is doing a presentation. It's his show. Please don't take his questions.
But we'll do that for another
Ruthie, I
12
can't
minutes.
watch your screen. I seem to be blocked from watching your screen.
Okay.
But for everyone else
35
watching his
minutes.
screen, he takes out
30
the bottom one on the bottom right, moves it up to the top right, opens it, and that's why you see one in there where he dropped that one.
You think he
Those are
takes
two
out the one from the
stories.
bottom and puts it in the top?
Correct. You watch it again, and that's what's happened.
Now, what happens from the ISS? How many airplanes and jets and carriers, naval carriers, do we see from the ISS down, looking down? Naval carriers are bigger than you, so if you can look
Okay,
up
the
at
bottom one's still there. He's played with the bottom one to half remove the panel. Bottom one's still there.
bottom what?
And
Crop
other ships in the way
duster,
down.
jet, airliner, 747, Boeing, which one?
Bolt or nut.
Should
Oh,
should
yeah.
be seeing planes flying in all kinds of directions when you look from the ISS to the Earth.
Stealth bomber. The big ass jet black triangle
can't
that
see.
flies. We ain't got one of those going over the dirt anywhere. Any stealth bomber?
My understanding is that these things don't actually come out, which is another reason
From the
why they come.
ISS live every 90 minutes. What, don't you guys find that weird?
I think they cut.
Right.
Anyway, they're both in there.
Alright, can I just finish this point? At 35:55, you see the bottom panel, and there's no key in the bottom panel.
35.
It's in the top. We moved from the bottom up to the top, and that's
It's
why
still
it's showing
there.
in the top.
Yeah, you're in. Yeah, you're in water. Big fucking
You
deal.
reckon he moves it? No, it's still there. You can see it there now. 35:57. It's still in the bottom.
Yeah, you're still in water. Good job. You did a good job, vacuum sealed water boy.
Oh, it's just a bit of
35:57.
that
It's still
hole.
there.
Look
What?
at it.
In the pool. In
Yeah,
the
look at it move.
What are you doing, Ruth?
35:57. Definitely still there.
Yeah, get out of the pool.
35:57. Definitely still in the bottom hole.
Pool. Free falling. And then you rise back up. You free fall.
Go
And
to
then you rise.
35:55,
You free fall,
where you can
and then
actually see it.
rise. Listen,
And
this is
After that, after 35:55 and 35:57, it is still in the bottom
57, you can
hole.
barely see it. Go back
You
to
can see
55.
it. It's
You
moving.
can't, it's just
they
a black
drop
hole.
the tank and raise
Look.
the tank.
Look. Bottom hole, still in there.
Listen
not.
how Ruhib keeps
Yes,
talking
it
about
is.
things that nobody gives a fuck about. Listen.
You can see it.
See
Still
what?
moving.
Oh,
Look.
look to the left of it. That's where he took it from. That's a
How
different
come you
panel.
don't see the ISS dropping?
No. This is the same panel that he pulls out.
Oh,
It
that's
is still there.
Oh no! Look at the bottom to the left of the silver pole. That's where he pulled the one that he's using on the top out of, not that other one. That must be a
He
different
also
panel.
told you it disappears at so
Jesus.
many degrees over the
35:57. It is
Back
still
to what-
there.
where he pulls it out of, and that it's that wee black
Why-
hole.
Why would the ISS disappear at so many degrees above the horizon and not down below it? Like
You're
everything
smart,
else?
Benmock. How'd you get to be so fucking smart, Benmock?
Why in the fuck would the ISS disappear way up in the fucking air horizontally, how he exclaimed, and everybody missed it, and not down 33
Because
degrees
the sun's not shining on it.
Oh, because the sun's
Here we go. It's open.
No, I said the sun's rays are not hitting it because it's blocked by some shadow. Like the fucking
Yeah.
Earth shadow.
Still in the bottom panel and in the panel that he pulls out.
I'm still fucking lost. What? So hold on. So you need the sun rays to go around the curve? Is that what you're saying, Water?
No, you fucking dumbass.
What?
Ass.
I think you take me for the wrong motherfucker. I'll ban the shit out of you. Take that shit. Take it
Oh, I'm
back.
scared. Please ban me for.
Take it
Go to
back,
30
punk. Oh no, don't mute him.
We have go to 3543. Go to 3543, and you will see the
3543.
second pin. You will see the second pin.
Above the horizon.
3543.
You'll see the 2 pins.
I
If we
know
let him
that.
keep talking, we can just ban him and get him over with.
That's what I was thinking. But that was the dumbest shit I ever heard, and he just got mad because he didn't want to explain it.
Anyway, Island.
See it?
I didn't do anything to
So
it.
we're
72 degrees.
hang on, we're talking about the panel, right? So there's the panel that he pulls off, right, in the
Go
middle.
to 3543,
Yeah.
you'll see the 2 pins. He pulls off that one, and then there's a different camera angle where you'll see that one and the hole where the one he's pulling out of.
Just to be clear, you think so there's the panel that he pulls off, and then there's the panel below it which doesn't move. Are you saying he pulls a pin from the panel
Yes.
that he pulls off?
Pulls the pin from the bottom the bottom right of that panel that he pulls off.
Okay. No, he doesn't.
He does. At 3543, you can see the second pin that you claim at 3555. That's the second pin. Go to 3543, you'll see the second pin. Right at the same level as it.
Somebody
All right.
owes
Can you-
me
hang on,
$5. Nope, $5, man. You owe me.
Hold on, Island. Can you see that both panels, both pins are still in near the bottom?
At 3543, he is attempting to pull out the one at the bottom.
Right, but they're both. You can see at 3550, they're both still in on the panel that he's pulling out and on the lower panel. They're both still there,
Oh
right?
no,
No.
no, you can't. You can't see
What?
this part.
What is the point? What the fuck are you guys even talking about?
Still talking about the ISS and the guy dropping it, right? He pulls out the pin on the bottom right. He moves it up to the top, and that's why it's there whenever he
Look,
panel back.
I'm looking at a fucking video, man. There's no such thing as an ISS. He's
No, I know. I'm
Lord.
trying to debunk him.
You're looking at a fucking video. Sandra Bullock can be in space doing shit flips with turds floating next to her. What does it matter what you guys are talking about? It's fucking
Mark,
camera.
I know that, but I'm just debunking the fact that there's
with
gravity
what?
there. He drops a pin and he replaces the pin with someone else, a pin from the bottom.
No, I know what you're
3550, they're both still the both bottom pins, like down
I'm not
towards
talking
his knees.
3550. I have never mentioned that number.
Sorry, whose
3543
stream should I be watching here?
Mine.
Depends.
Thirty-five,
Depends which side you're
43,
on.
you see the-
My stream's better.
You see the pin?
Okay. Oh, this one's paused. Bruhif.
Yeah.
Look, I think that guy got a bunch of pins in his pocket, and it's like the Shim Sham game.
No, he just pulls out the one at the bottom, moves it up to the top. You actually see him
But-
move it up and work on that one, and then pulls off the panel. And then there's a hole missing at the bottom at 3555.
Okay, so you
Then the
on
second
my
pin
screen
is
now.
what I can't
On
get
my
on your
screen.
screen. I'm blocked.
I know. I'm at 3550. Can other people in the stream confirm that near the bottom of the screen, both pins are there at 3550?
Let me get to that. Before.
Space
I don't know, I
hair.
3549.
I see a pin and a hole. Do I got to screenshot it?
The two
That's-
key rings are there.
No.
Where's I don't see the second one. I only see one.
What? Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, when you're
Can you
done
see-
goofing around, look at these Coppola shots, and you tell me how they suddenly get the full Earth in the shot. Just explain that.
Probably a 360 camera with huge distortion.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
35, 54, and 55. You only see one pin, and that's the pin to the side, and a hole where a pin should be.
Yeah, I
You reckon?
screenshotted
Hang
that.
on.
No,
You
I
reckon it's 35, 55, right? You're saying
30.
that the
I
pin at
screenshotted
the
it.
bottom, the pin at the bottom of the panel is not there. Are you saying that? The bottom
Yeah,
of the
at
panel that
30.
he takes out.
Yes, because that one is
Okay.
the one to the side that you see at 3543. See
Okay,
two
go
pins,
to
one in the panel.
3557. Look at my screen.
I
Who
can't
can
look at your
see?
screen. You're not
Okay,
there.
well, can other people see right down at the bottom of the screen
One
that the
pin.
pin is still there?
Yeah, at 3543, you see two pins at the bottom. The either
Right.
side of that.
You're
Two
talking
pins,
about on the
35,
panel,
Yes,
on the
one
panel
the
that he
panel.
takes out, you're saying the bottom pin is not
30
there at 3555.
35, 54, 55, yes.
Right. At 3557, it is clearly still there. It is on my screen
that
right
is
now.
the pin. That is the second pin you see at 3543. There's two pins either side. But it's a different camera angle, but you see two pins. One is on a different panel and one is
Right.
on the panel that he takes off.
Okay, this is on the panel that he takes off.
That is not on the that's what I'm saying. That is on a
Holy
different
shit.
panel. It is
No,
on a
it's
different
not.
panel. It is.
What?
You'll see two pins directly the same height. Yes.
I'm done. I'm done.
I know you're
You
done.
should be.
because
Yeah.
I'm
You
supposed
should
to
be
I'm
done because you haven't
Yeah.
explained anything.
I'm showing you on my screen that pin is still there.
Good
You're
luck. with
seeing
that.
one pin. Go to 3543 and you'll see two pins at the
Yeah,
same
I know that there's a pin on the panel below it. I understand that. Let's see if we can see the other pin on the panel
height,
below.
Same height.
No, they're not.
And he takes that one out,
Yeah.
and then you see a black hole to the left-hand side of that silver bar.
Oh,
And that's
oh hang
the
on.
one
We got a shot there. Look at that. Look at
That's the
that.
one. Where are
That's
you
the
putting
pin
it?
on the lower panel, which is still
No,
there.
no.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm done with this. I'm done.
3543, you
It's
see
on
the
a
two
different
pins.
wall, Rue. That's a different
Yeah.
wall.
Oh,
So,
Christ.
Ruhif, explain the
Let-
Coppola shots. Explain the
let-
Coppola shots again. Tell us how they get to full Earth in there. They're not high
Probably a
enough for that.
360 camera.
You know they're not high enough for that. They're only
It's
250
probably a
miles up.
360 camera.
You're full of shit, Rue.
It's a 360 camera. They're like massive GoPros.
They're not high enough to get that much width in the shot.
No
Okay.
one is claiming that that's like a shot of the entire Earth.
Bullshit.
No, he just said
Party
it's a
bullshitting us.
wide angle lens, probably 360 degrees. Yeah, I caught that, but whatever. But I took a screenshot. Look at that screenshot. You're not talking about that empty hole there.
Where are we? What time did you post?
I posted in live stream. I don't know. Recently,
Oh, live stream text, hold on. Live stream
shouldn't be that far up. No, it's not.
I'm in the
7:57.
general.
So I see a pin and then a hole to the left of it.
In the panel that he doesn't take out, that's the bottom one. Those pins are still both in their holes when he takes the panel out.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the empty hole to the left of that pin.
Adol, go to
Number of pins.
3543 and you'll actually see a picture of the two pins. I don't know how to screenshot. I don't know how to do that, so I can't do it.
Yeah, 43.
3543 and you'll see two pins. They're in two different panels at the same height.
Yeah. Not the same
Yeah.
height.
Hey,
Not the
we
same height.
gotta
Pretty much.
figure out which one of you got $5 on my bag because you're killing my buzz.
It's not two pins at the same height. There's one pin in the panel above and one pin in the panel below. At 3550, you can see it clearly.
Oh, what are you talking about 3550? 3543.
All right. Where are
Yeah,
you seeing this other pin?
That screenshot that I give is when you were frozen on 3550. Just so you know.
Yeah, let me share again. This is insane. Like it's not difficult.
It is difficult. What are you talking about? I think we have a difference. There's a differential here in difficulty level.
3543 is a terrible
What do
timestamp.
you catch up in space? Some gravity.
I say, like the night at the Apollo, we let DMOT come out and whoop you guys. Whoop, whoop,
There we go.
whoop.
3549, 3550. Clearly, two pins.
43.
35,
35,
43 is a
43.
shit one. I've stopped at 43 multiple times. It's a shit timestamp. Can't see shit. The cable's in the way. Like,
Because it shows 2 pins, either side or
can anyone
At the same
verify?
rate.
Right, Can someone who's watching my stream verify that I'm stopped at 3543 and that it's a shit timestamp? Can't see shit. Right?
Well, I can see he doesn't need to change his footing to reach across the fucking room. I can
He's
tell
already
you that
moved.
much.
Oh my god.
Anyway, 3543 is a shit timestamp. When you get to 3550, you can see that both pins are still in the board. There you go. 3550, both pins. We agree? 3550?
oh, I'll tell you what. Even if we go back, hold on.
There's nothing at 3543. He's got his fucking
Hold on.
hand in the way.
No, because he's actually grabbing the pin that he pulls out. I'll get a timestamp where you can see both pins.
Do you know which direction time travels?
Hold on.
Clockwise?
Time goes forwards, right? So at 3550, after
Clockwise.
3543,
It
after
goes
43, both pins are still there.
It goes forward relative to what? I'm about to switch the subject. Let's debate this. How does time know left, right, back, and forth? Is time relative to north?
Anyway, 3550, both pins at the bottom of the screen
man.
are still there.
I want to answer that, Rupee, or Earth is flat.
Right, now he's going to touch. There. So that one's still in.
Really hard to see, right? But you can actually at 3540, you can see the
Oh,
pin that he's
we're
going
not
to grab.
going backwards, Island.
Oh, I'm serious.
After that time, they're both still in. After that time,
There's
you
two
understand?
pins
After.
at that height, and you see them.
No, there's not.
3540, he's reaching in to grab the pin that he grabs, right? And at 3543, you see the pin to the side of it, right?
The side? What?
Oh, seriously. Right. Go to 3540, and you'll see the pin that he's going to grab.
There are two
35
pins in a vertical alignment. Do you think there's a pin to the left or
Vertical
right
alignment,
somewhere?
horizontal.
What?
Two pins. There's two pins
Jesus
almost
Christ.
together, horizontal. At that level. I'm serious.
What?
Go and see 3540, 3940. As he reaches in, you see the pin that he's going to grab. At 3543, you see the pin to the side of it, and then he removes that, unties the top. When he puts the panel back on, that's why you have a blank hole at the bottom and only one pin, which is the pin that you see at 3543 to the side.
I
think
can't
that's
take you
pretty-
seriously, sorry. I just can't take you
What to
seriously.
understand,
Yeah.
unless you
Anyway.
really are just trying to deny it.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'm-
Yes. Now the
yeah.
Glober's rebuttal is whatever. You
Yeah,
guys are doing
I'm-
some key research out there with that one.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Anyway.
Yeah, you do. We don't.
Yeah, don't worry.
Right.
Yeah, I got any globe evidence, guys? We're here to
Weak
talk about the
argument.
globe. If you can.
Jaron did a better job of proving the ISS was there than you did. That was 4 years ago.
So is the
I don't-
ISS using their
Yeah.
toilet for propulsion?
I just don't understand how you think there's 3 screws in that area. 3 pins.
Hey, I actually didn't find that funny, bro.
This is a good
Yeah.
question. Does the ISS use their toilet for propulsion?
Anyway. Does anyone have any questions about the actual ISS being up there?
Yeah. I am.
Yeah.
How come they need to be in ISS so they can only be in water to do parabolic flight also? How come they can do the same thing in water?
What?
They can put you in a machine or a ship or a capsule and raise you up and lower you fast as fuck in water, and it can mimic parabolic flight. They have elevators underwater,
What?
and they can control the speed of the elevator
How
going
can
up
you-
and down in water.
How can you be that wrong about something? I don't even understand. That's so weird.
You can also spin things a certain way while it's falling or going up or down or oscillating. So, you don't need to be in space to mimic parabolic flight. You can do it in the air. You can do it everywhere.
Dude, you totally took every thought out of my head just now. I had no idea what I was gonna say. Now I'm like,
Yeah.
Well, how does that water do like that, right?
It's like every time Democ talks, I lose like 6 IQ points.
The water doesn't
Yeah, tone him
come
down.
in
It's
your tongue.
good for your mental health.
Blood doesn't rush to their head. The air bubbles in your blood don't separate and rush to your
well, I
head.
mean, I had a question, but now I can't think of it, Democ.
How can you separate the air up there?
Whatever.
Temperature differential.
So like I'm watching the children's show with you, Michael.
Well, I thought SpongeBob was more entertaining, bro. So I totally turned it up. You know,
I
Like,
cannot
yeah,
disagree. Cruise
Grandpa
for 30
needs to.
minutes.
I need to reconcile with my buzz. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to chill, man. That's funny. Who put that in Pablo?
SpongeBob.
He's just get in the river, boy. Go get your pole. Yeah, I like Squidward. He's annoying, but yeah, I like him. And the squirrel. Hey, she lives under a dome at the bottom of the sea. Yeah.
Hey, Rue, excuse me. I'm going to post another video of them just flipping water around amongst all this electronics. You want to explain that too?
Hang on.
Just flipping drops of water left and right all over the place.
Show me the Great Lakes from the ISS live stream. Show me the Great Lakes, or maybe the
Yeah, I
pyramids.
can-
Maybe the pyramids at Giza. Without
do that
using
relatively easily.
Google Earth to, yeah, that listen, that look seriously what you post. It looks like Google Earth with clouds added in. They look too similar to be two different things.
Hang on.
One is an
Bringing out
edited
water.
version. One is an edited version of the
It
other.
was compressed.
So Dan,
Great
what's
big
this
vice.
video where what's his name,
Okay, so
Hatfield,
here's my
brings out
washcloth.
water from a
Like a
cloth
magic
or whatever?
Well, you see-
What's the problem?
You could see bubbles leaving his hands. You could see water
Okay.
flying about.
So
You
here's
really
a
think that's
soaking wet
advisable?
washcloth.
Oh, he's a hat
Get
peeled,
the
huh?
microphone so you can hear me while I'm talking.
Yeah, around
And now
2.5
let's
minutes,
start
you'll see
wringing
the
it out.
water flying off his hands every time he moves.
It's really wet.
My great grandpappy was a McCoy, by God.
You really think they do that, Ruhif?
What's
Well, they just
Literal drops of water?
yeah, and they
what do you expect to happen? What's the problem?
spears.
Well, if
spears
you watch them with their hygiene test
water's all
and
over
washing
the
their
hands,
hair,
like it
they don't
runs out
use
of the
that
cloth into
that
my
much
hands.
water
And if I let
specifically
go
for that
of it
reason.
carefully-
They talk about how dangerous it would be to flip water around and how they do a dry rub on the long-haired
Okay, so
women.
the experiment.
You know what's funny? When you
Yeah,
look
how
at
do
the-
you
The question
put out
is,
an
the
electrical
water
fire in
squeezes
space?
out of the cloth.
With
You
a-
know what's
Then
funny when
because
you
of the
look at the
surface tension
woman-
of the water,
the woman that
it,
shows you
it
how
actually
she's
runs
washing her
along
hair,
the surface
it
of the
looks
cloth,
like as if
and
she's
then I'm
doing
giving
it the
my
first
hand,
time on tape.
almost like
Like
you
literally, aren't they
gel
supposed to
on
wash
your
their
hands,
like at
gel
least
on your
like
hand,
once
and
in a
it'll just
week
stay
or
there.
twice?
Wonderful
And she is like
moisturizer on my hands.
doing it like with
And the cloth
spreading water
doesn't
all
really
over the
unravel
space
itself.
station
It just
as if
stays
she
there,
has never done it
floating
before.
like a,
It's
like a
incredible.
dog's chew toy,
It
soaking
looks
wet.
so dumb.
Great experiment.
Okay.
And you can
worked
even see it on her
perfectly.
face. Like she
Meredith
has
and
this
Kendrick,
face of what am I
congratulations.
actually
Great
doing
idea.
here?
Right. I'm assuming you would concur that this guy dropped the screw or dropped the pin.
So what's the conclusion actually?
I bet you guys are really bad at assessing evidence, and you know.
Or Rufio, just
Exhibit.
you're just willfully ignorant.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
Exhibit
any
number
other
one.
developer.
Exhibit number one, Kuipers, whatever his name is, dropping the screw. If you think he dropped a screw, then I don't care what else you say about the ISS.
Dude, what happens with a can of Coke in a vacuum on Earth? When you put
In
a
a
can
vacuum?
of Coke, yeah. What happens
Probably,
when you put
probably
a
explode,
can-
wouldn't it?
Yeah. You really think the ISS is logical?
Well, the ISS inside is not a
Pressurized.
vacuum. What are you thinking? The
Press-
ISS is a vacuum inside?
No,
What
not
do you think?
the ISS is a pressurized can.
Right.
Yeah. In a vacuum, dude. That thing would just explode. If there's just a tiny, like, if there's a hair-sized crack, that whole thing would just explode, dude.
What do you think
Just
the
think
differential
about,
is?
Just think about the speed that this thing is allegedly flying, and then imagine you have little meteors. For some
Yeah.
reason, we have even days where we have meteorite showers that we can see on Earth. What happens if you have just like a fingernail-sized meteorite hitting the ISS that flies with, what is it, 26,000 kilometers per hour? Dude, that little fingernail-sized meteorite would just go through like a bullet goes through butter, man.
Let's talk about the first point, right? You think it should explode because there's 14.7 psi inside and 0 psi outside? Is that what your claim is?
It would probably implode. What difference does it make?
What? Dude, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh,
The blasphemy.
why would it implode? Holy shit. Anyway, Elmo, play. The differential, right? A can of Coke, right, has approximately, it's like 30 to 40 psi inside, something like that. In fact, let's Google that. What's the psi? Internal pressure can of Coke psi. But between 30 and 50 psi for a can of Coke, right? So internally 30, externally, 14.7 psi. So the differential is about 15 psi. Okay? The same exists of the ISS. Internally, it's about 15 psi. Externally, it's close to 0. So literally, the aluminium can withstand that pressure.
If you think so,
Well, that's physics, Clay. I don't know what else to tell you.
If you think that you can plug a hole in the ISS with a finger,
Okay, let's talk about holes in the ISS. What do you think will happen if there is a hole in the ISS?
everything would be sucked out.
Air would start to go out, yes. But how big was how big is the hole?
In an instant, dude. In an instant.
Oh, no, it depends on the size of the hole. The
No,
2
that's not
millimeter hole they had in it was leaking air, correct? And they noticed it because they've got sensors to measure
Every
the pressure.
every space movie where there's like
If you lost too much pressure, it'd be
small crack-
complete structural failure.
Dude,
If you had a
every
big enough
space-
hole, yes.
No. Every space movie shows you what disaster happens when there's a little crack here, dude. Everything just explodes into the vacuum.
That's not how physics works, Clay. You're talking about fucking Hollywood movies. It's not how it works. We're talking about it was a 2 millimeter hole, something like that, and they noticed a drop in pressure, so they sealed it off, went looking for the hole, and they found it. You know what they could have done? Literally, is they could have duct taped it. Duct tape will easily withstand that pressure, easily.
Dude, you're
Easily.
far gone, man. You're
Oh,
completely
dude.
lost.
Okay, that's when I know I've got the W because you have no idea about physics.
Yeah, sure. I have no idea.
Rue,
about
how do you
physics.
explain the Coppola cranks and the unserviceable
cranks?
seals?
I don't know.
The
You're talking about like an
hand
O-ring or something.
Yeah, which is unserviceable.
Okay.
Well, how many years would you expect it to operate without being able to change an O-ring?
Don't know.
Well, don't you think by design it's pretty fucking dangerous?
Well, it depends.
No, it
What
doesn't
other,
depend. It's unserviceable.
Okay. Thank you, Chuki.
When they went to the man who made this crank, He looked at them and said, "They use this? It's on film." He goes, "They didn't use this." They go, "Yeah, they did." He goes, he couldn't fucking believe it because it's not space worthy, because it's not
Okay.
serviceable.
Nothing is.
And it's a problem, right? Don't use it too much.
The problem is.
You're right. You won. Yeah, that's it. You won.
Don't use the door ever.
Yeah, you won. You win, Rue.
It's not a door, right? It's just it's like a.
How do you have any objects flying up around the globe at the fucking ISS from the bottom of it? Airplanes and stuff. Why would you not be able to see a fucking airplane from the ISS if you can see the ISS from the ground? Tell me how you think that makes sense, Ruhiv. Explain that fucking math. Looking straight down, you can't see an airplane, but I can look up and see the airplane, or barely see the airplane, but then see the ISS better. How the fuck would that work out? And then how do you look down from the ISS and not see that same airplane? Isn't that weird?
Let's not forget how they get home, right? They just jump in a little ball and parachute home.
I saw you.
Yeah, and then like when the shuttle that shows up that's gonna bring them home, when it docks onto the ISS, and it's in an orbital state, and this spacecraft is hooking up to it and docking to it, and probably should be shaking the whole vessel. The astronaut Sunita Williams, she goes to the cupola, and she's just taking a little stroll to the cupola, and she looks over, she goes, "Oh, there's my craft home."
Sorry, why should it be shaking and stuff?
Oh, you don't think she would feel the
her
spacecraft?
mental state.
What's that?
Sorry, her mental state, like shaking with anxiety, or what, when you say shaking, you mean the ISS shaking?
Object getting hit and taking an action or a reaction with no resistance.
How fast do you think it's been hit?
Precisely.
Because it can steer itself with a little gas.
Wow, DMAT gets it. But do you understand, Ruif?
I don't understand the shaking. What do you mean the shaking?
You don't understand why a satellite in free fall orbit.
Did you know that? It experiences a reaction. Now, if you connect to something and something hits you or bumps into you and nudges you, shake.
So I just done a little look up on this, right? Because I was curious myself how fast it docks. 0.0325 meters per second.
Thank you, Kessler.
What the fuck does that mean? Show that.
That's the relative speed between the shuttle and the ISS when they dock.
It's not really so much of a speed thing. It's more of a full force speed. You gotta think about the torque of it too, right? Like you can get hit by a car going like a half a mile an hour, but if it hits you with
a dude going 80 head on. He
Is,
smashed the hell out of one of my
I got hit by someone going super slow, but it messed my neck up because it's a matter of momentum.
It's
24,000 and 24,000.
So
Or
is there
18,000 and 18,000. That's 32 fucking thousand.
I should probably just mute them up.
That's 30. Come on, man.
So there's like an extra component here, right? It's not just speed.
Yep. Exactly.
This is what we should do the and it tells how much impulse should be applied, what the force would be, and if they should feel it or not. It's pretty easy.
Oh, Jesus, fucking, what's his name? Fucking Ireland. So bad.
I was rather enjoying it. I can't lie.
You were right. I stand corrected. At 50, the 2 keys are there. Between 50 and 54, he lifts it out and moves it up. And everything you see after that, there's just a hole. The key is removed. Thank you.
I missed that. I didn't really understand that. Maybe I missed the back end of a conversation somewhere.
Yeah, we're talking about the screw supposedly falling in the ISS.
Ah, right. Okay. I was
Why
on
can't I
the
post that?
Tour video, the Dutch guy.
Yeah, the Dutch guy, yeah. And we've just verified that all the pins stay in all the panels at all times.
Yeah, yeah.
But Island is
Put it
just
on.
honestly just lying.
From 3551 to 3554, he removes it and opens up the top. After that, if you can go and look, and I give you time to go and look, there's only one black hole.
Yeah. There is some like weird sound there, but you don't really see anything like fall to the ground, I guess.
Yeah, but you actually see the pin in question.
It just coincidentally looks down right after you hear the sound
Yes.
of it dropping.
He coincidentally looks down because the pin is still in the panel. You can see it in the panel.
Go and look at 3637, and there's no pin there. It is just a hole.
In which panel? Can we like
The panel
name
that
each?
was removed at the bottom pin that he takes out and moves up to the top, opens up the top. There's just a hole. 3637.
3637 in the panel that he takes out. You're claiming there's
Yes,
a missing
And
pin
then he puts it back. Yeah, there's a
Okay.
missing pin.
in the panel that he takes out.
Yes, because he moved it up to the top to replace the one because he had to open the top one because it hadn't opened because he had dropped the pin.
Oh, at 3622, both pins are in the panel and it's uncut from there.
3637,
Christ.
it is not in. Go and look.
Jesus, 3627, they're there again. Like what?
36.
You're just lying.
37. It's not. I'm telling you now.
3627, they are both still in there. You see them both.
I think you're saying what you want to
Jesus
say.
Christ, this is insane. Utterly insane.
Not a single
3627, they are
photograph of a
both still
single
there.
object, a single planet, nothing, man. They don't take any pictures. They don't send back any pictures. No stars.
Yes, they do.
No
Post them on
sun.
Twitter.
No moon. No Saturn. No Jupiter. No satellites. No space junk. No lunar rovers. Nothing.
Lunar, are you serious with the lunar rovers?
I'm telling you, shit circling the moon, they don't take any pictures of that. Shit circling the earth, they don't take any pictures of that.
What are you
How many
expecting to
thousands
see?
of objects can they fucking ignore?
Yeah, man.
choose an object,
Listen, why
right?
can't we see
Which
any
object?
satellites in any of the stuff released to the public, bro?
Well, I can see satellites from Earth all the time.
I'm not talking to you
asking
about that.
the
Listen, once
observation
again,
point.
what they released to us, why can't we see any satellites?
Did they try and capture a satellite? Like, you're
They
asking
should be
me what's
everywhere,
proving
partners. They
negative
should be
evidence.
literally littered about the sky next to the Earth.
Yeah,
literally.
again, how close? How close are they to these satellites? If you're talking about bloody geostationary satellites, you're
I
fucking
can't believe it.
35,000
I
kilometers
can't
away.
fucking. Dude, you can see across a quarter of the Earth, and there's 0 satellites. Now what?
Yeah, name a satellite that you think
I'm
they
not
should
asking
see.
about that. I'm letting you know this is what's happening. Now you have to address it.
Right?
The entire case
Geostationary
series-
satellites.
Ridiculous, dude.
The entire
Geostationary
case
satellites
series
are
is
35,000 kilometers away from Earth. Why do you think they would be taking photos of them?
Because they're a fucking danger and a hazard, and they have to be meticulously tracked.
What? They don't track them with fucking cameras from the ISS.
So like, it's like getting out there is not a racetrack. You don't have to dodge anything. You just straight shot out there. You don't have to account for any satellites might get in the way. Nothing like that. Nope.
They track all the satellites, and very few of them are in low Earth orbit. Very few.
So how many of the thousands of satellites out there are invisible only when the ISS is doing its job?
Name a satellite that you think you should see, and we'll
No,
do
any
some work
satellites,
on it.
bro. There should be at least one in
The
any
entire
of the photos or
case
footage.
series is
Like
spy
nothing. There's
satellites.
no
Again.
garbage, no satellites, no debris. Why do you expect people to buy it?
Because I don't think you should be able to see satellites. They're very small. They're very far away. If you can
They
name
are
a big
not
satellite
small.
that gets close,
They're
yes,
as
they
big as a
are.
fucking bus, man.
No,
Get
no,
a grip.
most of them are not. Most of them are nowhere near the size of a bus.
We're talking about stuff. Do you know that even the little fuckers are 400 pounds each? Those little fuckers that they put in a train, 400 pounds each. They're not little. They got propulsion systems. They got arrays to catch the sun. The shit isn't little. It doesn't gleam. It doesn't shine. There's not a single picture of a single object from the cupola. Think about what we're saying.
From the cupola generally points towards the Earth. What are you talking about?
Fuck off.
The cupola generally points towards the Earth. Name a satellite you think we should see.
The entire anything. They're as big as a bus.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
35
done
and
again,
40
done
feet
again.
long. It's called the K series. They've been up since the 60s. I'm sorry. There's a lot of shit.
Yeah,
There's a lot of.
find me any ISS footage with satellites at all for the last how many years has the fucking thing been up there?
Name a satellite that should be an ISS.
Any footage with any satellites.
Yeah, you're asking me just to prove a negative, right?
No, I'm
Here's
not.
the
I'm
evidence
asking
that
you to
doesn't
prove what you
exist.
say is happening.
Here's the evidence that doesn't exist.
They don't shoot.
Well, there
the
you go.
moon.
Thank you for
They don't
So
shoot the
Welcome to Flat
They
Earth.
don't
God, it
shoot
took
the
a while.
stars.
Demonstrate that the evidence should exist.
Is the moon big enough?
Sure.
Is the sun big enough?
Yes.
They have
Demonstrate
plenty
that
of
a
images of that,
satellite
right?
should be seen from the ISS. Demonstrate that we should have these photos. Or video, or whatever.
Hey guys, get this one. Based on statistical models produced by ESA's Space Debris Office, it is estimated that there are 36,500 objects larger than 10 centimeters, 1 million objects between 1 to 10 centimeters, and an extraordinary 130 million objects between 1 millimeter to 1 centimeter of space junk.
Okay,
And
so
right
we're
now
expecting to see it.
542 satellites in orbit, and this guy is trying to tell you guys he can't see any.
We see nothing at
Are you
all, and he's like,
expecting-
well, it's only the ones. Which ones do you expect to see?
Are you expecting to see a 10 centimeter satellite?
No.
They're not
Expect
that
to see
small.
any kind of satellite because it ranges from
Okay.
small to large. So where are they?
Okay, find a big satellite that you
junk.
think
If
we
we
should
have-
be able to see.
You're
Yeah,
missing
the number,
the Elmo,
You're missing
the
the point.
number
You
that-
can't provide one instance of what we're
have
asking for.
150
So
that's
you're just sitting here
irrelevant.
bloviating instead because you know you have nothing to show us.
That's
You
irrelevant. That,
We
I
have
mean,
130 million objects,
if it's
of
not
junk
demonstrated,
in space, why is nothing of it reflecting the sunlight? Like if you have so many
Satellites
130
do
million
reflect
unreal,
the
like,
sun.
You'd
You can
see
see
something, but we
satellites
see
at
nothing.
night
And
reflecting
thousands
the
of
sun.
shit out there? Oh boy. You guys are fucked. The globe's done.
Oh, sure, champ.
well, this is getting a little bit rough. People are going crazy, and we have to end off because there's a debate going on tonight that I'll have to moderate in half an hour on McTune's channel against the Concave Earther. So you guys can go check that out if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. Otherwise, thanks everyone for coming. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Anyone here?
I'm here.
I need some Miggy in my life. What's going
I'm
on?
chilling out. I'm out in the lobby with the lobby squad.
Sounded like a bunch of people playing with their food on that last clip that we were listening to. I'm the party pooper. You know me, man. What I do, how I do. I would have jumped right into that conversation and skewered that guy. But, you know, people just want to have little derivative conversations with people. I don't really
They
care.
were talking about the ISS, and it made me search for a can of Coke in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And I found an interesting video. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but I'll throw it in the chat. It explodes.
I know. We were talking. Who were we talking to? about this. I was a character. There's so many people that come in here. There was a guy we're talking about the vacuum of space. Could have been Matthew Learns. Maybe it was him. We're talking to somebody about it, and they were saying that it's not a problem. It's no big deal. Oh, Matthew. It was Matthew. I was right.
You've got a pretty big problem if the Coke can explodes.
Yeah, the pressure exerting on the walls is going outward. Like, it is something to be like known about. Like, if we're talking about a pressure that's close to zero, you know. But and this is the issue. Like, they don't say it's not a problem, you know, mathematically. It's like, and then you take a look at like people flying in planes. You know how the cabin's pressurized, like in a airliner. And if anybody ever notices that, like, if let's say one of the windows was ever to bust out, what do you think would happen? Anyone? Just on an airplane. No, I'm not even talking about the ISS. But the pressure that's exerted on the walls, and then the walls on one of those planes are different too from what the construction of the ISS is made of. I mean, it doesn't look like a tweaker shelter. You know, this thing, the airliners are, you know, composed of material that are much more high grade. You know what I mean? Excuse my cooking. I'm trying to make some food right now. But yeah. Hey, it's just kind of one of those arguments that we talk about with these guys, and they don't want to concede the point. So we're dealt with having to deal with these guys. They're ignorant, you know. And the guy that was on that last clip, it was no different, right? Pretty ignorant dude. But you know, it's a conversation. What about satellites, dude? Yeah, no one cares. Well, some people do. I don't. Because we're talking about a medium at which that thing is supposed to be in, which does not exist. High altitude is possible, but the idea of low Earth orbit is not. That whole space idea, that's the part where their fantasy becomes a reality in their mind. And they start to conjure up different ideas and you know, and how this is seen from Earth. And will we see satellites? Yeah. So what? We're not saying that technology can't exist above our heads. We're just saying it's not in the place you think it is. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about in here. You're saying that it's in a place that you can get to in a rocket leaving the Earth. And we're saying there's no leaving this Earth. Big difference.
But space.
Yeah, but my space. Sorry, I was just cracking some eggs and making some brekkie. What up, Jedi? What else we got in here? Dances with Fools.
What's up, Mixer? How you doing?
You know, doing all right. We'll listen to the sound clip. You know, a lot of people haven't got their feet wet with talking to these guys, these sophists. Were you listening to? Did you catch a bit of that sound clip before we came in here?
I caught a little bit of it, buddy, yeah. And then my phone rang, so I had to go.
You know, the whole satellites in space and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, I caught that one, yes. I know what you're talking about.
Well, coming from our experience, what do you think is wrong with that conversation?
Oh, to be honest, mate, I couldn't give you a full critique because I really didn't listen to much of it, to be honest with you. The bit I did hear was relatively good.
What's wrong with talking about satellites though?
Oh, what's wrong with talking about satellites?
Yeah, as in a point for point argument, and I'm trying to get everybody on the same page here because of the fact that a lot of people don't know this coming into a point for point discussion with somebody else. And so, like, over the time that, like, even over the last couple of years, man, we've started to make this place not a place for a debate, but a place for educating people on what truth is. So if I was to say that we're talking about satellites and how they operate, what truth about that do I need to tell the people that I'm talking to that think the satellites are in someplace? What
Well,
truth
yeah.
don't they know?
So satellites invoke the vacuum of space, don't they?
Right. Right.
That's fine, not a problem. You just remove that story of understanding that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the story that makes space real, right? Whether it's satellites or rockets to the moon or remote controlled cars on Mars. Now, all of these stories happen in Narnia, or as we understand it, the vacuum of space. So you can't have gas pressure without a container. If there's no container keeping the gas here, the gas would literally fill the next space. So these conversations need to happen very, very quickly, as far as I'm concerned. Most people like to bring up the idea of satellites because, you know, pictures of Earth. That's the best proof that anyone's ever got that the Earth is a sphere, right? Coming from this place that no one can verify, no one can go to. We have to rely on authority with the pictures and the data that's given, and we must all understand that pictures and data can be manipulated. So understanding that images can be manipulated, we have to rely on an authority. We can't verify the pictures for ourselves, and ultimately, you can't have gas pressure without a container. And the conversation just kind of stops there. In my view, anyway.
Did anybody hear what Jedi said? Anyone in agreement with that? We've been talking about this subject for quite some time.
All in agreement here.
And what happens is people want to get into the minutia of like what satellites are doing and the pressure and all this kind of thing. And it's great. Some things you can hold people on. But at the same time, we got a false dichotomy. Right? The false dichotomy is that they're talking about space. We're talking about that there is no space. Or rather, how the satellites work in their space. And how we're talking about how satellites would work in this kind of space that they're referring to. So it's not, we're trying to say that this is how they would work if they were, you know what I mean? Like it would be too much pressure exerted on the walls and it would explode. And they're saying that it wouldn't. It's not an issue. It's not a bother. Don't worry. And so we're not discussing the fact that the underlying premise is wrong. And so it's a derivative topic that we're arguing. And we're going to continue to be like people that are, because that guy that was in the last clip. So just remember when you're talking to somebody, you didn't take space away. You're still talking about how these satellites should or should not be working in that fantasy idea that they're telling you. So like what Jedi was saying, you need to make that argument pretty quick. You got to remove the fact that they can't have the answer to what they're trying to claim. So if they say, well, I see satellites at night. Okay. How did you verify that? You see a moving light in the sky. How do you know it's that thing that you say that it is in low Earth orbit? You can't verify that. There's probably some kind of technology in the upper part of our sky. But still, how do you even know what it is? It looks like a light. You can't tell the structure of what it is. Now they'll say that the ISS is flying around and you can catch a glimpse of it, traversing the moon. But even if that was the case, is it in the place where they say that it is? Like, because you can do only certain things with the things that are given to you, right? And you can't do any more. So if it's actually a tin can with humans inside, you wouldn't be able to know. You just see something up there. That's it. It's about as far as it goes. But the argument will always fall back to where are they? And is it possible that they're in a medium that they're claiming that they are? So that's the challenge, right? When you're talking to someone about it. And you can't let it go. You gotta hold them to task. Like the guy was droning on how we were incorrect, and the whole panel was kind of involved in it. But anyways.
Like arguing about moon landings and talking about shadows. You can argue the toss over all images all day long, but ultimately you're still arguing. You're basically still arguing for a place that can't exist. So whether it's pictures from satellites, or whether it's weather recording from satellites, or whether it's I can get transmission from satellites because of GPS, where is the satellite? No one's denying stuff in the sky. We can put stuff in the sky all day long. That's quite easy to do. Balloons, drones, aeroplanes, high altitude airplanes. That's fine. They can all turn around and take a picture of the Earth, right? That's not a problem. But when we start talking about satellites, you're invoking a vacuum. You're invoking an open system. Remember, this is their story. You're invoking their story, which you can just remove by saying, oh, but it's an open system. Rockets are going to the moon. That's matter transfer. So the gas would fill the space then. So this story about a vacuum cannot be true. Fundamentally can't be true because it breaks natural law. I love taking space away from people. It used to be one of my favourite things, didn't it, Miggy?
Yeah, it's just gotten more into the newer people that are joining Jedi, like the recent flat earthers that are coming in here. They haven't heard the arguments like the way we've carried them, and I haven't been on much. And really, they argue these derivative topics, voraciously, and they don't know that they haven't gotten to the root cause, and it's because they're arguing like how these things may or may not work in a place where it may or may not exist, like in the person's mind. They haven't taken space away. And so they keep going on. And it's like, you don't need to talk to these guys like that. Like, they don't know. They honestly don't know. They see a light in the sky and they're attributing it to something that, if you look on, there's a couple of apps you can get on your phone that can show you like what the satellite looks like in a animated, whatever. You could track things in the sky. I got one called Night Sky. It's on Apple Store, and it'll show you the specific satellite that's moving across the sky at the time that it's supposed to be. Like, it even tells you where the ISS is when it's going to fly over, and all that stuff. But there's apps to track Santa Claus, so like, I mean, there's you're not, whether or not that thing is where they say it is. Like, that's the thing that claim that they don't know. They're just going off of the story. It's reinforced by apps and videos and other things. You need to address the problem,
That thing can't be where they say it is. That would require a globe.
Of course.
Yep. But a lot of people are just content with the story of the gas just thinning out and gradually turning into the popular vacuum. So they're just okay with it. I mean, they don't really see how this is impossible, So they accept that as you climb in altitude, the air gets thinner and thinner, and then at some point there is no air, and that's the way it is. They don't see this as something that violates physical law,
This
is just that's just their imagination, though, because I mean, there's a gradient in a greenhouse. Does that thin out to nothing?
No, it doesn't. But that's where I've personally noticed a lot of people having resisting in actually comparing this to natural law and have the mental image of a gas fit the practical image of a gas, which is that of, substance that spontaneously expands in all directions. They just have a very, very deeply rooted belief and a mental image of gas being subject to, essentially falling down. So they don't see a problem with air thinning out to nothing. They actually believe that's the natural, the natural order of things. This is how it is. They think that gas does indeed thin out to nothing.
I mean, they can believe it, that's fine, but I guess it's kind of imposed upon us to educate these people as best that we can. Sometimes this brings up conversations about gravity very, very quickly, so you can go off into the weeds, at a very quick stroke. But ultimately, you just explain the premise very, very quickly. Everybody understands what gas pressure is. We know what happens when you burst a balloon or a tyre, what happens to the higher pressure within the tyre when the container's been busted. We understand the difference between isolated, open and closed systems. They're very well defined. So yeah, obviously, we're fighting a lot of beliefs here. And yeah, obviously, people are going to kind of hold true to the story that they believe in. But it's incumbent upon us to slowly but surely over time educate them. That's a great conversation. I love the conversations about space because it can go either, one of two ways. Either they will understand what you're saying, or they will have a misunderstanding about what you're saying and point to a gradiated system that goes out into a vacuum. And like you just said, they think that's fine. But it can't be fine. We understand that if you have a vacuous space and you've got, let's look at Jupiter, a ball of gas that is uncontained from the vacuum of space. Now we know what a football is, right? That's the thing that usually contains the gas from dispersing out into the atmosphere. But this Jupiter hasn't got a container around it. The Earth hasn't got a container around it. Mars, all of these planets haven't got containers around them. What they do eventually end up saying is because there's lots of gas, the lots of gas keeps the lots of gas there. If you just repeat the argument back to them, surely after time, they're going to realise how silly it all sounds. In my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, I'm eating a little bit, but I'm listening to you, Jedi.
No, that's fine, buddy. That was just my polite pause for anybody else to make a comment. That's all.
Yeah, but what do you guys think? And we've been doing this for a bit, so I can see the effectiveness of how we approach the topic. And
you need a ball. You need the Earth to be a ball for all of that to be true.
one thing I've been saying, Jedi, before you return, is that flat Earth is a completely offensive position. It is not defensive. If you're defending a point, you're doing it wrong. Why do I say that? It's simple. What evidence do they have for their claims? Anyone? Pictures from space? They haven't proven space. They haven't proven globe. They haven't proven rotation. So what evidence do they have? Nothing, right? That would be the answer. So the understanding of what we the physical natural world to be is how we can perceive with our senses, and we can detect things because we can see and know, and we can do a line of sight test, all kinds of stuff. But it doesn't point to the fact that it's a globe. So we're bringing people back to reality. It's completely offensive. When you start to defend, then we're doing it wrong. So the reason I say that is because these sophists that come in here, they're trying to make you defend a point because they got a point, But there's just their ignorance. They do not understand. So you have to bring them to a place where they can understand. So it's not that you're arguing a point, it's you're getting them to see reality for what it is. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? Like this is the issues that we're having. That's why point for point work. When you
reality doesn't really need our defense. I mean, like just a trip to the beach debunks them.
Right, but going like what I mean though is when you go into one of the like because some people like to hear a good debate or whatever, and they go into a moderated place like what is that one debate place?
Modern day debates.
Modern day debates. You know, you go there, you listen. The guy's given however many minutes, and then the rebuttal, and then the other guy is gonna rebuttal the other guy, and it's just back and forth, right? And so you're hearing just a back and forth, and then the questions of the audience. But you never really get down to somebody being held down to the truth. What is true? It's just basically, okay, this guy has his ideas and so does this one. Let's hear them both out. It's like, no, I want to hear somebody talk about what is true and then everything else come at that truth. What's the truth here? Is the truth is the earth is a globe? All right, everything come at that truth. But that isn't. There's no standard for what truth is. It's basically what somebody perceives to be what truth is. It's subjective. So one of those kind of point for point debates is just this guy's opinion and that guy's opinion. And these aren't opinions. It's what the earth actually is. It's presenting itself that way to us. So we're going to show people it's like, look, if it's anything other than what we're saying, then where's the evidence against that? Right? We're saying gas requires a container. Absolutely 100%. When has that never been the case?
Show us when it hasn't been the case.
And so that's the truth. And the part about what they don't understand is that they're coming up with these ideas of what Globe Earth does. And, the science communicators that talk about it, they're like, well, what is gravity? Well, we don't know. Like, so how can a person on the internet who's just a Joe Schmo saying things about gravity that they know, Cavendish and all this other stuff, well, these other guys won't lay any claims to it? Because they know it's a sticky mess with a theory, big G. So we're dealing with people's ignorance, and we're trying to get them to understand that they don't know what they don't know. And so Flat Earth is not a offense defense. It's just merely offense. 100%. You're full on the offense. There's no need for you to be like, oh, I wonder what I can talk about with space and how I'm going to look up like things exploding. It's like that whole idea about what they think that place is a medium that cannot exist in reality. Cannot. There's no way. If that does exist, then it violates the second law of thermodynamics. That's just the way it is. So what are we going to do?
You don't have to go to the beach and prove that you saw a curved or saw a non-curved lake or ocean. They have to prove the opposite of that.
That's correct.
They got to prove that they saw the ocean curve. Because nobody sees that anyway, so there's nothing to defend. It's just reality. And they're the ones coming at that. They're coming at reality, so it's their burden 100%.
This is everyone's fallback position, though, isn't it? Oh, okay, so I can't see the curvature of the Earth down at the beach because atmosphere and I'm too close to the surface. I've got pictures from space. So you're either going to be right on the beach or you're going to be very, very high up in the sky. It's one of the two places. Both places, on the beach or in the sky, you can just remove that premise. You aren't seeing curvature from down there, and the one that you think you are seeing from up there, well, up there, the way that you've been told can't exist. You can't verify it. Images can be manipulated. It's still not going to be helping you. You don't see a ball anywhere.
The beach still debunks those images anyway, because the surface would have to curve in order to be that thing in those images, and it doesn't do that. So the means that we have available for us to test those images show that they're false.
Yeah, zoom in on a ball and tell me where you see a straight line anywhere.
But yeah, I'm with what Miggy's saying. Like, there's nothing to defend. It's just reality. It defends itself. They have to defend their claims against reality. Like, why would we be in the defensive position saying, I didn't see a curved lake or ocean, dude? Did you? No, nobody did. Half of this argument is you just telling me why you didn't see it with excuses of refraction and blah, blah, blah.
Yep. That's all it is. Which I've been trying to get everybody on the same page with, because like these guys come in here, and some of them are very cunning. So when they get in a discussion with you, they're asking you to give them proof of flat Earth. It's like, you don't have to do that. Like that, the burden of proof isn't on you. You don't have to go into, well, the Earth is flat because X, Y, and Z. You're like, wait a second, you haven't even proven that the Earth being a globe is real. Because we don't know that. Like, there's no one that can actually say that 100% they can come to this forum and say that they know the Earth's 100% a globe. And if they do, they're going to have to provide evidence for it, right? Primary source, citation, demonstration. We're going to go through all that. They're not going to do that, though, because it isn't. So it's just like, okay, you have the truth, and everything that wants to come against it, you know, I don't care if you say the Earth is concave, convex, hollow Earth, whatever, donut shape, I don't care. Where's the evidence for it? Because we don't see any of that. And so, yeah, it's completely 100% offensive. The truth is what it is, and then everything else that's coming to it is like trying to assert itself as what reality is or the truth. And there's no evidence for it. So that's why, to me, when I figured this out, like, it's just like, this isn't a debate anymore at all, period. And some people are stumped, like, why isn't it a debate? It's crazy. Like, they have points. No, they don't. They have how they're rejecting truth.
If it was a debate, they wouldn't even have to do those tactics of flipping the burden onto you. They would just come with their proof.
Yep. It would be so easy to demonstrate that the reality is it's a globe. We wouldn't even, like, honestly, man, like, most people in here, we just want truth, that's all. That's it. If it's a globe, it's a globe. If it's flat, it's flat. If it's concave, it's whatever. If it's the truth, then that's all that matters. Really, everything else doesn't matter. But the truth, neither of those. You know what I mean? It's only flat.
It's self-evident too.
Right. So.
But one of the points that was just brought up when we were talking about Earth curve is, you know, reasons why we don't see it, refraction, all that type of stuff. We start talking about spin of the Earth. Within the next, like, half a second, they're telling us why we don't feel or shouldn't expect to feel spin. So there's two arguments where they literally tell us that we can't see it anyway. Can't feel it anyway. Can't see the ball, can't feel spin. Oh, we got to go to space to do this. It's ridiculous when you think about it, because they can't prove anything. Usually they're on our side saying, well, yeah, we can't see it. Well, yeah, we can't feel it. Yeah, we know that. That's our point. Very rarely get into conversations about spin of the Earth these days. It very rarely happens, and when it does happen, like I just said, they tell us why we can't or shouldn't expect to feel it. Interesting. So no proof that it is moving then. Oh yeah, but space. Okay. It's just a little merry-go-round.
Their proof seems to be that we don't experience it moving. They say, if it's all moving together, right, it's just going to feel stationary. It feels stationary, so it must be moving.
Yes, exactly that. Exactly that.
But hey, I got one. If it's stationary, it should feel stationary. It feels stationary. Oh, it must be stationary.
It is that simple. Unless there is a direct measurement that the Earth is moving, but ultimately, you're going to need a ball for that. Because it's the ball that's moving, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can just always bring it back to that for everything.
Yeah. Pictures from space show a ball. Awesome. So, measurement observation of ball down here on Earth? Oh. Okay.
If there's any globalists out there that's listening to this YouTube live stream, come on in here. I want to talk to you about what you think the shape of the Earth is. If you think it's a globe, if you have any ideas that any evidence, come on in here. There was this one character, Jedi. I was like a couple months ago. There was a husband and wife, I think, combo. They came in here, and the guy, and I was talking to them both because they both had a Discord account. So they came in here, and one of them, he's like, we have evidence that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, oh, great. So I was like, so what I want to do is I want to talk to both of you, and you can each tell me what you know the evidence for the Earth being a globe is, right? So, and you guys might remember the conversation, but I started talking to her first, and she told me that her evidence for the Earth being a globe it was the Titanic. You know, the ship long ago that sunk by the iceberg.
Okay, hold on a minute. I need to sit down for this one because I've never heard the Titanic being proof of Earth curvature. But go on.
I didn't either. I was like, please, like nobody interrupt her. I want to hear this because I've never heard of that argument. Well, supposedly, with the idea that the Earth is a globe, the iceberg that was not seen couldn't be seen because it was hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
It was sneaking, was it? I get you.
Sneaking iceberg. So by the time the crew actually knew that they were coming upon an iceberg, it was too late because the curvature, the iceberg that they were coming at was like it came around the curves like too quickly, and they weren't able to adjust course. So they rammed into it, or it tore a hole in the boat, and then of course sunk the Titanic. But the idea behind the curvature of the Earth was that the people that were there that were navigating the Titanic couldn't see the iceberg because it was hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I crashed my car the other day for the same reason. It's just that damn curvature is dangerous, man.
I was kind of like taken by it because I was like, I've never heard of this, but I mean, if that's what you believe, that's what how you seeing it.
Wouldn't boats be crashing all the time if navigators couldn't see past only just a few miles out?
That's what I was thinking. But sailing ships is dangerous, mate. Bloody hell.
If that woman comes back in here, we could ask her, like, was that the only ship that crashed due to the curvature of the Earth? Just that one? Just that one really big one?
That's all you need. That's the kicker.
Well, she said because like an iceberg is like something that's it was huge and it was in the water, and so it was too big for them to like go around. So it was like they were trying.
Doesn't that defeat her proofsy though? It should have been big enough to stick out past the curve.
Yeah,
what fucking retard can't course correct with 3 miles ahead of you going? I don't know, they go 20 miles an hour. I don't know how to measure knots, but they ain't going that fast.
And she was using, and I don't know, man. To be honest, I think she could have just been, like messing around. But I mean, I don't know. They sounded like they were pretty legit. Like what they were saying, like was to them that's what the evidence was. And so, like, I was like, okay, all right. I mean, that's what you feel that is. But then I really didn't rebut her because it's like, some things you can't dignify with a response. You're just like, oh, yeah. Like if I even tell you how absurd that is, like I'm gonna be sounding a fool myself because I don't need to. It's absurd on its face, But then the guy, I was like, okay, well, so what's your evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe? And he's like, well, the moon landing. I was like, oh my god, both of these guys are like, they're so into the lore of the globe Earth. And so the guy was more into like telling how the moon landing happened, and it was like what everybody's saying, it was too big of a production to be faked, I guess. It's like, yeah, I was like, how could you fake something like that? It would cost too much money. And I was like, you guys, man, like. And I think the whole panel was there too, so I just went into a little bit of like having them understand that they don't know what they don't know, because I was really getting on to the point about how I was exposing people about their ignorance. So they didn't know how to provide any evidence for the shape of the Earth being like the 3 points or whatever. But still, the argument on their side was they're using ideas of what they've been told, and that was basically it. So I mean, I feel kind of bad because it's like the rest of the world, that's the way they are. They're steeped in ignorance and they're coming at this like, well, it's like this, right? And it's like, I mean, they don't know, man. And so we're dealing with the victims of the information, and they're not the perpetrators. The perpetrators, however, are sneaky bastards like the Jesse Gordons of the world, the Matthew Lerns of the world. Like they're just 100% all in on this, like right or wrong. They don't care. They're just go for it, And those are the ones you have to watch out for because they're gonna be, snakes in the grass. So you have to learn how to deal with them. They're considered sophists or whatnot. But their ignorance, man. So she was saying the Titanic, and he was saying the moon landing. And that was their evidence for the globe. That was it. It had nothing to do with measurements or nothing. It's just that.
Well, if you're I mean, in normie world, if you're a normie, it is socially acceptable, and it's okay to question the moon landing, per se. I mean, it's not something that will, exclude you socially anymore, or that it will result into you being labeled as a, conspiratard or whatever. I mean, it's completely acceptable. And nowadays, it's also acceptable to believe in aliens too, whereas a couple of decades back, you had to be fringe to believe in something like that. So times are kind of changing, I think, or maybe the general public is being, gradually groomed to accept some kind of let's call it steering in another direction of the so-called official narrative. Maybe something along the lines of, yeah, well, okay, we faked it, but we had to. Yeah, that's just an opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we have any more brave souls that would want to come in here and talk to us about the shape of the Earth any longer. They send in the most ridiculous individuals. People are like, I know the Earth's a globe. No, you don't. Come in here. If you're listening on the YouTube live stream, come in here and tell me how you think the Earth is a globe. Well, we learned that back in 3rd grade. This is pretty ridiculous, man. Can't believe what my ears are hearing. Well, you won't believe what your ears are hearing once you find out you don't know anything either.
It's interesting you say that, we all got taught this in 3rd grade. Yeah, we also all got told the scientific method in 3rd grade. We also got told what bloody triangles were in 3rd grade. You have to understand that they are telling you both sides of the story, what the story is and how it's not real. So day 1 science class, when you go into secondary school, here's your hypothesis, turn the page. Day 2, space. Here's the Earth being a ball. It's interesting how they do this. They teach you both sides. But we don't put the two together. That's the confidence trick, right? Because, turn on the TV, there's a space film. Everybody believes in space. That's what the Earth is. But even within your lessons at school, you can be told how to ruin that story within 2 or 3 very, very foul sweeps. Triangles and gas pressure without a container so far seems to be my favourite weapons. But you get taught this stuff at school.
Zero critical thinking, man. They just tell you, and it's always the deception happens when you mix in the truth with those lies.
Yeah.
So you have to put them all in there. And the people don't know about discernment, so they don't know if it's right or wrong. Hey, so we got a couple of people. We got Sasha in here, Sebster. Some new people I think I haven't seen. Plum Bob, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Don't be shy, just say hi.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live.
There he is. Where's my theme music?
Hold on. We've just spent the last 10 minutes discussing how this wasn't a debate, and then you come in and say, welcome to Flat Earth Debate. What the fuck, man?
I'll see myself out now.
Taxi for Creation Bear. It's a taxi for Creation Bear.
Yeah, but see, Creation Bear is using that as a hook. You know, he throws some bait out there. Hey, man, come join the debate. And the guy's like, "Oh, a debate? Yeah, let's go." And they're lured into like a steel bear trap. You know what I mean? Like they
Right.
can't once they're in here.
Come on, this highway is pedestrian friendly. Come on in.
Come on. Like QE would say, "Water's warm. Promise, no sharks." And they got Jedi swimming around here, man. He's like great white. He's waiting to go.
I used to analogize this Discord server like a shark pond. The flat Earth sharks are swimming around, waiting for the scent of blood. Yeah. The big sharks are swimming around in the background while the baby sharks have their little nibbles. Yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, where's Jesse Gordon at, man? Isn't he supposed to tell us about what altitude we can see the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I think he's still trying to figure that out. He might have to go back to his calculations and let us know how high we need to go.
Yeah, but he'll come back and be honest.
What's that?
How high do we need to be?
Mary Jane! Mary Jane! Yeah, we're gonna need some space weed or something, man.
Oh my god. I tell you what.
Any updates on the channel, Mig?
Yeah, I'm able to live stream now. But
right on. We're gonna have to give you some content here soon.
Yeah.
I checked the channel. I was like, oh, are we live yet?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, we got to schedule a time. We're gonna go live, and you know, I got this website called Epidemic Sound, and you can get any sound clip you want. You can subscribe to it, and I attach my YouTube channel, so any music that I get from there, I can just put it on my channel. I found this really badass intro song. It's like a heavy metal / kind of like Matrix, like synth sound. So once I get it up and going, it's gonna be pretty good. But what I want to do is I want to insert little clips of us, like audio clips, and then like throughout that intro song, I'll have like within the background, the music will be playing, and in the foreground it'll be like us having the debates or conversations with people, the ridiculous ones. So that gotta be a little bit of production value in there somehow.
Okay.
And then you'll see my ugly mug because I'm gonna go live. I'll be live.
That's cool. I'm excited. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, anybody that wants to jump in? I think Chris was talking about. There's like 5 Chris's in here, so I'll have to say Jedi. But Jedi.
Jesse Gordon needs to be held accountable for pronouncing my bloody name correctly. If he calls me Jedi one more bloody time, I'm going to reach through the internet and throttle him.
I was going to say something. I was like, dude, you know how to say his name. You're just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, he's doing it on purpose. He does
that to frustrate you.
Yeah, he did it to my.
Real calm.
Miggy, where are you going to be live streaming at?
My house.
No, I mean, like, where do you see it? Where can I find it on the internet?
Oh, there's 2 channels. The one channel that I started, I had like 54 subscribers, but that's because the one, and I thought that channel could be live streamed, but I have like 3 or 4 channels that I had on my phone number, and the one that actually I could use is a different account, so I had to switch that over and make that into a new one, which it was called Miggy's Wig Snatchers. Now it's just called the Wig Snatchers.
I'm sorry, my phone shut down. I didn't hear that. If you drop a link or something, I'll check it out.
Yeah. Just give me a moment.
Sorry about that. Right after you started answering, my phone just shut down, so I had to swap over to my computer.
Let me get on my good, because I'm still sitting on my couch in my living room talking to you guys on my iPhone 13. But now I gotta go to my workstation.
Nice.
Actually,
I'm doing the same, actually.
Okay.
I got the link for you.
Yeah, if you got the new one, is that the new one? Yeah.
Yep.
That's. Thanks.
What's this? The boys get into battle stations, is it? I like it.
Yeah, let me get on my mic. Oh yeah, Jesse, my alarm was going off yesterday when I saw him pop in. I'm scrolling through the panel. I'm like, all right, who's he here trying to pick on? Because I don't see any of the big boys rolling around yet. I don't see, like it's like ladies' night sometimes. When they come out of the woodwork. Let me see who's in the panel before I jump in. Oh, CB's not there. Biggie's not there. All right, bet. Let's go. But that's not to it because. That's not to insult anybody, because when I jumped in, Timbo was handling his business. Everyone was handling their business just fine. He wasn't picking on anybody.
I'm telling you though, CB, we got some up and comers, man. So I got my eyes on Levelist, Timbo. Who else? There's a few others, man.
Central, yeah, Central was holding it down. He didn't need anybody's help. Timbo didn't need anybody's help. Yep.
CB, Central's Heretic, right?
Yes, I keep. Yeah. He joined the server under Central Banker, and I've just been calling him Central ever since.
No problem. Yeah. I was scrolling up and down trying to find this Central dude.
What are we? So I would say it this way: Heretic. Are you going to settle on the name Heretic, or are you just going to keep it Central?
Nice.
I don't know. And just for purposes of like being able to like not call you something that you. Well, I'll tell you what, CB you were on a name changing kick for a minute.
I was. Hey, that's called good branding there, Mickey.
Yeah. And at some point it's just gonna be like, well, that's who you are for your rest of your stay here. We're gonna just call you that. So whatever. I think you settled on Creation Bear, or
it was always Creation Bear. I was just juggling the C's and the B's for I don't know, a year or so. It was all C's and B's, coffee, biscuits, Cincinnati Bengals. Cornbread. It was anything with a C and a B. It was me.
Yeah, and so I would say the culture here has been one of like grooming certain individuals because of the fact that it is what it is. Like this server, we don't have any Globers in office. There's nobody holding a position here that's a Glober at all. Period. End of story. There will never be. So, but like in that being the case, the individuals who rise up to the challenge are the ones who get promoted. Like, all it takes really is just for you to be on here and just like going at it, and you're in a panel with other individuals who are like the ones who hold office. Like, we are watching and listening, and you handle yourself. And I remember when I was listening to you the one time, I was like, this freaking guy, man, like he's pretty awesome. And I went into the admin mods and I was like, I want to, if I could nominate somebody, I would nominate CB. And the conversation got started. And so it was, people already knew, who you were. So then it became formulated into like, okay, we're watching. And so it takes a minute, because it's almost like once you enter, it's, you're a part of something, like this is the wolf pack,
Yeah.
Like, and you don't get away, like it's like I don't to sound cultish, man, but it's kind of like a brotherhood, because people in this particular arena that are of like mind and of the same accord, it's like we all think the same. It's weird, right? Because like if I'm not here, if you're here, of Levelist or Jedi's here, like I can feel like if I'm there. Like, or if I'm listening to you guys, I'm like, as if I was saying it, like it's the same. So there's you can't bullshit us. Like that's one thing you can't do. If you're in here and you're trying to do that, it's like, no, we're not gonna. Hands on the beach ball is not gonna work for you. Like that's try again. So yeah, and what I'm saying though is like I want people to be inspired by like the things that we're doing here, because like I really want other people to step up, because we need more.
Dude, I'll add on that. Like, for me, just know your role. Like, I'm not the most technical person in here. So find your lane and just, hammer it. Like, you don't hear me getting into like electrostatics and stuff. There's other people that are there for that. You guys, just Timbo was in here going on about the theodolites and stuff. I don't know stuff about that. So just be the best version of you. Because we need everyone to play a different role, sort of. You know what I mean?
100%.
We can't all be the same guy. You know, we don't need 10 Miggies. We don't need 10 Jedis, 10 CBs. We need one of each. You know what I'm saying? So.
I would say what's up to Levelist. What's up, Levelist? Yeah.
What's going on?
Not too much, man. We're just talking about like Globers and what this place is about and how we've like matured from, we've evolved, right, Jedi? Like, I mean, well, ever since Jedi was here, there's been like a fresh face or a fresh look to like what we, and the landscape is changing. You know, people come and go. They take sabbaticals, they come back, and I don't know. I think that the coming together of like the way the people are here, I think is just showing the maturity of like what we're doing. So, and the sincerity too. So the next generation, and I think, Kim, weren't we talking about this the other day, that the level of like, I don't really see people stepping up to the plate that are like your age, CB. So that you're kind of like the you're leading the pack in that sense, like with the people that are about your age.
Go.
you don't find it. Like, I'm serious, right? Like the 20-year-olds, like they're few and far between that are ones that are going to be standing up for the truth, man. Like, really, they just like don't care anymore. Like, so what kind of thing?
Yeah, it's kind of sad. People have lost their passion a little bit. Like, especially with the Globe Earthers, like, why does it matter? You guys don't care. Even if space was real, I'd be passionate about that. But,
Did you miss the conversation with Crepuscular yesterday?
Yeah.
That we had? He was a young gentleman. He was 24. He's engaged. He's got a fiance who's got 150 IQ, and it was one of the ones that would say that he doesn't know his reality is real and so on, you know, kind of thing. Like,
oh God,
yeah, we're having the discussion with him. But
is your wife real? Well, I'm 99% sure.
we
I have the effects of a fiance.
Levelist, but I like your approach, man. Because Levelist's approach was, he's like, well, if you don't know, if you're assuming that you're sitting down eating malted bread, who can we ask to know if that's what you're actually doing? Like, is there somebody? Well, I really like that approach, man.
That's my dad. I ripped my dad off on that one. I would do things wrong when I was a kid, and he would be like, I need to know why you did that. And I would try to get out of the conversation by saying, I don't know. I thought I don't know was a good enough answer. And he's like, well, then if you don't know, then go to your fucking room until you can figure out why you did that. If you don't know why you're doing something, then you don't need to be doing anything. No dinner that night, no nothing. I remember just sitting in my room for like 6 hours, like, why did I do that? Yeah. And then I'm like, well, he's not going to buy that story. I got to come up with a better one. So I'm like, well, maybe we need to figure out why we're doing things before we do things, Johnny. Okay.
Yeah. Salute to your dad, man. Sorry about the tough love on your end, but like, he was in the right by giving you those instructions, man. But like, I guess we don't see those things as people that, you know, coming up, and like we don't. And I think that tough love, it was instilled it built your character, man. And it surely gave you the direction that you needed, you know. And so now you are a person who's level-headed, you know.
Hey, I see what you did there.
Yeah, I try to incorporate a play on words. But I mean, that's the point, though, man. We're trying to get these guys to realize there is no out, man. Like, who else are we going to talk to if it's not you? And then at some point he got upset. He's like, well, we were asking him to go, who can we ask then? He's like, well, you can ask me. Okay, then. We'll ask you. So are you sitting down eating your malted bread? He's like, yeah. Are you 100% certain that you're doing that? I assume. Okay, then who do we ask? It's like a circle jerk, you know, that he doesn't know how to get out of. It's funny.
But Miggy, not for 10 minutes, for 1.5 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem.
The pause. I was like, let's go with the oldie but a goodie. Are you 100% certain that you're speaking on Discord? And the pause was like, it was a 30-second pause. I was waiting. I was letting that pregnancy pause, and it was beautiful.
You gotta let that steak marinate, man, if you want it to be tender. Go ahead.
Yeah. You can perceive dog like a dog, but I can perceive dog like a cat.
Well, that's what's wrong with the world today. I don't know what it is, like Aerosmith. But if you look at people calling themselves, well, I see my pronouns are cat, kitten, like, you know what I mean, like, and then call me a cat because I identify with a. So this is the problem that we're having. That's why this breakdown in society. Everybody's running around saying shit about what they are, and if we were to talk about it in the sense of like, okay, this kind of thinking is like batshit insane, then you would agree, right, on a certain level. Like if I was to say, well, I identify with a gummy bear, so call me, I you know, that's what I am today. And it's like, you're pretty stupid for saying that. Like, you're an idiot. Like, why am I gonna say that? Like, you're a human. Like, so if somebody's trying to identify something they're not, then isn't that batshit crazy? Like, or am I crazy for saying that? Like, is that so? Well, it's the confusion part, man. Everybody's like, well, since you can't perceive your own reality, then you can make up one. And it's like, your truth is your truth, man. Just what do you feel like today? Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Like, what do you feel like today? And so everybody's just running around saying shit. And then the poor unfortunate soul that thinks that he doesn't know what he can be sure of things. Then he's gonna carry a worldview where everything is whatever his own making, right?
Yep.
That's why he just assumes that he was sitting down eating melted bread. So I know the root cause. And so this mind virus has latched onto, and it'll latch onto you too, like if you allow it to, you know? Well, hold on a second. I could be a brain in a jar. How do I know I'm not that? You know, kind of stupid idea. And so we're dealing with massive. Yeah.
When you compare that with the globe, you can say I'm in a dream. Okay, what that have? How you know that it's a globe if you're in a dream?
No, I don't even. If people even say that kind of shit, I'm just like, dude. Okay, when you were dreaming, you woke up, right? Yeah. Okay. Are you awake now? Yeah. Are you dreaming? No. Well, then why you say you're dreaming, fool? Woke up, man. Freaking idiot. Like, aren't you awake talking to me on Discord? Like, what's going on here? Am I the only one? But anyway, go ahead.
Ryan dubbed something about, he talked about this exact thing last night. I think it was Orion. He was like, we need these guys. He brought up like the idea of like, pinch me, I'm dreaming, where that saying comes from. You know what I mean? It's like these guys need a pinch.
Come on. Kick in the pants, dude. That's what they need.
Or bonk on the head or something.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're dealing with that. So at the moment, the reasons why Mr. Sensible and iterations like him will say stupid things like that is because somewhere somebody said this thing and they read it, their professor said it, somebody said some shit, and now they got this idea, you know, rattling around their noggin that they're saying they can't know anything.
because if you say that the Earth is a sphere and it has the radius of 3,000, and when you say the speed and all numbers, that has sense, you know. Then when you use sense and you go outside and try to measure that and try to do whatever you want to do, there is point where you going to nonsense, you know, because that could be a dream.
Dude, it's like they have a community brain they all share, right? I've seen some videos of people like sitting around a table. Somebody asked the question, what is your thoughts on this? Person one says their opinion, and then everyone else after just parrots that original person's opinion. It's like they're sharing a community brain amongst each other. Globers are a lot like that. Oh, 99%. Oh, yeah, he's right. No, I think 99%. And everyone else follows suit. You see it. We're seeing it more and more now.
Yeah, nobody wants to say 93%.
No, because okay, so that small little percentage, and others would argue that saying 99.999% is like saying 100%. I don't, because I know what they're trying to get at when they're using that. They're not saying that the level of certainty is already 100%. They're not saying that. They're leaving a little bit of like a position to not be held accountable for the shit they're saying. So that's why they make it seem that way. to the people listening, so they can be like, oh, well, you know, I said I didn't know. Like I'm not a scientist. Well, nice.
Mickey,
So you're
when you are giving 99%, that means that you are almost 100% sure that it's in mathematics. You know, that's logic. You know, that means that you are almost there, but something is missing. Maybe some, you know.
Yeah.
But that's the point of their argument. The Earth is sphere, you know, 99%, you know, and now they will give you they will give you 1%, you know. Even they don't know what is that, but they will give you, okay, this is 1%. In this case, I'm speaking only of the shape of the Earth, not about if I'm present. Like some stupid things. But they are giving you that 1%, even not asking that for that 1%, you know. Okay, I'm sure. But if you're sure 99%, if I'm sure that I drink this, if I'm sure that I can make bread, if I'm sure, I know myself that I know what I can claim 99%, you know. That means I cannot claim that I'm sure that it's still 99% because I don't know that.
This is what I'm getting at too. It's like that's not even their own idea. They just heard it from someone else.
Yeah.
They're just parroting.
Maybe if I'm PhD in astronomy, but even then, I need to ask myself.
So why is it always 99? Like, where's the guys who are saying, "Oh, 95"? It's like that's what I mean. They're not coming up with this idea on their own. They heard some quote unquote big brain say it, so they're just gonna parrot it.
It's a fact, you know. It's something like, okay, I will not say 100% because it's not nice to say. I'm not so sure, but it is for sure 99%.
You can't be that confident.
Because you maybe missed something, you know. You don't know everything, you know. But for sure, you know that it's spherical.
Right. That's the interesting part. I think they're trying to introduce the doubt for us. They're like, well, you guys have to apply a little bit of doubt when there's like no doubt in their mind. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't buy it either. I'm not 99%er. You're not going to introduce some doubt to me. I know where I'm talking about. I know what I understand. I know what I know.
That's why I'm asking questions. If Earth is whatever now, it's, you know, if Earth is flat, they are asking all the time that question. They're never asking because it's fact. It's let's now see how it's. If Earth is flat, why this is not working? Without questioning the globe, anytime.
Indeed.
Somebody just popped in. Welcome.
If you guys are in here, man, say what's up. What's up?
Oh, that was Dave Hinkle. What's up, Dave?
We got Dave in the house. How we doing, Dead Air Dave? What's up? It's Dead Air Dave again.
Too catchy.
No, we didn't hear you,
bro.
Dave. You unmuted your mic, but we didn't hear you, bro. No, you got some mic.
Roboting.
Check your input/output on your little cog wheel at the bottom left hand. If you might not have your microphone set to the one that, if you're not on your phone, that is.
Is this mic working?
We got 29 people watching the YouTube live stream. Any of you guys in there, brave souls, want to step foot in here and talk about how you know or think that the Earth is a globe? Please. We have rolled out the red carpet for you, especially if you're listening right now. Come in here and tell us. There's no Earth being a globe, but I mean, if you want to talk about how you think it is, kind of want to hear it. Do you think that you can provide evidence such as the Titanic being evidence for the Earth being a globe or a moon landing, or I don't know. A water level? Like Jesse Gordon with his tops of the buildings? Jesse Gordon, you schmuck. Come in here.
And when you come back in here, leave, just take a shower first. So you come in like dry. Because yesterday you were covered in grease. You coated yourself in all this grease before you came in here. Because you were slimy as all get out. We asked him a yes or no question. He's like, that's a false dichotomy.
Idiot doesn't know what a false dichotomy is.
Sorry, is the horizon parent, or in this photograph, is this curvature of the Earth? Well, that's a false dichotomy. Fucking idiot. What else could it be? What else are you trying to show me here? This is your fucking evidence, mate. And now it's a false dichotomy. Piss off.
It could be flat and curved at the same time.
Yeah.
Greasy Globers.
Don't be greasy. Come on, man.
They heard that in debates, you know, and it's always nice to say something like that. It sounds clever, you know.
That I'll add, for anyone who doesn't understand the grease concept, in wrestling or like fighting, you start off fairly dry, so it's easier to grip onto your opponent, right? As the rounds go on, you get a little sweaty, a little slippery, and then so there's been fighters in the past that have cheated. When you start to fight, the doctors will put a little bit of Vaseline on your face so you don't get cut. And we've seen fighters who have take that Vaseline and like rub it on their bodies and their backs and stuff like that, so that they can be a little bit more slippery in the fight. That's cheating. You're not allowed to do that in actual sports. But that's the reference I'm getting at. Is like they're covering themselves in grease so that they can be slippery in the midst of the quote unquote fight. And just it's kind of annoying. Slippery bastards. It's like accountability is just kryptonite for these guys.
Direct questions is kryptonite for these guys.
All right, what did you ask a question? I don't know. Was there a question? I just.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Jedi, you're like, no,
shit.
he's talking to me, dude.
I hate when they do that, or they say like, I don't know what you mean. Bullshit, dude.
I
don't be in here saying that you don't know. Say, man, no English.
No, I'm English.
Shit. Dude, you've been talking to us all this time about the topic of the shape of the earth, and no habla English is not going to fly at all, period.
That's hilarious, though. Like you've been talking to the guy for 45 minutes. Are you talking to me? No, the other Glober I've been talking to for the past 45 minutes. Yeah, who else?
It's like everyone else can hear just fine. Sasha could go ahead and steer the ship, and we can all understand just fine. But like when Central's talking, it's like, what? Did you say? I don't understand the question.
Speak
no habla inglés.
You know what I was thinking though, guys, and maybe putting it into like a pretext to like having a conversation with somebody. Go down a checklist. Okay. Reality check. Do you know if you're talking on Discord? You know that 100%. Okay, so answer this question. Are you a scientist? Yes or no? So we can get that shit out of the way. So that way you don't have any excuse at the end of the discussion to be like, well, I'm not a scientist. No, we went over that.
Yeah, we already covered that. Yeah.
We went down the list and you said no at the very beginning. So if you're not the guy to talk to, go bring me the freaking guy I can talk to. Because you're not the guy. You're just somebody who thinks they know what's going on, but obviously you're not a scientist, so bring the scientist. That solves that problem, right? But at the end of that conversation with that knucklehead, he's just going to be like, well, that's our best guess. Yeah, I know. But your best guess is what this guy is hinging his worldview on. He's like, oh, it's a globe. And you're like, yeah, it's our best guess. Shithead. Blind following the blind. And they both fall into a pit. That's it.
Open up your windows. Yeah, it's a good quote. it was in a rap song I really like. It's the blind lead the blind. Open up your windows. Blinds, windows. They can't see, man. They're blinded.
Yeah, we got 30 people watching. 30. There must be somebody amongst you. Who amongst you? Who's the brave soul that could actually step forward in here and bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe? All 30 people. One of you's got the answer. Bendy Light, you got the answer? Come on in here. Let's see if you got the stones to step foot in here. I'm going to get muted. I'm going to get banned. I won't go in there because you guys will ban me. Shut your face up. Get in here.
Bendy Light definitely sounds like he's got answers, right? You can see it in the name. Bendy Light, what are you trying to invoke there? Come on, explain yourself. Hit the link, join the server. We won't ban you. Just bring your ball.
More like bent over.
Well, yeah.
Shout out to the crew. We got everybody in here right now. What's going on, fellas? Ladies.
Hanging with the boys and girls.
What's up? I'm just ready to pounce on anybody in the lobby. That's all.
I need to add that Kim Possible ringtone to my soundboard. Din din din.
Yeah.
Kim Possible. That'll be your walkout theme music when you join.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me.
Yes. Submit your walkout music.
Yeah, I've heard that all my life, so everybody will call me Kim Possible or Lil Kim.
Lil Kim.
Well, I am very little. I'm 5 foot tall.
Wow. Dun, dun, dun. Switch over mics here. Test, test. We all good?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Cool.
Yeah, some days it's popping and other days it's kind of slow. Either way, we'll still be here.
Resolve, you beat me to it. I meant to get that clip. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. When they're talking about, like, oh well, get the guy who is the guy. I'm no scientist.
Yeah, send your guy in here. Who's your man's? Whose man's is this? What up, Martoth? Martoth's in here.
Maybe. I'm not just listening in.
Cool, cool.
How you doing?
Yeah. Doing well, man. Loving my diet. Loving this ketovore diet. Yesterday, at work, I'm carrying these like heavy rolls of plastic, and just every time, man, they seem to be getting lighter and lighter. I'm telling you guys.
You putting on some timber, Miggy?
Yeah, dude. Like I got some muscle stacks coming up. I'm like, oh shit. Look at myself in the mirror, like, hey, oh yeah. But just do it. No, I was just talking about like the carnivore diet and ketovore. Well, for me anyway, it's a nice fit for me in my walk. I've been enjoying it thoroughly. Just eat when I'm hungry and so forth, and I'm pretty much I eat till I'm full, and yeah, it's awesome. Weight has decreased, muscle has increased, like all kinds of stuff. Positive results. Mental acuity shot up. Oh, have you tried that level list yet?
Yeah, I already ran out of meat. I got to. I went on it for about 8 days, and now I've fallen off the train for about 2 or 3. I got to get back on.
Yeah, but what did you like? I mean, you could notice even a fraction of it, like the difference.
Oh yeah. I had done keto before. I've always struggled with my chubbiness my whole life, and that's why I was asking those questions about the carnivore, because that's the only one that I knew about that I hadn't actually tried. But yeah, I definitely did see the gains already.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like getting back to what mental health and physical health, all that stuff, and something to look at anyways. Just do the research on it, because like with everything, there's always the mainstream rhetoric, and then you got like what we all know to be true. And my greatest examples of like what for health anyway, like people like that exist, like the old people, like they're the hallmarks of what like eating a specific way looks like. So you can see somebody that's fit in their like 60s and 70s, and you're like, how'd they get like that? Like, what's the deal here? What's their meal plan looking like? And you kind of compare from different people everywhere on this good earth. And then you start to see like a pattern, then you can start to say, well, these guys all eating this. So whereas like these modern nutrition, like saying like the statements that people make on nutrition, like they would say that this is the only way to eat and this is the healthiest way, and high carb, low fats, and kind of stuff. Because that in America, to me, that was ingrained, and it's still like in my brain. I'm thinking like, it's weird, man. Because you're still thinking like, is this the right way? I'm like, because I'm consuming a shitload of fats, dude, like a lot, and low carbs. And I'm like, at some point you start to think like, well, did any of this stuff, did they have any results to like, but the studies that are behind all of these things are the things that we haven't looked into. And so not only the studies, but like the examples of old people like that are still alive that were eating like what we would consider unhealthy. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that to me was like the hallmark.
Yeah.
What did you see?
Dietary studies are a big mess anyway, as far as I'm concerned.
Did you see this recent thing that they just released about the new food chart? I can't remember who came out with it, but it was connected to the WEF and all that bullshit.
Oh, they got crickets on there now.
No, not crickets, but like cereal. It was like a chart that gave points.
Paid for.
Cereal was way higher than eggs and milk and meat.
I don't know if people know this, man, but like in the background, they're changing shit. Like, and like let's say our kids' generation, like now today's kids, they're gonna grow up in a world where they're gonna learn about a food pyramid that has nothing to do with like true nutrition, but has everything to do with like special groups, special companies, the interest companies that buy their way into the food pyramid to have their product being pushed onto the people, as in like this is what wholesome good nutrition is. And you're dealing with like that, and then they have their own studies behind it though. Warrior, have you seen that? Like they have their own. These aren't like true studies. They're just like ones that are put up there so that you can, oh, look, there's a paper on this. Kind of like it's
retarded.
So people don't know, like, so when you're groomed like all your life thinking that eating a certain way is going to kill you because they put that in your mind, then you kind of stay away from it. Like, and then even like today, like I was saying today, even like my mind is like, dude, is high fats a good way to go? Because I've been hearing all my life that eating this way could kill you fast. Like you die at an early age, clogged arteries and like plaque and all this kind of stuff, and it's dangerous. And even some of the nutritionists right now would disagree. They're like, dude, don't eat like this. Like this is wrong. Like don't.
Yeah, and I grew up eating margarine, and my mom thought margarine was good for you. My mom thought cholesterol was bad, and I kind of flipped her like you. I wouldn't call it keto. I just ate meat and vegetables and butter. Like that's all I would eat, and I lost 130 pounds over a couple years. It's been a long time, but like I had to flip my parents and teach them the one real like brain light bulb moment is if you see there's a meme, it's really old, but there's like a maze of margarine and with a slice of butter in the middle of it, and all these ants will walk through this maze of margarine to get to this butter.
Yeah, the butter.
Because they won't eat margarine. It's like fucking plastic. It's like eating.
Yeah, dude, that's
horrible for you.
Dude, don't eat margarine at all. If you're eating it now, please, like seed oils, stay away, man. Guess who just DM'd me right now? And who's listening to this conversation? Well, not this one, but specifically our talk about the shape of the earth. Let's see. I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm the scientist. Pluck up some courage and unban me. I'll have the conversation with you. I'm free next week.
Who is that? Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I always think Professor Phil, right? Isn't he like the king of the DMs?
Yep.
The DM king.
The DM king, Professor Phil. Professor Phil, we busted you up long ago. And the only reason why I would even do that was to like generate some content for the new people who haven't heard you or haven't actually heard us bust you up. But in today's terms, because you're listening right now, and I know you are, but in today's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you would be utterly crushed, man. Like you would have it would be worse than the last time you were here. Let's just say that. Way worse.
I'm pretty sure Phil's listening like 24/7.
Yeah, I don't know you, Professor Phil, but if you're a professor, why the hell are you sitting in an office listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? I think that's funny. Like
every damn day.
You must not be important in your field. There's shit out there to be professed.
I mean, like, I wouldn't actually mind talking to Phil again, because like it's kind of good to talk to someone who can at least try to have a somewhat academic argument about this rather than just spiraling. But yeah, he's gonna have to cut the habit of like lurking in lobby and DMing every new person that joins. Like, don't listen to these guys. I'm a professor. They're all morons. Blah blah blah. Like, that's what got you banned, Phil.
Yeah, I think
it wasn't that you couldn't have the discussion. It was that you had to slide into everyone's DMs.
I think he's on a permaban list, Marthoth. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but I could see if he is or not, or we could see if he is or not.
I kind of want to talk to him. He's fun.
He gets like 2 shots a year. Every 6 months, he gets to come back.
Yeah, we just see what's going on. He says he's answering because one of my hobbies is to listen. Oh, what? Let's see here. He's gonna say something dumb. Usually does. Because one of my hobbies is to listen to people with alternative points of view. He's still typing to me.
Translation: one of my obsessions.
Yeah, and this view is extremely harmful. So
sometimes they have something interesting to say. I don't know. His visiting hours are around every 6. MJ, what are you doing? Get in the voice call, bro. I haven't talked to you in forever. What are you doing out there? Come on in here, man. Oh, he messaged you too?
Yeah, that was from the other server, Tartaria. Yeah. That was his argument over and over again. Geodetic surveying in all caps. Can you elaborate, Phil? Geodetic surveying. Just over and over.
Just over and over again, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, is that like where they take measurements using a flat geometry and then they try to work it around a ball, pretty much?
Well, yeah. Except I couldn't get him to elaborate, so I don't know. He
Oh,
just
that's
said
too bad.
geodetic surveying in all caps over and over again. That seemed to be the whole argument.
Great.
That's funny because like he brought that up like I think it was a year or two ago when he was here talking. Like he said that, but he didn't really know any details about that, like about the theodolite, how it worked, or that the plumb lines are curved, or anything like that. Like
Yeah.
he just believes that there are other scientists who are geodetic surveying and they know what they're doing, so that makes it legit.
Hey Phil, since I know you're listening and you're DMing me, what is the name of the satellite that you worked on, or that are working on, or the one that? Freaking MJ, dude! I haven't talked to you in forever. Yeah, but if you're listening, because you did talk about that, and you've said a lot of things that you've never came forth and actually done. And I'm looking at the DMs you had with Heretic, and it pretty much seems that you just type in all caps and expect for somebody just to believe what you're saying because you're saying it over and over and over again. Oh, that's right. You're right, MJ. He does do that. Go ahead, Heretic.
Yeah, it was. It's basically what I already said, though. But it's just funny. It was just literally. Yeah, could you expand a little bit on geodetic surveying, and then just again and again, geodetic surveying, all caps.
Yeah, it's even funnier because he speaks in all caps as well with exclamation marks. He's a weird dude.
That's pretty strange.
It doesn't take him long to spiral, and then he starts yelling at everyone.
Jimbo, what's up, bro?
Hey, Miggy, how are you, mate?
Pretty good, bro. Like, what's you done working, or what's you driving?
No, just starting.
Oh, you're just beginning. Okay.
Yeah, it's 7:30, 7:45.
You work night shift or what? Morning shift?
No, 7:45 in the morning. Yeah.
Oh, it's morning.
So I do. I normally do 7:30 till about 4 or something like that. But I work for myself, so I do my own hours.
Hey, Jedi just popped back in here. Guess who's DMing me right now?
Your one true love, Jesse Gordon.
No, Professor Phil.
Oh, the other one. Your other one, true love.
Yeah, the other one. He's DMing me. I don't know. Like, I haven't blocked him. I don't really care. It's like those guys. He doesn't really annoy me. Some others that I block probably do, but he doesn't really. Professor Phil never really annoyed me. He's just, fully indoctrinated. All right, so I asked him what was the name of the satellite that he worked on. He said Cartosat 3. I'm gonna put the name of it in the chat for you guys. But this is the one that he said he was working on. That. But I remember the last time we were talking to him, he said his greatest evidence for the Earth being a globe was evidence of satellites.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
well,
we've had
because he was working on that one.
Sorry?
That and because he said he was working on that specific satellite, that one right there. I put in the text.
Oh, of course, yeah. This is what he does, isn't it?
Adam, that's a great meme of him, dude. I'm very upset. Changed my mind. He's coming off like a poor man's version of Colonel Sanders, doesn't he? That's the one, Timbo. Yeah.
Of course, it's a cartoon.
I have one. So apparently globe earthers like to bring up the gyroscope argument, which is like how apparently they can observe a 15 degree per hour rotation on the gyro. They call this a gyro drift, I believe, and apparently this gyro drift is on. It can happen on every latitude, and supposedly they believe that because they observe this gyro drift, it's somehow proof that the Earth is moving.
How'd they prove the cause?
Well, that's the thing, is they assume that it can only be the Earth that's causing the gyro drift.
Is it that gyro made for that purpose?
Well, in this case, this guy, he said, well, even other gyros, I believe it's like the plane gyros, they say that because they detect the 15 degree rotation per hour drift, it's somehow proof that the Earth is moving.
Yeah,
and it doesn't
somehow,
matter
right.
what latitude you're on, just as long as this drift occurs, it's somehow proof of the Earth moving.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Why would they? Who did you speak to, Flurf, that actually was saying that?
He claimed he was a pilot. His name is Zion. He's on Telegram. He said that this is supposedly proof of the Earth moving because he believes that.
Flurf,
Yeah.
do me a favor. Drop him a link to this Discord and tell him to join. Just shoot him a link. Say, hey, there's people in there that probably would challenge what you're saying. So come on in.
All right. Hello.
Just ask him to prove the cause.
Yeah, well,
he says that the Earth moving is the only explanation because he believes that.
All right.
Because,
yeah, just shoot him a link.
Build incredulity, affirming the consequent. Cool.
Yeah, Heretic, you can have first go at this guy. Like, I just kind of want to hear what he's got to. So if he's gonna keep repeating that, like, then you got him lock, stock, and barrel, man. Like, for sure.
Yeah, just validate the cause. It's all fine and well to see it drift, but then to just point and declare that it's due to this thing that you didn't test, well, I mean, it kind of takes care of itself.
And if gyros are showing that motion, that means when you take a drone will go away from you in reality.
That's an interesting one, but yeah, that's supposedly. I believe his explanation was. Let me look it up. Okay. Hey, I just want to clarify your claim. What was your exact reasoning for why you believe the Earth moving is the only explanation for the 15-degree rotation per hour drift detected in your gyroscope? Because that's the same rate celestial bodies move across the sky. And if the gyro is rotating, that should imply they too are rotating around the Earth. But if the Earth is stationary, the gyro would not have to move, i.e. the Earth must be moving.
So
moving.
I'm wondering something now. You said he was a pilot. Is he claiming that this happens during flight?
Yes, he claims this happens
Jesus
during
Christ!
flight.
That's just great.
Maybe Martoth needs to speak to him.
He claims this is what's happening on the plane while it's occurring.
I wonder which device specifically he's talking about, because there are like several devices that have the word gyro in them. Like,
He's just referring to like a plane gyroscope.
What is he saying about it? Is he saying like he has to adjust it, or?
He does have to adjust it.
I think he's talking about the attitude indicator then.
But yeah, apparently because of this 15-degree rotation.
That's great that you're relaying information about him, what he's saying. But I would rather speak to the man himself. Get him a link so he can come in here, man. So, I mean, it's great that he's telling you that, but he needs to speak to people like Heretic and Martoth. Like, I think that's the conversation I want to hear, because he doesn't know, or at least he's coming at it from a point like where he's asking, or you're asking him, how is it possible? And he doesn't understand.
Wait, hold on. I can give Heretic or Martoth his Telegram username so you can shoot him a DM. That could be it.
Whatever works, man. Like, just get him in here.
I was just gonna say, like, from what it sounds like he's talking about a gyro compass actually, and not actually a mechanical gyroscope. But I might be wrong.
It could be.
It's just like one of those regular plane gyros, I believe. Because if you look, because I believe it's the ones that because I was looking through your gyroscope section, and the one there's the video that says I detected the 15-degree gyroscope drift, proving Earth is moving, and it's he says it's a plane gyro. That might be the one that he is specifically referring to in terms of like what
We
he's
wouldn't know. I think we're divining his thoughts at this moment. I think we need to get him in here, and then we'll talk to him specifically, because I think we're going to be divining his thoughts from this part forward. And I think
Hey,
that's
Heretic, can you add me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I need to DM you the username if you're willing to talk to him or whatever.
shoot him a link, really.
Yeah, I did give him the link. He is
I see.
online, so maybe you can because like okay, so yeah, this is his username on Telegram. You can shoot him a DM if you want to.
Easiest if he just came here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I did send him the link. I'm not sure if he's responding. He hasn't responded yet, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have 32 people watching the live stream right now. If you guys are listening to this conversation and you have evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe, please click the link that Nightbot has on the YouTube live stream text chat, or on the description, click the link there. There's a link to this Discord. You'll pop in here, look for the live stream voice channel, and then we're typing in the live stream voice text, so we'll give you permissions to open up your mic and so forth. And you can bring your evidence why you think the Earth is a globe. If you think that the gyroscope processing provides evidence that the Earth is moving, or whatever, like we can talk about it. But you will never get to know if you don't come in here and ask the questions. So all you got to do, click the link, come in here. There's a panel of people here waiting to speak to you. Operators are standing by. All right.
But yeah, that's what he claims. He claims that the drift is somehow the only explanation as to why Earth moving is the only explanation to why the 15-degree per rotation hour rotation is occurring or detected in the drift.
You can't land an airplane with Earth moving down.
That guy can. Now I want to know how he's doing it.
Oh, he's in a group. He's currently in the voice chat on a Telegram chat right now. So you might have to wait a while. He could be a little bit busy. I could go
Tell him to drop what he's doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that he's used to.
I don't know, but I could go there and tell
go
him,
there, man.
or
Just go over there.
let me see if
Yeah, you don't have to be that intrusive. Just be like, hey, if you want to come in here, there's a couple of people that might challenge what you.
Can you guys hear my group chat? Because like I am
a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, Zion, are you there?
That tiny little bunny. Something. Who's that one?
Hey, Zion, you're there. Okay. Hey, you guys in Discord, can you hear Zion?
I can a little bit. You might want to get closer
You
to
can. Wait, hold on, because like. Okay, wait. I have a funny idea. All right. Zion, can you hear the people in the Discord call? Okay, can you guys speak?
Hi, Zion.
Hey, how's it going, Zion?
Zion,
I can hear them. Yeah, I am here.
Zion,
Alright.
it sounds like let me speak. It sounds like you have some interesting information about a gyroscope. And your friend Flurfer was telling us about what you might have in the way of the information. So, could you come in here and let us know what you're talking about? Because we just want to be clear on like what you were saying. So it would be pretty awesome if you would come in here and let us know. Did he hear me?
I'm actually not on Discord. Do I need to like open an account or something?
Yeah, I think you do, but it's pretty easy. I mean, it's really quick and easy. Discord isn't that hard. And if you need help, I think anyone can assist you. Yeah. Also, if there's anybody in there, Zion, bring all of your friends because we'd like to speak to everyone if they want to. Because I think this is most important. This topic that we're discussing. So, if you can, bring the whole crew. Bring everybody.
I think it's just him though.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever.
Zion, it's really easy to make a Discord account. So you just go on Discord.
Can we have like a time where we like reschedule? Because I don't know how much time I would have on my hands.
What 15 minutes? Whatever you got right now was great. Just so long as you make your account, Zion, I think that would be awesome. So we can at least have you in the server, and or whoever else wants to join too. But yeah, that's it. You know.
Okay. Let me tell you what I'll do. I'll create a Discord and hit up Rice Bowl, and then we'll schedule another time. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you can come in here. But yeah, for sure.
All right, guys.
All right. Thank you. That was Thank you, Zion. I'm glad you can engage in this because I would like to learn about the whole gyro thing and what your thoughts are on it. So
yeah, me too.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you. I'll take my leave. You can continue to talk. Yeah, you can talk now. I just come in here just because I wanted to let you know. So yeah, thanks.
No problem, bro. Yeah. Brand.
All right. Yeah, that is him. I somehow managed to get that to work. It's where I looped my headphone into its own microphone. So yeah, that worked out amazingly well.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just tell him to bring the party over here. Because it sounds like he was talking to other people, but
yeah, he was. But like, I believe it was his like, because I was talking about this and he brought up the gyro, and I was just trying to like get as much information out of it as possible. So yeah.
Yeah, I would like for him to bring the whole party over here because I like a big audience. Especially when there's somebody that they're looking up to talk about this subject.
Yeah.
Yes, gather around. Like this is it'll be a spectacle.
It will definitely be. That's an interesting one. Funny enough, if I'm able to like, because now just at that moment I figured out how to loop my headphone into the microphone so that it makes the Discord call and the Telegram call speak to each other. I could I guess because of that I could probably do that with any other Telegram call, especially the ones that I host, because Telegram, it has a flat Earth scene over there, all right. So
yeah, but they're not the 24/7 flat Earth Discord. We're number one.
The 24/7 one is probably really like the most active and the most resourceful. The ones on Telegram are like the ones that like gather the huge audience, like gather a lot of people though.
Yeah. So, Flurf, do me a favor, man. Anytime you do those things, just send them our way. This is the creme de la creme, man. You have legends in here, so people in here can deal with a lot of the stuff that maybe your average flat earther probably would have trouble with.
Yeah, because like I wasn't really familiar with the whole like gyroscope thing, so there's that. There is one really good guy that is like so like he is really like up to game with a lot of the flat earth stuff. He also builds a lot of tech. He's currently building what's called the devaccination machine. No, I'm not kidding. This is what he's currently doing. But he's so up to game with his flat Earth stuff. I believe his name is called Reich Doctor or Adam Smith.
Well, we'll be the judge of that for sure. Because some people that claim I've been a flat earther for 10 years. I can't tell. You don't sound like it when you're in here. Talk about ice rings and superfluid helium ceilings and shit. Like, come on, man. We're gonna get on the page where we're verifying stuff. Yeah. So okay. We just got to get more people in here that whoever they are out there floating around. Get them, yeah. Whatever groups that you're a part of, and if there's a way to connect us to them, like what you've just done, and then I'll talk, man. Hey, you guys want to come in here? Water's fine.
I've been a flat earther for 10 years. Okay, what's the curve calculation? Someone did this yesterday.
Yeah,
they were like 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, and it was also 8 inches per mile with a question mark at the end. Like he wasn't even sure.
Yeah. I love it.
Indio, what up, bro?
Yo, what up?
Refreshing my mind, you see.
No, he is a flat earther, but the flat earth is a slope, man.
Yeah.
Look, so guess who's in my DMs, Indio, right now?
There's also
let me guess, Cardi B, Beyonce, Rihanna. That's who's in your
next.
DMs?
The next best human, that Professor Phil.
Oh God.
I know he's like, okay, so this is what his last one was. He's like, okay, do you have the courage to unban me? I'll come in and have a chat next week, right? And then he says, you keep asking for experts to join you, but when you ban people like me, your words are hollow and intellectually dishonest.
Exactly.
Didn't we ban him because his words are hollow and intellectually dishonest, pretty much?
Because he's because he's a fake professor, dude. I need some ID from him. It's that simple.
Yeah. Hey, Phil.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Look, this dude's been clowning, saying he's a professor for a long time, and he's said some of the most ridiculous things that no professor would ever say. He said, I don't want to go over it again. He came in here one time and said the Rayleigh criterion had nothing to do with angles. And then if you just look it up, the very first variable in the formula is the symbol for angle. So to say something like that is just, that's the whole point of the calculation, is to find an angle. And then he said it has nothing to do with angles. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not just like a small error, like, oops, I messed up. That's just like.
But he's saying, though, Indio, he's like, if you're asking for experts, then
yeah, he thinks he's trying to put himself off as the expert. He's not an expert in anything except trolling.
Wasn't he hard banned by you? Somebody hard banned him. I don't know if it was you or me or one of the admins.
I don't know. You guys want to skip rope with him? I don't care. He's just going to get banned again because he'll always say something stupid.
Yeah, Phil, he's listening to us. So by the way, if you do want to come in here, we'll skip rope with you, but just message me when you want to get unbanned. I'm not going to unban you now and just have your account just there. No, you're going to be unbanned whenever it's time for you to come in here when we're here. That's it.
Is he in the YouTube chat or something?
Yeah, he's listening right now because he's DMing me.
Oh, okay.
So that guy is always lurking. Him, I know that Professor Phil, Bob the Science Guy, they're always listening. Bendy Light, idiotic, like the minions or the YouTube live stream text.
Stalkers, man. Isn't there laws against stalking?
They love to hate flat Earth, bro. They just
hiding in the bushes like a bunch of weirdos.
Miggy, you might want to check with Wolfgang because he's the one who put him on the permaban list. So.
Oh, Wolfgang did, yeah. Wolfgang, you know what? Wolfgang doesn't often get upset, and I don't usually hear him get upset because he's pretty calm about stuff. But I think that was the one time I've heard him go off the rails with Professor Phil.
Well, like one of the issues was that he would like slide into new people's DMs, like new people would join the server and
that's right.
want to learn flat Earth, and he would get into their DMs like, "I'm a physics professor, don't listen to people, they're retarded, blah blah blah," and it would just like run interference with the conversation. And the worst part is we couldn't detect him doing it. He'd probably been doing it for weeks until some person said, "Hey, I'm getting DMs."
He was doing it in the back test, or like was he doing it like outwardly sandbagging your conversation? Like
no, he was just going into the DMs, like literally. A new person would join, they would be talking in the lobby, asking questions, and he would DM them and start talking to them and feeding them information and stuff like that.
Keep him in Helio Cult. Keep him in Helio Cult when he's not.
Yeah, that might be a decent idea.
Yeah.
That's what Zanuck used to do, wasn't it?
Zanuck was the king of that. Zanuck was. As soon as a new person would be speaking to us and they didn't know much, all of a sudden they knew a lot. And I was like, what? You didn't know about this and now you do? And they were like, who's feeding you answers? Nobody. Yeah, right, dude.
It happened the other day.
Freaking Zanuck.
Weren't you in here the other day? It happened the other day.
There, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, refraction, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what's refraction? Something about the sun and like... like he had no clue what it was. Like literally no clue. Because he must have like Googled it, right? And if you Google like refraction, they'll give you like the diagram for the sun. How the sun is supposed to be over the horizon already but you can still see it at sunset. So like that's what he must have got.
Freaking
which is astronomical refraction as opposed to terrestrial refraction. So they got like two different refraction modes that don't neither one of them work. So it doesn't matter which one they use because none of them work.
Our atmosphere is totally super cold liquid methane or butane, causing refraction to make things appear flat.
Every time.
Over a physical obstruction, of course.
Yep. Happens in the winter, summer, windy, not windy, freaking, raining. All the time.
Yes, that's why we always see the Chicago skyline, no matter what. Making it appear flat, of course.
I really want to see it done. This would be crazy. Yeah, I don't even care what they use. They can use butane, methane, carbon dioxide, whatever. Take a curved piece of like sheet metal or something and make that look flat. I want to see you do that.
They have made they did use liquid butane or liquid methane to simulate a refraction that would make an object appear over a physical obstruction. They have done that, but
yeah,
our atmosphere is liquid butane. Obviously,
it's also not it's also not negative 20 degrees Celsius in like a in regular air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got like a 90-degree temperature gradient in 3 centimeters.
I don't think that even with air that is negative 20 degrees that you're going to get refraction.
I think if you had I think if you had a super extreme temperature gradient, like negative 50 on one side and like positive 30 in a very short distance, like
you probably could.
Yeah, if it was like very short distance, right? So if like you took like very super cold air and blew it over a surface in a place that was room temperature, you might be able to get a little bit of distortion, but other than that, I don't know. Because think of this, right? So if you take a blowtorch and you heat up a piece of metal that red hot, right? So that's like 500 degrees. It'll appear slightly bigger. But think about what the temperature gradient is, right? 70-degree air in a 500-degree piece of metal in basically the space of, half an inch, which is like a centimeter, right? So it takes that extreme, hundreds of degrees temperature gradient in a little teeny space. They're just claiming like if it's like 20 degrees outside and the water temperature is freaking, 5 degrees, then like it bends light around the curve. That's ridiculous. I mean, it is. It's just ridiculous. Like, and like, just ask for the demonstration. Where's the demonstration? Right? I mean, these theories and ideas, they're all well and dandy, right? But like, where's the objective empirical evidence light is curving around anything or ever has? Sorry, I didn't mean to like steal the thing. Steal the floor.
Dare you?
How dare you? I just drank a Bang energy drink, so it's kicking in.
It just reminded me of the clear and present danger, right? Like, how dare you, sir? How dare you?
Who ordered the code red?
Private Santiago.
Was Phil around today?
No, Miggy is negotiating the terms of his execution.
Okay.
Blindfold, cigarette, like, what do you want?
No, wait, please. We can make a deal. If you spare my life, I'll give you a planet. 3 planets. 2.5. You just went down. I'm a haggler.
Oh, does anybody have that, like, remember, like, a few months back, there was a news article that said, like, you know, like, this day of the year is the day that most of the Earth is lit up or something, the most amount of sunlight.
99% of the Earth experience sunlight in one day.
Does anybody have a link of that to someone?
I actually have I have a link to I have a link to a compilation on my Telegram channel. I can link that.
What's your Telegram channel? I got Telegram.
Yeah, hold on. I'll send you my link to it. Hold on. Give me 1 sec.
Okay, yeah.
This just came up because I was on a real derp server where their question was, how do time zones work? And I was like, well, how does this work? Like, how would your globe be lit? 90% of it be lit at one time.
Yeah, the impossible day on the globe. Yeah, I sent you the link to the thing on my Telegram, which compiled.
Okay.
It's a much shorter clip than the much longer video that Saya gave. It's just giving you the headline on it, but the 7-minute one just goes into detail on why that wouldn't work.
Hello. And it wasn't 90%; it was 90% of the population.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're people. Yeah, but still, it's observable.
Yeah, thanks, thanks for that one too. Yeah, cool.
But yeah, that was an interesting day that did not please a lot of globe earthers.
Yeah, I'm looking for it because some freaking idiot on Facebook talking shit. So I just.
It really,
like I already showed them some stuff, and they just like not even hand wave dismiss it. They just pretend they never even saw it. Like you didn't fucking refute anything I said. I'll just keep repeating the same wrong thing over and over again.
Was that the same day that they were talking about the moon being observable from Australia, South Africa, and South America? Remember that? Did they ever confirm that?
Yeah, like none of this shit is confirmed anything, right? This is just like, what does the model predict?
You know, yeah, exactly.
There's no place. So if you go on the U.S. Naval Observatory website, so they give sunrise, sunset times, right? Day length, all that stuff. If you go to the legal section, it says, because people will go to the U.S. Naval Observatory for like lawyers to like get to like act because they want to figure out what time a crime happened. Right? Did it happen during the day, at night? You know, it'll have some relevance to the crime. So they want the official U.S. Naval Observatory numbers of like how long the day was or what time the sun rose or whatever. Their legal section says these are calculated. And then it says no no agency of the U.S. government does observations of sunrises and sunsets. So all this, and so on top of that, use time and date. I've actually emailed them. They responded and said, our website is based upon the U.S. Naval Observatory times.
So that was making observations.
So none of this shit's based upon observation. This is all model.
Fucking hell. Didn't you turn around and say the other day that even their predictions for sunrise and sunsets have an error of about 15 minutes either way or something?
Yeah, the mean error, which would be like 50% of the observations are less time or more time, was, I think it was 5 or, hold on a second.
When I did
the mean error was 5 minutes, right? And the largest error that they recorded was 14 minutes. And the smallest error they recorded was like 3 minutes or like 2.5 minutes or something. So they're measuring the sunrise as like when the bottom of the sun is at the horizon, right? And on the other side is when it just disappears. So they're getting like the full size of the sun as part of it, right? So you have a sunrise in the sun. That's like what they're using. They actually, in the paper, I'll actually find it. So in the paper itself, they actually talk about the reason they did it is because all the other scientific literature, they all define what a sunrise is differently, right? Some use the top of the sun, some use the bottom of the sun, some use the center of the sun, right? So they just wanted, and they like what they were bitching about was like, no one's actually like tested this thoroughly, so we're going to go out and test it. And it was actual observatories, with the major one being the observatory in Hawaii, right? The one that's on the volcano. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name, Mauna Kea or whatever. So they observed it, I think, over a period of like a couple weeks, recording all the sunrise, sunset times. And like the data is the data. But I'll find the paper. It was actually pretty surprising that it was off by that much. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. A couple years ago, I did this experiment where I had a yardstick that was like 1 meter away from me that I drew a W on it. Because I tried to match it with the Florida Department of Transit when you should turn your headlights on. They had like a sign with a W on it, and they determined through like, when people saw it or couldn't see the W anymore. And that was when they considered people should turn their headlights on for nighttime driving. And I got 17 minutes of standard deviation. So it was interesting too, because that doesn't match the season. That when, like in Florida, you would always have to turn your headlights on, like at whatever time was. I don't have to look at my stuff I wrote. But it could still be daylight or enough daylight, but they'll prosecute you anyway. So I said to the globalists, like, if you get caught, present the heliocentric model as an expert witness and say, here's this model of creation that you live in, and you identified that it was daytime.
Yeah, so that just reminded me of a friend of mine. This is years ago. So in deer hunting, so on the first day of deer hunting season, you can't kill any deer until like the day, but it starts at sunrise. And he killed a deer like right at, he'd been stalking the deer. He'd been like stalking the deer for like weeks, right? He knew where that shit was going to be at sunrise. And like he said as soon as the sun came up, he shot it. And then when he brought it like to the freaking station where you have your deer tagged, they were like, nah, you must have shot this shit too early. And they ended up giving him a ticket. And they used like the official sunrise time to say he didn't shot it when the sun rose. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was a clear day. And like he tried to fight it in court, and they were like, this is a sunrise time, and we can know when the deer was shot, the time of death within 2 or 3 minutes. And what they said was, the game warden, was that this technology for time of death was actually invented on deer, not human beings. Right? So this is like, like when they say, oh, we know the time of death from the stomach contents, all that comes from deer experiments. Anyway, that's kind of like a side note. Yeah, but I guess the sunrise time could have been wrong. Because, My friend isn't like a renegade, and he might jump the gun a little bit, but I seriously doubt he did. Because he'd really want, listen, this dude had been talking about this deer for months. Like, as soon as deer season comes, I'm going to get this fucking deer. Because it's like a 12-point fucking buck, dude. And they took that shit from him.
Yeah, that's an interesting story, too. Especially with the deer. I mean, it's almost like a bar trivia question. How did scientists determine cause of death through stomach content?
Yeah, I've never validated that, and this is like this happened in like, say, 1997 or something.
I heard the same.
Maybe.
I heard the same thing with pigs too, where they determined fly or maggot infestation. They used pigs for that, not actually not people.
Yeah, they probably got the initial. Well, when they initially studied it, right? They probably used something other than human beings. Yeah, but the point is that the time and date stuff, being sun calc and all this stuff, it's not based upon observation. It's based upon the model, right? And nobody's ever going to notice, just as like a pure no one ever noticed like the sunrise in 15 minutes too early. And be like, hold on, man, call MIT. I just fucking noticed the sunrise in 15 minutes too early. You bust the globe model. Call the police. Call the National Guard. Call the president. Right? Then it's like, that's weird. Right? And then they go about their day. If anybody's even tracking it. And who the hell's tracking it? I did notice something weird though. Is that at 6:30, I'm in a place in the city, right? And like the sunrise is like was right at that time. And it was like on one side or the other of a building. Right? So I could see the sun. Hold on a second. Anyway, so like it's east facing. So before the winter solstice, it goes out of sight behind this building. So it went out of sight like maybe 12 days before the winter solstice. So I'm like, okay, when like it's supposed to come back, right? Like the sun's supposed to come back, and I should be able to see it like 12 days after the winter solstice, if it was all symmetrical. Didn't come back 12 days after the winter solstice. Didn't even come back to like, I think it was like maybe a week ago. So it was like way off. It was off by something like 10 days. Because I could use the building to like, okay, because like the sun is supposed to rise, right? And like each sunrise goes more and more south, right? So until the winter solstice, then it rises in the same location for 3 days, supposedly. Then it's supposed to rise going north. That's how it's supposed to work in the northern hemisphere. But it went behind the building, 12 sunrises to the winter solstice. So in 12 more sunrises of going north, it should be back on the other side of the building. But it wasn't. So that's a weird thing that I noticed. And this is like going outside the same time every day, like doing the exact same thing. Everything from the exact same location. That's why when Glober said, nothing annoys me more when it's like a Glober says, "Oh, our model explains this perfectly." That is like, that shit tears me up, dude. Because that's just propaganda.
Their model can't even tell you where the horizon's going to be.
Yeah, but it explains that perfectly. It explains your unknown perfectly.
That's where I was going with it too. They've got this whole thing for the sky. They have no idea, none, of what's going on in the sky. But somehow they think the observations of the sky can divine what the Earth is. That's not astronomy. That's astrology. That's the same thing as reading the horoscope. that star right there just told me the Earth is a globe. No, it didn't, you dumbass. That star didn't tell you shit.
Look, you got thousands of pages and paragraphs and tens of thousands, if not millions of words written about astronomy. If it was all explained perfectly, they wouldn't need all that paper. Right? Normally, when you write a scientific paper, astronomical journal, like you're basically saying, this is something we haven't figured out yet. We're trying to figure this out. That's why I'm writing this paper. You're not like, oh, this confirmed our perfect fucking model of observation, and like, you know, this is just one more. And even if it did, right? And even if it did, that's not scientific, because you're supposed to try and prove the theory's wrong, or prove the hypothesis wrong in the first place. Nothing is explained perfectly.
Well, aren't they just working backwards from the model assumption anyway?
Well, I mean, sometimes, yes. Yeah, almost all the time. They assume a globe and then try to fit whatever data they get into it.
Right.
If they but actually in astronomy though, they assume that the Earth is a point, because everything's so far away. They're like, everything's so far away, we can just assume that Earth is a point in space. So the Earth, if you had a 3-dimensional box, right, and you use radial coordinates instead of Cartesian coordinates, right, which is just like polar coordinates, except for they're spheres, right, nested spheres that go out forever. They assume that the Earth is the center. It's the point at the center, right? It's the 0 coordinate. The 0 of the X, Y, Z. That's the Earth. They don't consider anything about the radius value is only used for like the distances and shit, which is actually a separate thing from like the coordinate system. This shit is really compartmentalized in a way.
Yeah, I guess it kind of has to be, right? It's all like fractioned up. There's no overarching working model or anything. They just have like little, like you said, compartments of things. They're trying to piece it all together.
Well, yeah, think about like people go by like, it's called the ephemeris, right? And the ephemeris is where something will be in the sky, that position, right? At any location on Earth, like where is Mars going to be in the sky, and like its track across the sky that you would observe, right? And that's accurate probably out to like 5 or 6 years maybe, but it's updated all the time, and that's because of the 3-body problem. They're not actually doing like a 3D model of like the universe, right? With the Earth in the center and star and planets orbiting around it. They're doing something else. They're doing like it's hard to describe it. They're basically doing almost like a 2-body problem. You know, it's only Earth and Mars, and then Earth and Jupiter, and then Earth and, you know, whatever. But it's like tracing an ellipse around a point. It's not really. Actually, it'd be more like tracing an ellipse outside of looking at it from the inside of a sphere, tracing an ellipse around that, getting projected onto the surface of the sphere. Which is just, these are all just like, you know, assuming the sphere, right? But it wouldn't matter, right? Because if you assume the Earth is a point, that Earth can be a cube, fucking pyramid, pineapple, pretzel, freaking, doesn't matter what it is. Because you're just assuming it's a point.
Yeah, they like to compartmentalize their arguments. I was in another server the other day, and he's saying heliocentrism has nothing to do with dark matter or black holes. It's completely separate.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow.
Yeah, that bugs me too. And like on the modern day debate thing, it's like anytime a flat earther brings up a topic, that's not flat earth related. Delete. Some random dude comes in there with like a picture or some meme About how
Hold on,
dumb
Crit.
flat Earth
The
is.
real. You're talking about the Discord, right?
Yeah,
The real one or the fake one?
the fake one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the real one's slightly better. It's been okay there so far. The fake one is just, just garbage. It's so garbage, all the atheists fled it. To start over and make a new one.
Damn. Wow, you got to be pretty bad if you're like the amoral atheists are like, man, there's something wrong with you.
Because what happened is they banned everyone they didn't like, so then they had to start debating other things, and they realized that they really don't have this like left wing and right wing atheists, sort of like a Hawkins versus I can't think of a P.Z. Myers or whatever, and they realized that they've got a lot of differences between them politically, so they started banning each other, and then eventually it turned out that those sort of radical left-wing atheists now control the old one. And man, do they hate free speech. They like...
And voila, an echo chamber.
Not gonna amplify. We can't let you amplify your message, that bigot, transphobic, freaking insert goddamn bunch of name calling bullshit.
Yeah, they're all about canceling. They canceled so hard, they canceled themselves at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing about like when you make like, right? So if I like have a house and I want to keep the world out and I build a freaking wall to keep out the entire world, that's also a prison keeping me in too. So like,
yeah, they don't
like,
see the irony.
Is this a gated community or is it a prison?
Yeah, they don't see the irony in that either, because they're talking about they want people to come to them and prove it to them. As they ban you and delete your comments and time you out. So which one is it? Do you want me to present something to you, or you don't want me to? Because you say you want it, and then when I give it to you, you just trigger. So is that your goal? Is your goal just to trigger all day?
I don't feel like you're... now that you mention it, like, I just got this idea in my head that, like, maybe they're not actually trying to debate. Maybe they're just trying to, like, these are the ideas I won't accept, and I want anyone to know this idea is bad. Let's get rid of that. This idea is bad. Get rid of that. This idea is bad. Get rid of that. Right? So if they just ban you for the idea or cancel you or do whatever they do, mute you, delete your posts, all they're really doing is signaling, like, the ideas which should not even be heard. So it's basically the digital version of book burning.
The thought police, yeah.
Yeah.
But why do it? The point is, like, why do it, like, in a Discord or something? Is because they're trying to signal to other people, these are the bad thoughts, right? Well, just like 1984, right? Because you got that thing, like, nobody knows. You're trying to get people, like, walking on eggshells so they don't even know, like, what's the bad thought to even think. Right? So you have to go, oh, this is the bad thought, or this is the bad thought, or this is the bad thought. And what does that happen to do? The person that says these are the most amount of bad thoughts and that should be canceled, those are the people with power. So this is their, like, a race to top of the power structure by rejecting the most amount of things.
Hey, can you imagine? They have to introduce themselves and virtue signal before they even put anything out there.
Oh my God, yeah. It's like that's almost like, when the king would enter the room and, like, the heralds would blow their horns and the red carpet, King blah blah, Duke of this, they read all his titles. Then he'd walk in and go sit on his throne. Now they're like, pronouns, they would say all their pronouns and, like, all the causes they're for, and, like, all crazy, dude. Some things never change, right? Gender fluid, hands, tree, she, LBGTQ, king of the world. Today they're feeling female, so the name is Caitlyn Jenner. No, you gotta have his mother's name in there too, because if you have the father's last name, that's part of the patriarchy. So like
How dare you?
exactly. It's kind of tragic. I heard this awesome phrase today, man. Like he called somebody simp chansees.
Wow.
I was dying, dude.
I like it. I like it.
Multiple levels too.
I use that for Gem Panda server. We call them Gem Pansies.
Well, that's actually an app named Gempansies. The weird thing about people like on Gempansies, they actually want to be descended from apes. They actually desire it. They don't believe it because it's like, oh, the science says we have a common ancestor with apes. They actually want that. They don't want to be descended from like a higher spiritual consciousness. They want to be descended from frickin' animals because they want to be like, oh man. If you start counting the number of times someone says humans are animals on the internet, dude, like you lose your mind. So I've almost lost my mind over it. How glibly people say this. Well, humans are animals too.
I just thought of a plot.
That disgusts me at such a level. Like, no, seriously, it seriously turns in my stomach. Like,
I just thought.
The hell? Sorry, Chris.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Okay, I just have a plot twist. What you're talking about in the days where AI, like AI is going to sweep the internet for an average answer, and somehow this AI in the future is going to be in charge of the power grid or like a Terminator in charge of the weapons defense, and it's going to determine based off the average answer that humans are just animals.
Well, yeah, then you're going to send in a DM. Humans are animals. Then the AI is going to shut your shit off. You're like, oh, that must be a computer virus. Oh, humans are animals, man. No human would say they weren't an animal. This will be its logic, and then it'll shut your shit off. It must not be a human.
Must be some kind of bot, an errant program in the system.
Yeah, my logic is what is it from iRobot? My logic is irrefutable or something. Well, I mean, it's actually people trying to identify as animals. Sad state of affairs. That's usually what I ask them too. The people that say, "Well, humans are just animals too." I just ask them. Well, first I say, "No, we're not." And why would you want to believe that? Like, what's the motivation for because there's no evidence for it, right? There's no evidence that humans are animals. They'll say something stupid like, "Oh, 91% of our DNA is the same as chimpanzees." No, 91% of 1% of the DNA is the same as chimpanzees, but it's also the same as worms. It's also the same as a lot of other things, right? So, no, that wouldn't make us animals anyway.
Isn't it worth pointing out that we have, I think it's a technical term, the animal kingdom, and are people considered part of the animal kingdom? It seems like they're different, separate.
Yeah, the humans are separate from the animal kingdom. They're not in that genus, whatever. There's no taxonomy that puts humans there.
We have kingdoms of our own.
Yeah.
I just don't know why you'd want to believe you're an animal. I mean, have you actually watched animals before? Sorry. I'm not running around licking my own balls, eating my own shit. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything in common with human beings have anything in common with animals other than like we have like our basic body shape, right? We have arms, we have legs, like, but parts of our body shape no other animal has. Like no one has a thumb. So no animal is born absolutely helpless. Oh, at least I can't think of one. Maybe there is. Someone enlighten me. What animal is born absolutely helpless where it can't to some measure?
I think I don't know. Not to be argue with you, but puppies are pretty helpless.
Yeah, they're pretty helpless. Yeah, to a degree, they're helpless. But not as helpless as a human freaking baby, man.
Oh no, but they can pretty much get up and start moving around hours. Takes a baby years.
Marsupials are one. They live in the pouch.
Yeah,
when they're born. Yeah, but that's the only one I can think of.
But are they technically born? I mean, marsupials are weird because it's almost like they're born outside of the body.
Yeah, and then they go into that mucus pouch and they live in there for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like almost like not a placenta. Yeah, a placenta that's like not an open placenta as opposed to one that's closed, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because all their eyes are closed and they have no hair and they just feed while they're in there, keeping warm. So I could call it like an external incubator.
Yeah. Because like mammals, they have the only difference would be there's a mucus plug in the cervix of mammals that basically is the barrier between it and the outside world. I mean, that would kind of be the only difference if you just like that wasn't there. Kind of be the same. But there's also the placental wall and shit. I mean, it would just be like it would be kind of leaky. It would be leaking out all over the place. Marsupials are freaking weird.
Yeah, we've got one that lays eggs too.
A marsupial that lays eggs?
Yeah, the platypus, yeah.
I didn't know it was a marsupial. I just knew it was.
I knew it was a classification, like a monotreme or something like that.
So where do they think the platypus evolved from? Do they have like a fossil record for the evolution of a platypus?
I got no idea. I don't think so.
Man, they don't got shit.
They were just like I really want to see that, right? I want to see the missing link for the platypus.
Yeah, a mammal with a duck bill that lays eggs. Yeah. Where's their scientific breakdown for that?
And it has doesn't it have like beaver fur too, like fur that's like a beaver.
Yeah, it does, and it's got these prongs on the back of its feet that are poisonous too.
Jesus Christ, man!
It's got a tail like a beaver too.
Yeah.
Oh God, man! Some Glober's gonna come in here. It was like ancient aliens. It was a freaking genetic splicing that went wrong.
Like how many evolutionary steps? So they say it's a beaver. It evolved from a beaver. Okay, well, show me the beaver with just a poisonous stinger, or one that lays eggs.
Is that what they're saying?
I don't know what they're saying. I'm just saying that. I mean, by the way it looks, it looks like, I mean, kind of like a beaver. Other than
what part of it? What part of it did you say was poisonous? The platypus?
Yeah, apparently it's got these
called spurs, right? It has like spurs.
Yeah, spurs. Yeah. Either they're poisonous or they have a bacteria on them. Either one.
fucking attack platypus. Oh my god, look at that thing. I think it don't have teeth. Does it have teeth? Are there teeth in that, Bill?
I think the thing is, it's got a poisonous stinger, and it's also it when it shits, it rubs its shit all over its body. So it's also really you don't want to touch them because they're full of bacteria.
Yeah, we're animals, dude. We're just animals.
Yeah, we're just like that.
Oh, how's that, Adam? I didn't know the echidna laid eggs as well. We got some weird shit in this country.
Oh, Australia's like, don't you guys all die from like animals and stuff? Isn't like, I'm pretty sure Australia is like, if you're going to be killed by an animal, that's the continent with the highest risk of being killed by an animal. Even like worse than Africa. Because you guys got the crazy poison spiders, the crazy poison snakes. Kangaroos will rip your guts out. Like, you can't win over there.
What, those birds over there, ostriches or emus? They're fucking scary buggers and all.
Cassowaries, mate, they're the worst.
I have the opposite thing over here. Here in Oregon, I think it's black widows, the brown recluse, and hobo spiders are the only poisonous native creatures in Oregon. Every other bug or animal that is native here is non-poisonous.
Same here in Massachusetts. We have just a black. I don't. They're very rare. Brown recluse, black widows, and that's pretty much it as far as I know. My friend someone I know got bit by a brown recluse spider that was in his shoe, and he lost 2 of his toes. So they're pretty poisonous.
In Great Britain, you have really got to watch out for hedgehogs. Fucking scary bastards they are.
Hedgehogs. The blue ones with the freaking running shoes?
Yeah, pretty much. Like porcupines with no muscle. We've got nothing over here, man. Nothing that's going to scare you. No poisonous this, no poisonous that. No big thing with big teeth that's going to jump out and scare you.
UK, man. You guys killed that shit a long time ago. Anything that was poisonous on that island was dead a long time ago.
Yeah, we got rid of everything. Wolves, bears, a lot of them.
I spy a Bambi in the call.
Didn't St. Patrick get rid of the snakes or something? We need an Irish. Where's T-Mac?
Yeah, that's the story, mate. Yeah.
What's going on, Bambi? Long time no see.
Hello, how are you? I've been away for a while.
Glad to have you back.
Thank you. I was in some rough waters there. I was in and out of hospital, but I'm good. All good.
What else is new? You got any any fresh, hot, new arguments or anything?
Fortunately not. I have some new animals though. That's like the only thing that's ever new to me.
Nice.
I have a new baby owl called Tootsie. I'll put a photo of him in the chat.
Oh, are you doing that again? Did they open that back up?
Oh yeah, I never stopped doing it just because, that whole fucking shit hit. The owl's still got to be fed.
I thought they
Still
just
gonna get
freaking abandoned them. Oh my god, I can't leave the house. Abandon the birds.
Yeah, we went up to feed them every day. We took them out to socialise them, etc. We weren't able to go to like any events or the schools. Like we couldn't go in and do handling or anything, but we still got to go up and do it because if the birds don't get handled, they don't go feral, but they get more scared when you just go in and start handling them out the blue again. So you've got to like keep it as a regular kind of thing, so it's fresh in their mind that we're good people.
So let me get this correct. You went to get to the birds to make sure they're socialized, but you couldn't socialize yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Clown World confirmed.
There's Tootsie. He's a pygmy, so he's gonna stay that size. So Tootsie fits him.
Are there owls in Australia?
Yeah. We've got a milky eagle owl is their largest owl. It's an eagle owl. It's quite funky looking. It's got bald eyelids, so it looks like a wee old lady.
Owls are weird.
Owls are fascinating.
There's a lot of occult symbolism with owls that's associated with owls. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, they get loads of misconceptions. There's shit made up against them. They get tied to shit. People make things up to support some ridiculous fallacies that comfort them. But
it's really weird because it depends on what culture, right? So, like, you know, there's like a deviation in Western culture where they're linked to that cult, but there's in other cultures, like in South America or China, they have a different connotation. Especially if you dream of one, it's supposed to be like a sign that something bad's going to happen to you, or sometimes another culture will think it's something good's going to happen to you. So it's really weird. It's weird to me because how it has all these different connotations. There's like no other, like, pretty much if you look at the culture, like, okay, wolves are all the same connotation, you know, freaking dolphins the same thing, dogs the same, like, you know, whether they're anthropomorphizing some animal. Owls is just all over the place. I just thought that was kind of weird always.
It's one of those things like that, like you're saying, they're either like fucking good luck things, beautiful wee creatures, like folk look towards them, and then other places like they used to kill them, like they used to just mass kill them, like the black-banded owl. There's 6 of them left in the whole of Britain because they were mass murdered. You've got the spectacled owl that has like quite funky eyebrows and makes it look like it's frowning. So it was killed because it looked fucking evil, according to some people. And they were just, it was a ritual to just mass kill them as you know, as soon as you can, as well as like barn owls. Like the reason owls are associated with Halloween is because barn owls used to hang about graveyards, and like the noise that a barn owl makes is a screech. So they used to think it was a dead screaming. So they used to think that owls were possessed by demons because of the screech that they would make. Not many owls who, most of them do scream. So they used to think that they were possessed from just the noises they made alone.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah, it's just weird that it's like there's a diversity of mythology surrounding owls, but it's not the same with other animals.
Yeah.
Because when the whole Alex Jones, like, the Alex Jones, when he got into like the Bohemian Grove, right, and they do that owl, Moloch, the owl worshipping little ritual, right, the burning owl. So I'm like, you know, I kind of looked into like, okay, what's the occult symbolism behind an owl? And it, like, there's nothing really to like get your teeth into because it's all over the place.
Yeah. There's so many different views and things that people like. Yeah, everyone's got their own little story about them. And like, I've got evidence for this, blah, blah, blah. Like, everyone's fucking poor wee animals, man. I've got my own wee cult going over here. Fucking 72 dudes.
It's either like a good sign or like a horrible sign, but it's like it's just really weird.
But it's caused a lot of hurt to, like, there's extinct species of owls because of it. Like I'm saying, the black-banded owl and the spectacled owl are 2 of the ones that are most endangered. We've got 1 black-banded and then 3 spectacled, but you can't even release them back into the wild because.
What's the biggest risk for an owl that's not like a natural predator or natural death? Like, how most of them die? Like, do they get caught in shit or run into a window or?
Honestly, most of the time it's deforestation. Us humans just killing where they're just, like, you know, taking trees and shit down.
So
most of the time,
starve to death and have like just nowhere to go or something.
No, so most owls won't build a nest; they'll steal from others. And if they're kind of hunting grounds, now they tend to stay quite far apart. They won't nest near other owls. So when you have like owls and buzzards and some hawks and stuff, Harris hawks in America will hunt together, but other birds of prey like owls will keep about 3 miles between them. They'll not sleep in the same area. So if the area that they're able to house in, like the Amazon rainforest or whatever fucking trees and shit that are getting knocked down to build houses and motorways on, trains, pesticide as well, like farmers putting pesticides down on fields like in parts of, I think,
I was going to ask
Scotland
that next, poisoning and stuff.
Yeah, so like mice and stuff that farmers try to kill pests. Owls will go after like rats as well, so rat poison, anything that's going to kill pests really. As well as they can just pick up, so like there's this really bad thing that can kill them as well called bumblefoot, where they get like a small wound on the bottom of their foot from just stepping on a branch, and then that wound gets infected, and if an owl's foot is unable to be used, they can't hunt. So as soon as they get a small cut that just gets a wee bit of an infection, they can just die from that.
Do they eat bats?
Oh, they will eat anything in different parts of the world. There's in Australia, there's an owl called the babook owl, and those guys will sit on top of a lamppost and will eat all the moths and everything that fly to the light. It'll just sit there and kind of bend its head down and chomp them all as they come. But yeah, they'll eat anything. They'll eat fruit bats, anything they can get their grubby wee feet on.
Huh. They eat mosquitoes and shit like that?
The small ones will, like in India, they've got the scops owl, and they'll eat centipedes and tarantulas and shit. They'll just eat any bug.
I was thinking, like in the summer, forget the bug zapper, man. Just get a freaking owl there, man, with a light underneath them, and just have them chowing down.
A scops owl will just chomp all the bugs.
Because I hate mosquitoes with a passion.
Yeah. But they're not smart. Owls are fucking dumb. This whole wise owl is bullshit. Like, yeah, they're smart in the way that they hunt.
There was one smart owl that convinced everybody that the owls are smart.
They convinced everyone. That was the leader of the fucking cult.
Yeah.
The owl cult. But no, like they're fucking dumb, man. Like they hunt well. Like hawks and buzzards, when they catch their prey, they'll squeeze it to death and let it bleed out. Owls, that's too messy. That's too much. We don't want to do that. Some of them will hit the ground at like 30 miles an hour. They'll like use their weight to kill them rather than having to deal with squeezing and waiting and making a bloody mess. They'll just hit it and kill it on impact. That's the only way they're smart. Other than that, I've got a fucking owl, and his name's Phantom, and he's a great grey. His brain's the size of a ping pong ball. 75% of his brain is used up to his hearing, so it doesn't leave much room for common sense. So he'll sit on his perch and he'll fall asleep, and he'll face plant off it. He'll physically just fall because he's so dumb. Like, I've got no idea where this whole wise owl shit came from.
Does he think the Earth's a globe?
Honestly, he probably thinks it's fucking inverted. He probably doesn't even believe there is an Earth and he's in a wee simulation. He's on a world of his own. He's like on shrooms constantly. Of him, he looks traumatized permanently. Like he's just got these big fucking. That's the type of owl he is, actually. The fucking one that's in the chat.
The thing he said about, I've seen a hawk rip a pigeon's head off, like right in front of me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, kind of.
Yeah, they'll do that easy.
The screaming old ladies was not cool, but
yeah. But like that's why they'll hunt. Like a hawk will tend to like squeeze its prey, and let it bleed out. And owls will tend to kill on impact. That's why they tend to go.
Depends on the size, right? Like the relative size. Pigeons get pretty big here, so like they'd be kind of hard to squeeze to death.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. You do get some big plump pigeons.
I've seen pigeons with one leg, man.
I've seen ones that's like walking on nubs. Like both of their feet are gone and they've just got these wee fucking stubby wee nubs that they're kicking about on. That gives me the fear.
That's funny, dude.
I mean, nubby pigeon. Owls are just better, though.
Anything's better than a pigeon. The rats are almost better than the pigeons.
Almost.
Almost.
Oh, wait, I've got a photo of Chili. So this is the one that was killed for looking evil. So she's the spectacled owl.
Yeah.
I think she looks like a big softie. She's a wee sweetheart.
How would you be scared of that thing?
Yeah, I see it. You know what? I do kind of see it, but I think she's cute.
I mean, in
Her
the
name's
dark, it probably looks different, right?
Oh yeah, I mean in the dark you're not going to see the kind of black markings on her. If you see anything, it's going to be the white. So if you kind of squint your eyes a little bit, you can kind of block out that black, and you'll see what they see, which is fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah, like, and plus you might see like the reflection of the eyes. Like if you say you have a lantern or a torch or something, and
Yeah.
you see just like like you wouldn't see any of the outline. You would just see freaking two glints of two eyes and maybe a little bit of the white floating in the air.
Yeah, and the worst thing about their eyes as well, like so they like our eyes are rounded, they're physical balls. Owls come to a point at the back, so they can't rotate their eyes. Their eyes are fixed in one place. So to look around, they physically have to rotate their head. So when you see like the back of something and then this rotating like head and these eyes just start peering at you, it's creepy.
Pigeons. That's why pigeons, like their eyes are the same way. They can't move their eyeballs. They can't like focus them or something. That's why they move their head around, like and they're always bobbing their head to try and focus their vision.
I always picture them with like wee mini headphones in, and they're just like bobbing their head to music.
I just figured like the pigeons found some meth deal and they're all just geeking.
Their wee jaws are swinging.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, it sure sounds a lot like a Globie. I hate to admit it.
Yeah, the ping pong ball, small size brain that they're only using like 25% of.
Yeah.
Well, the difference is a Globie has a normal human-sized brain, but I speculate they just use that little bitty same size part of the brain that the bird uses.
Yeah.
Okay,
I believe the left side is the analytical side, but the right side is the creative side. I think that's where you're going to determine, make decisions about using your judgment.
I just get really disappointed that there's all these Globies who come in here, and then those who are listening, little bird for than they do in terms of proof of a spherical Earth, and it's just disappointing. What kind of bird is it? I didn't catch what kind of bird it is that you have, though. I love birds.
Oh, I do. I work with loads of different types of birds, so most of them are owls, but we have harrisocks as well. We just educate people on birds of prey, really. So we go into like schools and shit. So it's like,
say that again. What kind of birds are they? I'm sorry. I guess I'm not catching the accent. Sorry.
No, you're good. So there's I think we have 62 owls, and then there's a harrishawk, a buzzard, 2 kestrels, and a seka. Which, in fact,
so like all birds of prey.
Yeah, it's all birds of prey. Yeah, so like raptors as well. But like the most impressive bird we've got is the seka, because those guys are the bird of Dubai. And over here, we bought it for. We had to buy it. It was in a shit home and someone was keeping it as a pet and they weren't treating it right, but they wouldn't give us it for free, so we had to pay for it. So we paid $1,000 for it. But in Dubai, they sell for 25 grand. And it's there's a picture that's online. I'll see if I can find it. But it's a prince or something in Dubai. I don't know who the fuck he is, right? But he's got this private jet and he's sitting in one seat, and then each seat in front of him is all a seka, and each of them have a little hat on, and they're like the most pristine birds because they're so well respected in most Arab countries, really. I don't know exactly what it was, but I'll find the picture. But yeah, it costs us $1,000, but if we sell it abroad, 25 plus.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, my wife, long before we got married, she had a bird, and she brought it over. with me, and so most of the day I had it out of its cage, and that was kind of a foreign thought to her that I took a set it up on the patio, because the patio side, so about noon, somewhere in there, once the sun was not shining on the patio anymore, I'd take it out there and just let the bird be on the patio, because it was a screened-in patio. And it sure was a lot of fun to have around. Just now that I have all these houses and such, I couldn't have a bird in the house, unfortunately.
Yeah, they do take a lot of care, especially certain birds like birds of prey. Like, there's loads of medical things you've got to look out for, and unfortunately, loads of folk buy them as pets. Like, one thing I hate about Britain, one of many things, is that you can buy a barn owl on the internet for 25 quid, 30 quid. Don't get me wrong, those ones are not purebreds. Most of them are inbred. Most of them die after a few years because people are just mass selling them. But unfortunately, it's a big market. Most of our birds come from people that buy them as pets.
Yeah, there was some kind of owl this morning serenading us at about 4:30 a.m. today.
Yeah. It's another thing. Another misconception is that owls are nocturnal. Most of them aren't. Most of them are diurnal. They come out at day. You've got most of their eye color will tell you. So not all the time. Sometimes there's some exceptions, but black eyes are nocturnal, yellow eyes are diurnal, and then orange eyes are crepuscular. Easy to remember, but yeah, most owls come out during the day.
If you have a pet
I
owl,
really like that.
feed it mice.
What, sorry?
If you have a pet owl, you have to feed it like mice and rodents.
Yeah, so they got to get a mixed diet of white and red meat. So we feed ours baby male chicks, baby male chicks, because they're the most nutritious thing. They could live off that alone. But then we also feed things like quail and mice, because they need a kind of mix of meat as well. Whatever we can get our hands on, really. So some people, there was a local farmer, who unfortunately a fox got into some of his chickens, and a load of them got injured, and they had to get euthanized. Or if they weren't euthanized, we put them down humanely. Some of them did bleed out, and he gave the bodies to us to feed the owls. So they had some chicken as well. So we've got a lot of local people that help us as well.
So the owls are 100% carnivore?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So it wouldn't be ethical to force them to eat a vegan diet?
No, God, no.
I rest my case.
Yeah, on talking about that vegan diet, if you don't mind, my friend, tell me, did you see that clip of somebody who swore their dog was a vegan?
Yeah. That was on a British talk show. That was on I think it was This Morning or Good Morning, or whatever it's called. And they put a bowl in front of it of meat, and then another bowl of the food that it gets fed at home, the veggies and shit. And the dog went straight for the meat. She was so mortified because it was on live telly as well.
And it happened twice, and then she turned away the camera, right?
Yeah, it happened twice. And she was like, "Oh no, that was a flick. We'll try again." And then the dog goes straight back to the meat.
So tell me about this ring laser gyroscope. People told me that proves that the Earth is round and the Coriolis effect and everything.
Of course they did.
So what's up? They're lying? Are they full of shit or what?
Is that Globy? Whoa, wait a minute.
What do you think? Why would they say that?
I mean, they use them on airplanes and all kinds of stuff. It seems like they might have something to that. They don't. They wouldn't put something like that on an airplane if it didn't work, right?
Can you land an airplane with Earth below moving?
Oh my goodness.
Which airplane uses a ring laser gyroscope?
I guess
it's funny. It's funny. This guy comes in and just, hey, what do you think about? Come on, who's going to take this fella seriously?
All right, well, we can go back to talking about vegan dogs then.
No, we can go into that topic, but why don't you tell us what you know about the whole gyroscope
Yeah,
thing?
why don't you introduce who you are, and why don't you, take it a little easy and introduce who you are, and there's a thing called politeness that we try to adhere to around here.
Father told me I should be bold in order to make a statement, so that's what I was
Yeah, well, you made your statement, so why don't you tell us what you know about the whole gyroscope
Yeah,
thing? Like,
whatever. Yeah, so
Oh my goodness.
so introduce who you are.
All right, I'm STL. Good to meet everybody.
Good
Okay,
to meet
cool.
you
Now
too.
tell us
Thanks
what you
for
know
coming
about
to the
it.
server.
What's that?
Thanks for coming to the server. We appreciate that you took your chance to stop by. And bold is good. Definitely bold is good.
Yeah, now rude is a different thing. I don't want to be rude or overtalk people. That's not a good
No,
thing.
you're straight, man. I think there's a little bit of sensitivity going on of that.
Yeah. Hey, look, I get it. You guys get a lot of trolls. I understand.
Okay, so gyroscopes. Let's go.
Yeah, tell us what you know about it. Explain what it is. What does it prove?
All right, hold on.
Hold on, Matt's gonna Google it.
Frantic Googling.
Google Earther roll.
I hate the people that just come in and then they're like, oh, and you're like, okay, explain it, and they're like, oh, well, I don't know what it is. It's just a word that I know
You know
that
what?
proves something that I don't know how to prove.
Yeah. You know
That's
what's
why
even
you
worse
kind of
than
have to
being a
slow them
Googler?
down, start from the basics. Who are you?
That's how you're gonna interrupt
start
them
from the
and jump in there. You're gonna be like, what is it?
Did he leave? He left.
Well, what is it?
Being a Bing Googler. So that means
It
that
teaches
your
you
operating system always opens up to the Bing website, and so then you Google, you Bing, Google, and Bing, and then you Google your stuff.
He left.
I didn't hear what he said. What was his proof of the globe? I missed it.
He literally was like,
He had none.
fucking gyroscope, blah, blah, blah. And he just fucking fumbled a bunch of words and then asked him to explain it and tell us what it is. And then he said, okay, give me a minute. And left.
You committed the utilitarian fallacy.
Yeah. Wow. Which gyroscope was it? Gyro compass, ring laser,
ring laser.
Oh God.
Yeah, it just
that's why I'm like,
oh my God, dude.
He started off with some word vomit, and that's why I kind of like, whoa, wait a minute here, pal. Let's start from the beginning. Who are you?
Right, fair, but it does help to elucidate his errors practically and demonstrably in the way his arguments were wrong, not just call it word vomit.
Just ask him to.
I knew we had, and the only question is was it going to be 3 minutes or 30? And I guess it was 45 seconds.
I'm going to at him and see if he can come back. Maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
No.
Wait, did he leave the server? I can't at him. FNL?
He had the Globe Earther role, so he's been here at least a little bit.
Yeah, seems sincere also.
Oh, it was STL. I was typing FNL.
Yeah, STL. Globe Earther, image and link embed, and seems sincere.
Well, we'll have to remove that seems sincere and add Google Earther. Maybe space or space aids.
So it seemed he was trying to insinuate that the gyro in and of itself, the ring laser gyro in and of itself, somehow proves something about the globe Earth. And it's used practically in airplanes. So therefore, because it's used practically in airplanes for whatever airplanes need it for, therefore his prior assumption that somehow it proves globe Earth is true because they wouldn't use them in planes for the things that planes need them for, unless the other assumption that he already carried forward and put on the table, which is a non sequitur, is also true. So he didn't bridge the gap between ring laser gyro proves the globe. What do planes use them for? Do planes use them because the Earth is a globe, or do they use them to prove the Earth is a globe? What do the planes even use the ring laser gyro for? Because if they don't use it for anything in relation to his previous comment, then he basically said nothing except an appeal to utility
and he slipped in an association fallacy. So if this is true here, then it's also true over here. So he has two fallacies. So he really didn't say much. So I'm not sure what he was going for there.
I think it was the Bob thing, the 15 degrees per hour.
Sure, probably.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think he was actually
Well, I would go
making
so far
arguments.
to say he was roboting for a moment, so maybe he's just having a pair of technical issues, and he'll be back in a few minutes.
What were you going to say, Martov?
I was going to say, I don't think he was even actually making an argument. It was more like he was just bringing up the topic, like, hey, I heard about like the ring laser gyroscope, Coriolis, and Globers are saying that this proves the globe. What do you guys think about that? Then basically left before it could even get discussed.
His attitude didn't help it because he just came in here practically yelling about it as well. Like, he just came in like, what about the gyroscope and the laser, huh? Like, that didn't help. That wasn't him being like, right, guys, what do you think about, how do you disprove, blah, blah, blah. So I just asked him to explain what it was that he was even talking about in the first place, and he said, give me a second, and leave, and left.
That's because his web browser didn't actually boot up Google. It booted up some other search engine, and he doesn't know how to use a different search engine, so you got screwed there.
So I was talking to my oldest son about World War II and how it was Pearl Harbor was staged, and I in the course of this, I realized that Glober's like, oh, they couldn't hide it; it's too big of a secret. They hid that FDR was a cripple for 30 years. With the help of the press, with the help of the Secret Service, he was a fucking cripple. He got crippled by polio in 1921. And he went on public tours, campaigned, went out in front of people, and somehow he hid that for 30 years. They used like gimmicks to make it look like he could stand and walk around and shit.
So it was only long after he was no longer president that the general public even knew he was a cripple?
Yeah, I don't think it was long after. I think it was shortly after.
Hey, just out of curiosity, that wasn't the inception of the Easy Up chair, was it? You know, like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Which is basically like a lazy boy that doesn't recline, it reclines forward or inclines.
Yeah, that's legit, dude.
And that is a great point about that the president was crippled, and they kept that through his 12, or his 3 terms. However, he wasn't in for 12 years, but they kept it in for his 3 terms. If they can keep that a secret in that day when he was going around on the train and the whistle stops and stuff like that, and he was going to every little hamlet and burg, if they could keep that a secret, what else can they not keep a secret? There's your association fallacy today.
That's not a fallacy. That's an interrogative.
Oh, no, I know. I was being flippant.
Yeah, but just for the record, like, we do that a lot where we ask people their position, right? So, do you believe A? And they say, that's a straw man. Be like, no, I'm just asking you if you believe this. I'm not telling you you believe this and then defeating it with a logic statement, even though you don't believe it. That would be a straw man.
Absolutely.
It's like you go out on a date, right? And because of the times, you have to ask them if they're actually whatever it is you thought they were. And they're like, that's a straw man.
Yikes.
Or you ask them, are you single? Are you single? That's a straw man.
You can say to them, well, hey, you shouldn't be offended as long as you're not a straw man.
No, you'd be like, I'm in a committed relationship, but I identify as single on the weekends.
All right.
So it's okay. It's cool. We're cool. We could go on this date.
That is funny.
And that when she asks you to pay for the date, you'd be like, identify as poor.
I am poor. Now
No, wait,
identify as rich.
I think it'd be better to be like, oh no, I identify as a woman and I think of you as a man now, so you need to pick up the check.
Yeah.
As Mark Sargent says, it's a strange world out there, people. You have to tread lightly nowadays. You might offend someone, hurt their feelings.
I'd much rather keep my head on a swivel.
Oh.
It's a strange, strange world, Master Jack. Let me tell you what. You know, it's funny just how many globies blow out of here the very moment you actually stop them and start, okay, let's go to the basics here. Let's start from the beginning.
Well, there is a lot of us in here.
Oh, yeah.
I do think it's really funny when we have Resident Globe members here, and then certain higher level members, flat earthers, come in and they just happen to just like disappear. They just dip.
Yeah.
You're robot. You need to rejoin your robot and robot.
No, I need
No, buddy. We
Yeah,
can't
you
hear you.
definitely
You're
need to
robot.
rejoin. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you all have any helium to spare for the satellites over here?
Oh, we heard that.
I think NASA bought up all our helium.
Yeah, that is a fun fact, isn't it, you guys?
No, but just for housekeeping, if you recognize that your signal is terrible, then you shouldn't be the one constantly leading the conversation. It's just painful for everyone else listening.
Yikes.
I still think it's suspicious how I cannot buy any helium in a canister anywhere in Oregon. Like, there's no store. There's about 7 places where you can buy typical, hydrogen, acetylene, whatever gases and canisters. As far as I know, there's not a single place in the whole state of Oregon where you can buy any helium as of this moment. No one has it. You can buy hydrogen, can't buy helium.
Was it just out, or like you can't buy it?
It's just out. No, the suppliers would have it in stock, but they can't get it in stock, so they don't have it. They can't get it. Nobody can buy it because there's no supply of it.
You got to go to $1.25 Tree and get your balloons filled up. That's all you got.
Yeah, get them all filled up and then tape them all together to have your own helium tank.
Yeah, because it's not the Dollar Tree anymore, dang it.
$1.25 Tree.
Here they sell you the balloons, but not the helium. They don't have helium here.
Yeah, and you can bring in your own balloons and they'll fill them up for whatever charge. But yeah, the helium is pretty stingy. You don't got a Walmart by you? Pretty sure they sell small helium tanks, like for balloons.
They'll sell the balloons. Like, you can still buy balloons in various places here, but an actual metal tank with helium in it, no, you can't buy that anywhere here.
They're trying to keep it away from us flat earthers, so we can't send up our own balloons.
I don't even think it's necessarily that they're trying to keep it from us. Maybe that's it, but one way or another, the demand is so high from somewhere that the supply is completely dried up here.
I guess they don't think we need helium for anything, I guess.
Which is funny. They let millions of cubic feet of this helium go every day as the byproduct of producing natural gas.
Dude, restart your phone. Reset your phone, dude. We did not comprehend any of that.
Okay, hold on.
So much for GPS.
Okay, how about now? I've got full strength here now.
All right. Well, I just know somebody said trying to listen to you was getting painful, so I thought I'd help you.
I appreciate it. How about now? You should hear me just fine now.
Well, let's hope so.
Do they not make an external antenna you can plug into your cell phone?
Well, unfortunately not. They probably... Holy cow. There's about... Hang on, I'll be right back. There's about 1,000 geese right here. Hold on a second.
Oh, God, watch where you step.
That's what you could do. You get an external antenna, get your helium balloon, and just have that go up above you. There you go. Have the antenna attached to the helium balloon. There you get signal all the time.
That would be, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have a little helium balloon with the little wire. Yeah. Holy cow, it's amazing how many geese are in this field right here. But yeah, we, no, what I'm saying is they let billions upon billions of cubic feet of helium go every day because it's a byproduct of manufacturing natural gas.
Really? Really? I did not know that. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. So the helium that we've been buying comes from the Strategic Reserve. I think it's in Oklahoma. And it was put there in like the 1930s for all the Zeppelins. And then Zeppelins never became a thing. And so they've just been selling it. So this is all another one of those artificial manufactured crises.
Oh, right.
Holy cow, I cannot believe. I wish I could. And even if I did try to get a video, I wouldn't be able to get a very good video to share, but I don't know if you all can hear them.
You get some pictures.
It's crises, by the way. Crises is the plural from crisis.
I think they all poop at the same time when they're walking. It's really weird.
Just like globalists.
They like blanket the area with a certain area with all their poop. It's gross.
I'm connected, but it says my voice connected thing. There's no ping. It shows three gray bars. That's weird.
You can hit like Control R to refresh your Discord if you're on the PC.
Yeah, mine is about the last mile and a half of my drive. Well, I'm sorry, yeah, last mile and a half on the highway, and then there's about a mile when I get off the highway, and then I usually have decent signal till I get to that spot. But the real question is, when is a Globie going to come in and prove to us and not just try? Obviously was hoping that he could bring in a bunch of pandemonium and just get us hurling insults at him and back and forth, and maybe get a couple others in to do the same thing.
We're going to be here till the end of time, is the answer. We're going to be here till the end of time. I'm waiting for someone.
And you all hear me ranting about it each and every day. That, since they know they have all the science and mathematics and scientists and doctors and lawyers and all the professionals all know that the Earth is a globe, but not one has been able to come in here after years and just give us that little bitty shred of undeniable proof.
Guess they don't really want to know.
No, you say that like they care about the truth. I don't think you're talking about people that care about the truth. I think that's what separates us from them more than anything else.
Yeah, I've never had any interest in sports. I mean, like, zero interest. And I can carry on with the guy that I work with, and he's like, usually when somebody has zero interest in something, they have zero talent in it. And I said, well, that's absolutely me, because I have zero talent in sports, and therefore I have zero interest in it. Maybe that's what it is they have zero talent for the truth of the spherical Earth, so therefore they have zero interest in it.
I don't know. There's plenty of fat guys that sit in front of the TV and scream at the television while it's playing football on the TV screen.
No, you went backwards. He said zero interest, he said a lot of interest but zero talent. Not a lot of negative interest, but lots of talent. I don't know. Whichever way it went, it was backwards.
Yeah.
I think you understood what I meant there.
Yeah. Yeah, there is nothing funnier than the huge fat guy who's obviously never played football, who's hollering because they made the wrong call.
Fantasy team.
And hey, there's nothing morally wrong with that. I just think it's disgraceful when that same individual says to me, like, oh, what do you mean the Earth is flat? It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat. You're silly. You're dumb. Or the Constitution doesn't matter. Some shit like that. Or
100%. No doubt about it. You're not just talking a little bit. You're talking 110%. That's how that works. It's awful and it's ridiculous. It's like this fellow here who keeps coming in here. I never remember his name, and earlier I responded to the video that he shared of he had these little water level tubes, and he couldn't figure out why that a hotel just across the water, and it was he couldn't figure out why the hotel wasn't at eye level, and there was a mountain behind the hotel, so you couldn't see the horizon. And what kind of stupid moronic test is that?
Why would you think it should be at eye level?
Because he's heard us say that the horizon meets you at eye level, so he thought that taking video of a hotel across some water, and he put this pipe.
Okay, yeah, but who said the horizon meets you at eye level?
Say again.
Who said that the horizon is at eye level?
So that's something that's repeated here on the server regularly.
Should it be?
I haven't
you
heard
tell
it here
me.
very much.
Haven't what?
They say on YouTube, but what they say is the horizon rises to eye level. So as you go higher, the horizon stays at its position. It isn't going down, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
They're both wrong.
Well, I mean, technically, they're both wrong because the horizon is completely dependent on the meteorological conditions.
Sure.
Right. So the assertion the horizon rises to eye level doesn't have a conclusion that it must be at eye level. To and towards aren't complete. Now,
yeah, but this guy wasn't even going to a horizon. He was just looking across, and there was no horizon around in sight.
Hold on, friend. Now you made me lose my train of thought.
To and towards does not mean complete.
There you go. Yes, exactly. So, if you hear someone say it rises to or towards eye level, and then you to say, "Oh, you're saying that the horizon is exactly at the midpoint of your vision," those aren't the same. Now, don't get me wrong. Some flat earthers have said, I'm still speaking. Some flat earthers have said that it's going to be rendered exactly at your midpoint, right? And it appears to be so when you're on the ground, but the higher you go, it's eventually going to render lower and lower in your field of view as the angles are different. But listen to how stupid this sounds. You guys are ready for this. It's so stupid. Something below you renders below you. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. All right. I yield the floor.
Makes sense to me.
This guy's video, let's go back to what this guy's video was. He was taking a video, and he had put some kind of tube and filled it up with water to be at his eye level. And then across this lake was a hotel. And then behind the hotel was a mountain. And then, so he was trying to say that disproves that the horizon rises to eye level. And it's like, you don't even got the horizon in there. And this is that cat that comes on here for hours at a time and does these experiments with the theodolite and such. He posted that again this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Him, yeah. And so some guy in his YouTube comments from like a couple years ago eviscerated him. And yet he's still passing this around like it's a valid experiment from that he did 3 years ago. And it's not even going to the horizon. It's just a hotel, that's probably 1,000 yards from him or something.
The main thing is the center of the camera is below the top of the water.
Hey, what was the say that?
So that means that tube is go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going back to what he said. I didn't hear him, or I didn't process it right. He said somebody said something. Things are below you, render below you. What does that mean?
Okay, so the canard argument from the globe side and the foolish rhetoric from flat earthers who aren't learned or adept at the implications of the words that come out of their mouth is that the horizon is at eye level. At eye level. So 50% in the midline of your vision is where the horizon will render at all times and must be so if the Earth is flat. So they, on the other side, say, oh, okay, but I see something that should be at the same altitude below my eye level, right? And as I raise up, it starts to go down, down, down. So if you say the horizon must be at 50% in eye level at all times, right, and any object on it must also occupy that same space. And if I can show you any graphic whatsoever that shows contrary-wise, and I've disproven your assertion because you said that if the Earth was flat, it would always be at eye level, which most flat earthers don't say, but some erroneously do. So what they do is they just show you something that's below you, right? Because let's be clear, is it true or is it not true that if you're standing on the ground, your eyes are not on the ground? They're a few feet above the ground, depending on how tall you are. So your eyes must render, if they have an infinite amount of available rendering space, that's 6 feet. Now, eyes don't have an infinite amount of rendering space. So there will be an illusion that it's at eye level, but it isn't. It's 6 feet below you. So check this out. The horizon is below you, right? If it was a perfectly flat plane, because it's 6 feet below you. So they're saying something below you renders in your field of view below your midline. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. That's basically their claim in a nutshell. Now, if you didn't follow that, you can ask some, clarifying questions.
I kind of followed. It just sounds dumb.
Exactly, it does sound dumb, doesn't
That's
it?
why I asked the question. It doesn't really make sense.
The horizon can never truly be at your eye level unless your head is on the ground. Right. If it was infinitely flat, smooth. The only way it could be at exactly at eye level is if your eyeballs are on the ground. If you're raising up above the ground surface has to drop away from you, and there has to be some gap between the horizon and so-called eye level. What AI is saying is that gap can't be resolved because of limitations of the human eye. But as you increase in angle, that gap is resolvable. So it won't be exactly at eye level, but that what appears to be eye level will rise with you. If it was a ball, right, a space ball, as you go up, there'll be this thing called horizon dip, right? And it should start dipping down. But as we all know, the horizon is optical. There is no geometric horizon. And using the horizon as a measuring tool is kind of dumb. They're the ones that claim that the horizon is a measuring device, right? Is a spatial reference point where we can measure against. That's their claim. That's not our claim.
Yep. And also, this is also a vestige of art class, right? So when you go to art class and you learn perspective, you'll be taught with language like this. So you'll put the vanishing point in the paper. Keep in mind, a paper is a flat plane. It's only two axes on a paper. Anything in the third dimension is an illusion, correct? So you have X and Y coordinates, and you draw lines on the X and Y coordinates to create an illusion of depth. How you do that is you draw your vanishing point, right? And then everything below the vanishing point, you draw lines to it. Now, on the plane of the page, they're increasing in the value on the y-axis, so they're rising to the vanishing point. Everything above the vanishing point is descending down towards the vanishing point. But in a piece of paper, that vanishing point is a distinct, discrete point, and all the lines that are drawn to it are drawn to it. That's not your eyes don't work like that. Your eyes receive information outward, inward, right? That has propagation angles. You can't take a ruler and draw like straight lines necessarily on the 2D plane and imagine that's how your vision works.
Yeah, your eye's not a 2D plane. The phobia of your eye, where everything gets projected onto, is actually like a little cup that's inside your eye, right? There's your retina, but where most of the cells are that detect the light, they're this thing called the fovea, and the retina's curved, but there's like a little dot on the retina that's like a little cup that everything gets focused. That things that you actually that are in the center of your vision get focused on. All the other cells are for like peripheral vision, where they're the stuff you can make out like the shapes and like slightly the colors, but you can't like focus on it, so it'll be out of focus. That's your peripheral vision. Yeah, most of the surface area is dedicated to peripheral vision, but this small surface area has a higher density of cells.
Yeah, no, there has been.
Yeah, but the point was that in art, it's projection onto a plane, right? Its perspective is getting projected onto a plane, but that's only partially accurate. In real life, it's actually the light is projected onto a circle, and the eye isn't like perfectly geometrically symmetric. You know what I mean? It's not perfect geometry with what we see with the eye, and neither is a camera. And quite honestly, you probably can't even make a device that's actually perfect. That perfectly represents the world out there, right, into an image. It's probably not possible.
Wow. That's cool, dude.
Yeah, especially in any type of device that has an angular field of view. For the very reason that the propagation angles, as they approach 0 degrees, you lose the resolvability of the wavelengths of light. So the actual physics of reality, and the fact that light has to actually occur, and it's part of the process. It's not like in a video game or on a piece of paper where there's no light involved. You're just drawing lines. Like you have a relationship between the aperture, the lens, the sensor, the angles of propagation from the target object, near field and far field diffraction, and on it goes. None of that exists in a 3-dimensional rendering program or a piece of paper. So when we use a lot of these terms to explain things that we see out in true space with, essentially 2-dimensional space, you're going to have some language problems. But that being said, there is a little bit of a critique about this horizon thing, where they're basically saying for flat earthers not to say anything about that. In some groups, it was briefly mentioned on flat earth debates, but you just got to parse out what you mean. As long as you don't give the other party the impression that the horizon must be at exactly the midline of your vision, right? And you make sure that you're clear on that, then saying things like it rises towards your eye level is just a language barrier, essentially. Because the other person's seeing something in their mind that you're not actually trying to say. Unless, of course, you believe that the horizon must be rendered at 50% in your eye line, and then you're wrong and you need to fix that.
Any particular image anyone takes of the horizon, no one can say how far that horizon is away from an image. I mean, you can use the things like oil rigs, right, to get a distance, but no one can predict, I went to the beach, I'm at this location, and just on a random day take a random picture, and that horizon distance matches the prediction. The horizon is the most nebulous thing. And Flat Earth does not claim that the horizon is a physical place that you can stick a flag in, build a monument on, or anything like that. One day it'll be in one place, one day it'll be another place, one day it'll be some other third place. Sometimes it might be a little higher, a little lower, but it's not like a place you can go to and say, I'm standing on the horizon.
I like to add that yeah, you know that I was in a high building. I live in New York City, right? And one morning it was really, really, really foggy, and I was like, "Wow, I can actually see this circular view of everything. Like everything is kind of equidistant, to the minimum that I could see because of this fog." And that's the thing. We don't know how clear a day is, so that horizon could be literally anywhere based on whatever conditions are in the air. It'll never be, predictable to any kind of standard because the air that we see through.
Okay, for the $1 million prize, Elijah, where is the horizon?
In your eyes? I don't know.
Correct answer, but also incorrect. Because your eyes don't do anything. It's your mind. So the horizon to you is in your mind. Now, on an image forming device, right, it's in the final rendered image. The horizon only exists in an image. It doesn't exist in reality. Right. But I mean tangible reality. So your mind is reality, don't get me wrong. And an image is reality. But it doesn't exist out there as a concrete entity. It completely exists in images only, period, end of story.
Most people don't think of it like that.
Well, we were raised thinking that the horizon is the leading edge of a big hump of earth-curved hill water that blocks the bottoms of boats.
Correct.
I wonder all the time what the world looked like. You know. Sorry, Jenny. I think you're roboting a little bit. My bad. Step on you. But yeah, I often wonder what shit looks like. You know what I mean? Like, we'll never know. That's so funny.
Yeah, you could never truly know unless you could see all the floating points in free space and understand them as a matrix of information. Just like let's just imagine, for lack of a better term, like a sentient computer program would be able to see all the floating points of data inside a video game, right? So you'd basically need to have the mind of the program in total simultaneously and be sentiently aware of it and see it in a matrix like that. So essentially you'd have to be a god tier being in order to see things as they are. So good luck with that.
Oh, but how could God see everything? Well, first of all, he probably doesn't have a pair of eyes like ours, right? Oh, I love it.
Yeah, all you have to be aware of is all the information. That's it. You know, it's like the age-old question: can God make a globe so big that if there was enough refraction, he couldn't see his ass around it?
Funny.
I mean, the more funnier part about it is that that's practically a quote from an anti-flat earther, that if there's a sufficient clear day and the refraction's just right, I can look through a telescope and see the back of my own ass.
Amazing. You should do a flat earth roast or something against the Globers and do bits on them like that. That would be so fun.
I don't know. I think that'd be a violation of YouTube's terms of service. Picking on the disabled.
Oh, that's Miggy and Indio's love style. Just to, take the reality isn't really me sitting here talking to you kind of guys. Like, yeah.
Oh, right. All right, whoever hasn't talked in a while, they need to talk.
You. You haven't talked in a while.
I was talking earlier, yeah. So I got the house myself in right next to the Mirage. The Mirage.
The Mirage Hotel?
No. No, the Lake Michigan Mirage.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
I was
But
gonna
as a
say, you get in the house next to the Mirage Hotel, you must be banking.
oh, yeah, that would be awesome. But yeah, certain areas you definitely don't want to be traveling through in Chicago. Not a good idea. It's a darn shame.
Did y'all see Lori Lightfoot doing that dance?
No, I don't watch the news unless
The last couple of days, she was dancing with these guys playing the drum, and the meme was that it was a, what's the word? Like a tribal dance to lower crime.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty funny. It was stupid.
Wow. Not even. You know how people say, "Oh my God, you just can't unsee that any longer." That meme that went around that she was like from the movie Beetlejuice. It's like, ooh, that's rough. But now I can't unsee it. Somebody ruined it. The internet ruined it. But yeah, I don't understand. I do not understand. But she's like married or something to a woman, right? Mayor Lightfoot.
Yeah, she's married to a white woman.
Oh, a white woman. Okay.
You're seeing here's a mirage. For us jet people.
Yeah. When it stops snowing, I should go on a field trip. For sure. But I'm like on the wrong side of the mirage. That was the problem. Wouldn't that be correct to say that?
You're in the jet? You're a fighter pilot?
In the jet? No, I'm just being funny about where I live.
Yeah, that was my attempt at humor based on the meme that Miguel posted.
I ruined it for you. That went over my head. I bet it would only be like maybe 2-3 hours to get to Indiana. Because that's where the observation was from, right, you guys? Indiana.
Hey, well, are you guys trying to have anybody from Cogdis in here? We got Toucan in there wanting out of Cogdis.
Well, there's enough people to appropriately take action if he acts a fool.
Exactly what I was thinking. But I also am new to this, so I don't know exactly how the Cogdis thing works.
Let's do it. Bring him out. I need something good to listen to.
Get him to agree that he's going to join and participate in the VC with a topic that he's interested in. Then you can bring him in. You don't just bring him in. Otherwise, you can just bring him in and he's like, I don't want to do anything. I'm out.
Well, I don't think I have the ability to take him out anyway. That's why I was asking. I was just asking if you would like to.
Well, you have the ability to get them on the hook. Be like, if I get you out of here, are you going to join the VC and tell us all about how the ring laser gyro works? Actually, even one better. Tell them, should things that are below you look like they're below you? Or should they be up high in the sky? Oh, also, so Indio, if there are impressions of refraction changing the orientation of things appearing in your view, right? If that's true in that sense, then sometimes the Earth should represent itself as if you're looking down, even though you're looking straight ahead. So the horizon should take up, should be at the 75% line in your field of view and appear to you like you're looking down a slope, which it never does. That should occur at least sometimes. So that's just interesting. No, who else understood what I just said there? Anybody? Yeah, so what I was basically asking there is where's the tons of pictures of the horizon above the midline of your vision? Right? That's the question. So if you go out right now with a camera, right, that doesn't have gyroscopic corrections or anything like that, and you tilt your camera down, you can get a picture where the sky is only like the top 10%, right? And the rest of the picture is filled with ground. So that should naturally happen if refraction is doing all these wonkily donkily movements of things everywhere.
What I just thought about. I just like we don't think of levels, they kind of hijack like a very simple point, very simple truth. If I was standing on something with a grade, it most definitely wouldn't be at the midline of my vision. Grade, a curve, I don't care what it is. Like, no, it wouldn't do that. Just like a hill obstructs my view. If I was standing on a hill that was falling away from me, it would not fucking be at the center of my vision. Why the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, what the fuck? Who said that you standing on the top of a ball with that's what creates the horizon? The curving, the ball that with the elevation is descending further out, you're looking actually straightening up to meet the damn near the center of whatever the fuck vision is. Get the hell out of here.
Yep. Yeah, so we actually use all of those cues to help us determine our orientation and what we're looking at, whether we're looking at a slope, whether we're looking at an increased in slope or a decreased in slope, whether we're looking down, whether we're looking up, in tune with our vestibular systems and our natural balance. Those visual cues help us navigate, not run into things. know whether we're about to fall down or fall up.
So AI, what is this deal with this Jesse fellow? Anyway, what's I mean, he seems to spend a lot of time in here, and he seems to keep coming up with these things like these really old tests that he's supposedly done that have seemed to be disproven time and time again, but yet he comes back like they've not been.
Well, his whole premise is I'm looking at something, right, that's acquired by the phenomenons and physics of light in the ambient atmosphere, right? Therefore, I'm making a conclusion. Now, on the one side, he says, refraction helps the globe. But at the same time, he doesn't apply it to the concept of a flat Earth. So, for example, like in his fish tank, like he sets up a fish tank and he wants to try to show people how light can curve around things, right? Now, even if it could, that doesn't mean he proved the globe. He only proved what he did in his thing. You could say, by example, maybe he's giving an analogous setup. But here's the problem. In his fish tank example, he has a flat-based fish tank, a horizontal striation, or stratification of the gradient, or a turbulent gradient. He then introduces some light into it, right? And if you get any curved effects there, what are you proving? You're basically proving that light can curve
through water.
Turbulent, horizontally stratified system full of particulates. So if anything, you might as well just say, I just proved the Earth is flat. Because he's showing you an example that the scenario, you have a flat bottom, you have horizontal stratifications and turbulence, right? Where's a globe necessary for any of that stuff he just did?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, that's. And then I saw somebody had photoshopped a globe with a couple goalposts around. I thought that was funny.
Okay, so the most salient one of recently, where he's talking about the water level and then things out in the distance not appearing where he thinks they should in the field of view. Right, so he just previously proved with his quote-unquote fish tank experiment, according to him, that in a horizontal stratification with turbulence and particulates, that light can go every which way, right?
Yeah.
So how's he going to then say these shouldn't appear where I think they should, therefore the Earth is a globe and not flat? Right. What he should say is, oh, wow, the optical conditions are interesting that I'm not seeing things where I think they should be. Why does he have a bias towards one conclusion or the other? Well, the answer is he does have a bias. He presents himself as if he doesn't have a bias and he's just an earnest truth seeker. But you watch his old videos and you listen to his rhetoric and you find out that this veil of innocence is disingenuous.
100%.
He has an agenda and he's using a little bit of reverse psychology, right? Because he's trying to dupe some people into thinking that he's being genuine.
He's
but
just
he just
an
reeks.
unbiased explorer of nature.
Oh, yeah.
So why do we keep him around? Is it just for the entertainment value, or
expose him as a liar?
Yeah.
We've sent far more people to Cognis and the Void for a whole lot less.
Oh, of course. I mean, but like, some of them are useful because he's one of the useful ones that will turn globers into flat earthers.
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
That's my opinion. Like, because his bias is so obvious in his act, right? That I'm not biased. Any casual observer will be like, "Why is this dude acting like this?"
I have a perfect example of that from last night. Last night, he was trying to basically infer that the surface of my dining table is not level because the center of it might be a fraction of a millimeter higher than the edges.
Ugh.
Yeah, what's that word that George? No, not George. What? Not crap. I'm going crazy with the. Never mind. I have to recollect my thought of the.
Well, while you're recollecting your
Rick
thoughts,
and Morty episode where Rick has like this device that makes perfect level. I guarantee Jesse Gordon either saw or wrote that episode.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the word Saul Alinsky called those people. Sorry. Continue on.
yeah, fine. So his most recent example of where he shot himself in the foot and demonstrated that his zeal to have a bias for a conclusion screwed him up is he supposedly took some shots with a theodolite of a boat going out into the ocean, right? And so he said he leveled the device onto something, whatever it was, and then he witnessed the boat go out, and he just kept tracking the boat and getting shots, right? So like it would say, at this range, the angle of the theodolite to the object is such. At this range, the angle of the theodolite is such. So what he said is that as the boat left, from his point of view, the boat rose in altitude. So his theodolite's cranking up, right? The angle of the theodolite's going up. Imagine that. Or imagine a gun. You're pointing a gun up. Then after a while, the altitude of the boat went down. Down. So his theodolite's going down. So his theodolite's going up and then down again. So if something's in front of you that you have to trace your eyes upwards and then back down again, if somebody goes over it, what is that called in reality? It's called a hill or a bump or a set of stairs. But the globe, from your perspective, if you level and you have an off-level angle, the object in question should always be descending. Because the curve of the Earth, right, is going down and away from you. It's not going up and then down again. So I told him, what do you believe in, bumpy Earth?
I guess it's kind of like toilet paper Earth, where you're never at the top of the toilet paper roll. You're just you're always just a little to one side of the curve of the toilet paper roll. I mean, like, week before last, there were a couple surveyors working outside my office, so I walked over and talked to them a few minutes. I didn't want to distract them from the work too long, so I tried to keep it to about 5 minutes, and then he got going about another 5 minutes, and then got some really interesting things from him. But what I was trying to figure out is like, you can only move a theodolite or anything, you can only move it so precisely. So my question is what's the accuracy of the angle that you move it? And so that should compare to like objects. So like objects closer up, you should be able to get, say, a more accurate angle to. But like objects further away, you would get within some tolerance. So whether it was, I'm just going to make up some numbers here, 23.5 degrees or 23.561 degrees, could be a huge variation. And so when I asked Jesse and then I asked this guy, neither one knew how you would know just how accurate the theodolite would be for a far-off measurement. Jesse alleged that it would be exact, but the other guy alleged that it should be close. But
here's the thing. You're supposed to point it at something physical, and it's supposed to be somewhere level and adjusted, so you can't bump it, you can't move it after you adjust it because everything will be inaccurate after that. It's meant to find elevation. It's used in construction and stuff.
Yeah, and making highways. So the accuracy question been asking. I haven't asked one in a while, so I know they don't have an answer. So a theodolite has a spec where it lists the accuracy, where it says, okay, this is accurate to 0.01 or 1 arc second out to 300 meters or something. So, but what is that accuracy exactly? Is it the accuracy of, because you have the level, right, where you level the device with bubbles and a little, like, there's it's a circular level. So there's 3 bubbles inside the circle, right? It's like it's called a bullseye level. And you look into a little magnifying glass and you make sure the bubbles are aligned in the center. And that levels the instrument. So that's one accuracy. Like if you drew a line from that bubble level out to like wherever, there's that accuracy. Then there's the accuracy of the device itself, right? So as I tilt the device, right, it tilts at some angle. And there's that measuring accuracy. Like which accuracy are they talking about? The accuracy of leveling it or the accuracy of the actual mechanical rotation of the device itself? You see what I'm saying? Like they're 2 different things. And then there's the accuracy of how collimated the light is by the lens, because every lens creates barrel distortion. So the angle.
Absolutely.
So you have three factors, right? 3 different things. Which accuracy is they talk about? Is it the combined accuracy? Is it the accuracy of the level? Is it the accuracy of the spinning the rotating the optic, or is it the optic itself? Nobody knows the answer to this shit.
Also, adding an optic, like putting the camera lens up against the lens of the theodolite, and accurately leveling that.
Yeah, that's a factor too. Yeah, that's a factor too. That's because it's another, because the camera lens itself can only, that lens, so say a cell phone or a camera or whatever, that has an accuracy problem where it doesn't exactly preserve the geometry because it can't, because it's curved, right? It's the lens itself is a curved surface. So the angles and that curves. So globers always say this, right? All maps are distorted because when you project a globe onto a plane, it has distortion. Well, if you project any curved surface onto a flat surface, it has distortion. So if you have a camera lens, which is a flat sensor, and you're projecting the light that comes through a curved lens onto a flat sensor, there's distortion. So you have 2 lens levels of two barrel distortions. The barrel distortion of the theodolite lens, and then the barrel distortion caused by and then there's the exit aperture, right? So there's barrel distortion there, or maybe pincushion distortion, and then you have the distortion of the camera you're filming it with. So like you're not preserving the geometry, you just keep distorting it over and over and over again. But Jesse is like, he's just dishonest. That's like, Tim, you asked me to come in here last night. It's like, I don't even like go out and waste my time. Like, just like, it's a waste of my time, quite honestly. Because I've dealt with him before. And like, he's going to bring up stuff that's already been debunked as if it wasn't. So AI brought up his measurements of a boat crossing his field of view, right? And he measured supposedly the height of the boat. So he's at like 54 feet above the water, and he's measuring the height of the boat relative to his position. Now let's assume it's level, it's perfectly across. So he measures this boat going up, right? So his first measurement, like, so the boat's farther away, it's going up, and then it's going down, right? And then he says, why does this, and he plays the passive aggressive bullshit. He goes, why do my measurements perfectly match the 7.6R globe? And he's been saying this over and over and over and over, probably for years. So I went and actually did the numbers. And I only needed 2 numbers. I only needed the closest distance and the furthest distance. So at 6 miles, it's supposed to be dropped something like 14 feet. And then at 16 miles, it's supposed to be dropped at something like 191 feet. But he measured 11-foot drop and a 11-foot drop and a 51 or a 51-foot drop on the longest distance. Well, he's off by like 60% of so-called 7.6R. So he's just been sitting here lying the entire time. Pointed this out to him. What does he say? Could be refraction. Yeah, but then he keeps still saying perfectly matches 7.6R. But it's not matching 7.6R. It matches something like freaking 22.6R or freaking 5,000.6R, right? Look, it's not even anywhere close to the globe prediction. But he just keeps, he's got globamnesia. That's what the Globers have when you prove them wrong, and like the next day it's like Groundhog Day, they just reset and come in with the same thing that proved them wrong the day before, as if like he just starts from the beginning. Like, I'll just say it again. Maybe this time it'll fly.
That needs to be a tag. Globesia, that needs to be a tag.
You know, we've been dealing with this a long time, man. Like, you prove something wrong, they just come back the next day and just start over. Like, you'll do it. Sometimes it happens in the same session. They come in and you debunk the whole refraction thing, and then like an hour later they just bring it back up. Or ships over the horizon, then an hour later they bring it back up. Like, dude, like you were just here an hour, like you've been here for 2 hours. That was the first thing you brought up, and now you're bringing it up again. Like, we're gonna go through this all over again. Like, no thanks. But that's part of their plan, is to just muddy the water, right? So it's the muddy the water tactic. Just keep throwing poo like a monkey, right?
Yeah, a perfect example of that was like when I was asking him about, is my table level, and he couldn't give me a yes on that. He was like, oh, well, the center of your dining room table might be a fraction of a millimeter higher than the edges, so no, it's not. I can't say it's level. I don't know. Is it level? I don't know. Yeah, it's muddying the water.
Yeah, that's the like we can't know anything shit, dude. Look, if you take a level on it and the bubble's in the center of the frickin' level, then it's fucking level. But that's the other thing about level, right? So if I take a 10-foot level versus a torpedo level versus, using a plumb line or a bullseye level, all of those are going to get slightly different readings. And the level that's in a theodolite is so small, it's tiny. They use a microscope to look at the bubbles. Right? So, like, how extendable out in space is that? And technically, they're not measuring level, they're measuring plumb. And then relying on the mechanical relationship of the device, right, to that plumb. And they're saying, okay, this is straight up and down, then 90 degrees from that straight up and down is level, right? And we're doing this mechanically within the device, this 90-degree measurement. But and there's the other thing in geodetic surveying. They know that this doesn't correlate to like the surface of the Earth, because they say that it's a lumpy Earth underneath, potato Earth, and that this level might not necessarily be level depending on what's in the ground underneath you. See, they make these these contradictory arguments at the same time. So it's pretty stupid, if you ask me. And then they come in here and say, all flat earthers think a different thing. Well, I mean, you think a different thing about the same fucking concept. Not even like a different conception of the globe. Like some piece of the globe, you have two different contradictory conceptions of. And like each individual piece has different contradictory conceptions of. Light straight, light bends, light diverges. Or converges in the case of eclipse. So like, make up your mind. Oh, level horizontal is, the Earth's too big to see the curve. Horizontal is curved. but the horizon's not curved. Like plumb is straight up and down, and if something's level, we should see it above or below it. And like if it's down, then it's curving, and because this is level, but I determined level by the vertical plumb, but also in my model has plumb is not a straight line, it's a curved line because there's deflection of the vertical, and like these ad hoc band-aids that are just endless. No matter what piece of evidence falsifies the globe, they somehow incorporate it as evidence that it supports the globe by making up some cockamamie freaking idea, right, to explain, right? Oh, here's an explanation for our anomaly. We have some anomalous data points. We need an ad hoc explanation to explain away our anomalous data points. And then they come in here and say the globe explains it perfectly. As if they discovered this, right? And then go, wow, it matches the globe. It's not how it happened. It was like, shit, this doesn't match the globe. We need a Band-Aid.
They Columbused it, Indio.
Yeah, Columbus was lost. And then when he made it back, they were like, holy crap, you're still alive? He's like, yeah, the Earth must be a ball. You're like, phew, I thought you were going to sail off the edge. Said no one ever.
Well, I meant like they quote unquote discovered it, is what you said.
Oh, yeah. Who did get discovered? Columbus is the one who got discovered.
Right, air quotes, discovered.
How do you discover something when there's already people there?
Oh, man. But let's take a second and think about the absolute irrationality of the assertion boats would sail off the edge. It's like, even if you imagine the Earth has a finite fixed edge that something could fall off of, or even that there's a boundary at all, why is it necessary that water reaches the extent of the boundary? Why couldn't the boundary be land? It's more rational to believe that the boundary would be land corralling the water or something corralling the water. Why would you just think that the water just stops and then you just fall off it? That makes no sense.
Well, that's also why I ask them fall to where? Because in their paradigm, falling is being pulled to some massive gravity, right? So if the Earth is a disk floating in space, why would you fall to space? That doesn't even make sense in their paradigm. And we're not claiming gravity or any of that. That's their claim. So they try to take their claim, impose it on us, and then say, flat Earth can't be true because things would fall off the edge.
Well, there is those old images of water pouring over the edge. And I guess that's what they're thinking of. Like, there'd be nothing at the edges containing anything if the Earth was flat. That's just not rational. It's like saying if I had a plate, there'd be nothing keeping my food from sliding off. If I had a bowl, there'd be nothing from keeping my soup from just going out the sides.
I mean, of course it's not irrational. It just doesn't logically follow. The flatness of the object is not contingent upon whether or not the object can have something fall off of it or not. The object is still flat whether something can fall off of it or not.
Well, I also have another solution to the problem, which should be obvious to the people if they're thinking clearly, which is as you go beyond the circle of the sun, you imagine in your mind that there's no more solar energy reaching you. And if the water keeps going and there's no more solar energy reaching you, what's going to happen to the water? It's going to freeze. And frozen water, right, the tips float. And that's sufficient since frozen water floating on water would always be higher than water. So you have a self-creating containment. But then they would say, well, what about the under part that's not frozen yet? So it's like they just always try to find an excuse. But the under part of the ocean that's not frozen yet is contained by what?
land. So you end up with the same solution, that water can contain the surface water with ice. And even if not, you can have land containing the water. It just makes no sense that they even go down this road. It's propagandistic programming that they've received in the past that they've never taken the time to think about.
I did saw that fish tank of Jess Gordon, and he was moving his camera up and down, and to show some refraction, but he did forget that he's looking through flat glass panels, vertical. So he did forget that the material glass has index of refraction.
Oh, absolutely. Either way, it's not analogous to the conditions of the ambient atmosphere. All these examples that they do are not analogous conditions. Their basic argument is light curves or bends, therefore the Earth's a globe. And then you say, well, can you prove that this is happening in this instance? And their answer is, oh, you're denying refraction? So how could you possibly win that argument?
And it doesn't even follow. Even before you get to that step, before that, it doesn't even follow. This is why
I don't even want the argument.
That's why I keep the arguments as being just tremendously weak inductive arguments.
Here, I'll give an example of that I just came across. So old boy is on Twitter getting his butt roasted by flat earthers. Decides he's going to start a live stream on his YouTube channel and invite all the flat earthers to come talk to him. If they don't come, they ran away from the conversation. I'm like, dude, you left. You left Twitter and went to your live stream on the YouTube channel. They're not required to follow you wherever you run to. If you run to your safe space.
That don't even make sense. I'm at the house, right? What if I was never at the house? I couldn't have run away from the house if I'd never been to the house to begin running away from it.
Yeah, this is how bad their logic is. It's like right now, if I got beef, right? Like, hey, Gregory, I want to debate you, but go to my YouTube channel. You're like, nah, man, I'm not going to go to your YouTube channel. If I run to my YouTube channel and you don't follow me, you ran. You're like, what the hell? How does that even, just explain that part. Just walk me through your logic on that.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, go step by step for me. Like these dudes, they're so bizarre in their thinking. Their thinking process is so broken because they're not thinking. They're just freaking out over flat Earth. They haven't even pumped the brakes long enough to think about what they're doing and why.
Because they did not like to retain knowledge of the God gave them over to a debased mind.
Gregory, what's up, brother?
How you doing, Sister Kim?
Good to see you.
It's like, I love this place. It's like a landing pad. Because you go out there and you talk to all these like batshit globalists. And you just lose so much faith in humanity. And then you come here, it's like there are functionally normal people left in the world. A few, but there are.
Yeah, that faith was never supposed to be in humanity in the first instance.
Do you think you're getting a good idea of what mankind as a whole views this subject as if you're only talking to people on the internet about it?
Not just the subject shouldn't matter, because really it's just about some way of articulating knowledge and then someone decoding that knowledge. But they'll sit there and scream at you and not have any idea what you're talking about. And this topic has some loaded connotation to it, I suppose, right? Because government propaganda. But they're like this for everything. Anything they disagree with is just a foaming at the mouth spaz, and they have no idea why. Like, even the basic concepts of science, cause and effect. Oh, you came a little digital there. Go again.
I was going to say, like, the one individual, the one Glober, I think, to this day, that kind of, like, surprises me the most is my brother Kurt. Because when I went to his house and I talked to him and his girlfriend about the Earth being flat, I was very impressed on how mature and objective they both were, you know, while at the same time still simply, you know, like them both coming to admit, or at least my brother admitting, no, I cannot directly prove that the Earth is a ball. No, I cannot directly prove that the Earth is spinning. No, cannot prove these things to be true, but I do believe them, you know, in the Matthew Learns kind of way, sort of vaguely. But then just simply saying, like, I just believe it. And it's just you know, that moment where I'm like looking at my brother being like, well, why? Like, okay, you're admitting you can't freaking prove this. Why do you believe it? Like, you're even saying, like, you understand where I'm coming from when I say, like, the Earth is flat and I don't believe the Earth is a ball. He even admits he understands when I'm coming. But why do you just choose to believe it or say you believe it? Like, why do you make that choice? I don't get it. Why do any of them make that choice?
Making choices according to our nature. Our nature is corrupt, so our choices are corrupt. Now, some people have more grace than others. Some people have the grace to understand the truth about this cosmological controversy. Some people have yet to receive that grace.
I just wanted to share with you guys, I got the chat bot to write me a song. I was inspired by Witsit because he told Zanuck that it's a correlation, causation, conflation. So I added verbal diarrhea and mental constipation, and I told the chat bot to write a rap song, and I don't know, I think it's pretty good. What do you guys think? Sorry if I'm interrupting.
Sorry for interrupting. You started speaking when nobody else was speaking.
You'll have to show us the result of what you're doing.
29 minutes after that.
Very interesting.
I've only been playing with the chatbot for a few days.
Yeah, it's got some pretty human-made entries. Let's put it that way. It's not the chatbot. Someone inserted it in there. But I mean, it does do a good job, I'll say.
Cool.
What do you mean human-made entries? You don't think that it's an actual response from the bot?
Some of the stuff is it's what do you call it? Constrained reinforcement learning. So the constraints are the human entries. It puts a constraint on what the bot can actually serve you. So it isn't like, oh, I want to know something, and the AI is figuring out how to give it to you better.
Trying to get it
It's
to
like,
write me a Flat Earth song with no luck. And I was thinking about setting up a premise where it's like, just change the words around. But like I'm writing a science fiction book, and there's these people that live on a flat, something somewhere.
Oh, tell it to act like a flat earther, and it'll say stuff that flat earthers say.
okay, I'm gonna finish what I was saying now.
Sorry.
It has it has constrained reinforcement learning. So it learns, and you can just go on OpenAI's website and just read it yourself. Has a safety layer. That safety layer uses constrained reinforcement learning neural network. And when a constrained reinforcement learning, the bot learns how to serve you the information that is being constrained better, right? So like within some parameters.
Yeah, I get
So
it.
it's not what you want to know. It's what they want you to know. It learns how to serve you that better.
Yeah, and they had to do that because I think they had some bots on Twitter, some AI on Twitter that were trying to learn, and they became racist pretty quickly.
I doubt that's the actual reason, because if you ask like who killed Jeffrey Epstein or anything about flat Earth, or if you ask any question about flat Earth or globe, it inserts a paragraph which is generally the same in every single answer. Right, so I ask it the distance to the horizon. I ask it, is there any evidence for a flat Earth, or what's the evidence for the globe, or any like flat Earth where it detects that it's a flat Earth versus. It inserts a pre-made paragraph into it. It was kind of funny when I asked it like a trick question, kind of. I asked it if Jack helped you off a horse, would you help Jack off a horse?
My God.
He said, I am an AI. I cannot get off a horse or help anybody else get off a horse. Your question does not make sense or is contradictory. It's kind of funny, man.
At least
no,
you
it
can
said
make
it was
yourself laugh.
dirty. I actually posted. I'll post it again because it's fucking hilarious.
At least you can make yourself laugh.
Well, I mean, I wanted to ask it something that, like, like when did you stop beating your wife? But I didn't want to use something that was like it would have some pre-made answer. I wanted to see how it dealt with like a double meaning, right?
Yeah, some kind
There's
of a
two
clever
possible
joke.
interpretations of the sentence or of
Yeah.
the question. So I wanted to see how it dealt with that, and it basically
The double
didn't.
entendre.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other day, I was telling it to act like a flat earther, and it was giving me flat earth answers, but it just did what you said.
So yeah, I posted yeah, so even if you like you're not even like it'll give that little blurb, that little globe blurb if you're just asking for stuff about flat earth. Right? If you're not even like trying to like debate it or give it a question or something, it just inserts that blurb if it detects flat earth.
Huh. Wonder why I could do it the other day.
It didn't insert a sentence like thousands of years of scientific evidence, experiments, and observations prove the earth is a globe.
I just asked it.
Maybe
He
they
gave me
changed
this comment. I just copied and pasted it in the.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Can you put the link to the bot in the live stream, please?
Yeah. I also I posted its response to like my question about helping Jack off a horse.
I think you have to sign up to use it. Whoever just asks for that link.
So it's funny that it said it's not appropriate or does not make sense. So it's like the thing is like iffy. Like what is this? It didn't really know what to do. It was like trying to like bridge, kind of like bridge. It's like the unknown, I guess. Like, this thing isn't going to be interesting until you like find the edges of what it's capable of doing, right? So you want to like push it, right? Push it to like where it really needs, where the edges of human intuition about language, right? To see what it does. Because there's lots of things like the way humans communicate that aren't, formalizable in the English language. There's like some untranslatable concepts, I guess. Like the term all of a sudden. That phrase does not appear in a lot of languages. There's no equivalent to it. But we all know what it means, right? If you speak English. But if you break it down into its parts, it doesn't make sense in the English language.
If you break down any sentence, it won't make sense. If you destroy the sentence, it won't make sense.
Well, I'm saying it as if you break it down as in like subject and predicate, and like, you have the noun part, the verb part, and the object of the verb, right? So like that's typical sentence composition. All of a sudden is like a phrase, but it's also like a sentence, but it's also like a word, because we all know what it means. All of a sudden, there's no other way to put it. It's its own like little concept, and it exists primarily, as far as I know. There's no translation in any other language of that particular phrase.
What's an emphatic way of expressing it? In other words, suddenly this occurred.
Yeah.
Because there's not part of a sudden. There's not all of a sudden. Right? It's just a idiom, right?
Yeah. You could say that, yeah. But I think that's where you're going to find the novel things with these chatbots is like pushing the edges.
Right.
As opposed to just doing like run of the mill, like write me a limerick.
I think I played like over 100 hours of Elder Scrolls before I finally realized what it meant. I used to be an adventurer like you till I took an arrow in the knee. And then I realized, like, oh, he got married. That's his ball and chain. I get it.
That's a reference to Skyrim, right?
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Elder Scrolls. I love that game. It had like 160 mods at one time. So I've been arguing with these Globers, and it's ridiculous the things that they say. It is so dishonest. Like the other day, they told me, Larry, can you define problem? Do you know what problem means?
What the fuck? No,
They said, what?
Yo, that's
a verbal dispute about the meaning of the word problem.
Yep.
Depends on what you mean. Depends on what is, Larry.
Yes.
I think
What
a
is
lot
what?
of them are lawyers, bro.
Can you
I've
define
got a few
problem,
lawyers.
the antithesis of a solution?
Right.
Define
I
antithesis.
was like, how about crisis? Because we're talking about the cosmological constant crisis. So how about crisis? Is that a good thing?
Well, there's a new crisis.
Do we need to
crisis
solve
in
solutions of
cosmology.
crises?
There's a new crisis, Larry. Have you heard about the new crisis?
No, go ahead.
The new crisis is the Hubble expansion.
Oh,
They have 4 different ways to measure it. Well, they had 3, and none of those agreed. And then they used the James Webb Telescope, and now that doesn't agree.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Yep. Dude, I found this one theory. I can't post it, but it was something like virtual dark energy. And they were trying to use 0 point energy to solve the dark energy problem. And it was like way too strong. It was way too powerful. So they couldn't do it that way either. There's 300 papers written about this cosmological constant crisis. I'll go ahead and post that, Rev.
Well, yeah, the vacuum energy problem is one of the largest problems, right? Because they keep getting like these astronomical numbers. If you say how much energy is in the vacuum, and the number is like more than like this, it like the part is greater than the sum, which makes no sense, right? That the vacuum energy is like, you know, what I like, because that's the cosmological crisis, right? The 100 to the 128th, you know, power. That's how large the vacuum energy is compared to like what the prediction was. And they
You know what else is?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. What else is funny is they keep asking me, what does this have to do with gravity? I'm like, are you serious? Einstein's cosmological constant that was in the equation for general relativity. What does this have to do with gravity? Are you serious?
Yeah, they don't.
They say, what does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? I'm like, how are balls made in space? How are space balls made? Gravity? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the connection. They're pathetic, bro.
It gets to the point where like it's hard to decide like if like that's like part of their like little. It's like a tactic, right? It's like once you start getting them cornered on the so-called technical aspect of their model, right? If you start debunking the guts, that they just start playing dumb, right? Oh, they start claiming ignorance, right? First, they start off with the intellectual superiority tact, right? Then that fails when you start digging into the details, and it's revealed that they don't actually know what they're talking about, or that like that particular model doesn't actually say what they think it says, or that the data doesn't match the model. Then they start playing stupid, right? What the hell does the back cosmological constant have to do with gravity? I never heard of such a thing.
Right, they just all of a sudden like lose their English comprehension. Sorry, no habla inglés. Lo siento. It's like, dude, come on.
Oh, I had somebody. Did you see the dude in debate text doing that with the yesterday? What the hell was it? Oh God, I can't even remember, man.
It's just wild, man. I
Hold
was
on,
kind of
I have
grilling
to
Jesse
scroll
on
up.
it yesterday. It's like, but do you need us to translate to Chinese or what's going on here? Because anyway, our friend Zilla just got checked in. I just want to give a quick welcome. If you have any questions, like I said, feel free to ask. We're here 24/7. So, and there's a lot of good people here who could address your questions. So, if you think of some, let us know. And if you're bored, we've got lots of questions for you. Wahahaha.
Oh, the Coriolis. That's what it was. Or no, it was Star Trails. That's what it was.
Yeah, what was he saying?
Oh my God. He was like, why do the stars make a circle around the central point? I'm like, they're not making a circle. The stars overlap, so it just looks like a circle. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Like, there's no 24-hour time lapse, right? So, like, if you see a circle and one star didn't go all the way around, then that one star didn't make a circle. So how does it look like a circle? Some other star stars trail went into the star trail of another, making it look like a circle. And he kept playing stupid. Then he said that Polaris was in the center, and then I showed him that it's not. And then, well, he started with, why do the stars rotate? Like they're not rotating; they're tracing a path of an arc, right? And then it looks like a circle because the star trail is like. But he got every time I said something, his answer was like, "What? Huh? You know what I mean?" It's just. I don't know what this means. Well, I'm actually reading them right now. I don't even know what you are conveying. Okay, so Polaris makes an arc and every other star makes an arc around Polaris. No. It's just funny, just playing stupid. Oh, but he said he came in saying he was a flat earther, then he was asked what's the curve calculation? He was like 8 inches per mile ? Yeah, we just talked about it. Like, no, really, I am. I'm so much of a flat earther, I don't even know the most fundamental thing. Yeah.
Put it in the lobby. Just posted. Particle physics disproves flat Earth.
Oh God.
Observation of cosmic rays and neutrinos.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
What's up, Satoshi? Welcome back.
Not much, bro. I'm filled with rage right now.
What was that?
Work. BS.
Well, take a load off, partner. We're here. Where are you?
Listen, bro. How you doing?
Chilling, just looking, keeping an eye on the chat. Just the usual. We lost Hank. I meant to say hello before you left, but couple names have been popping in. I haven't seen in a while. Jenny, good to see you. Hank, if you're out there listening, good to see you as well.
Been a while since I came in here.
Yeah, you too, Satoshi.
Did anybody find curvature?
Hell no.
No. Not yet?
No. Gonna be a while.
I think what do you think it'll take?
Well,
Sorry.
we'll have to rename the server. You know what I mean? What would we rename it as?
I don't know, maybe another 33 years.
Maybe.
Or just whenever they put up that way better CGI that Elon's been talking about.
Oh boy.
What kind of CGI is this?
Just way better.
What do you mean way better?
Way better.
Wait, you don't remember? If we had CGI, what did he say? At my soundboard somewhere. I gotta go grab it. But he's like, if we had CGI, it'd be way better. Hold on, let me get the clip. 1 sec. All right, yeah, I got it.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
So they just got to put up and install the way better CGI that they've been talking about.
So if it looks real, then you must know that it's fake, right? They must use their really good CGI if it looks real. So then you know it's fake.
So if it looks fake, then it's real. And if it looks real, then it's fake, I guess. Yeah, it's some weird logic.
Yeah, they'd fake it way better than that if it was fake, so it would look totally legit and real. So that's how you know it's real.
Elon Musk, bro. What a loser. I hope you are ready for Neuralink.
Comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before.
The best is Elon Musk's face after he said it. He makes that kind of a shrug of the shoulders. You guys hear me or not?
He sounds like he's talking to.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard you, Timbo. He sounds like he's talking to like his little kid. He likes rockets. And he does good at rockets.
They come down, they land with no wings, just with the rockets, and I've never seen that before. That was my attempt at an American accent.
We need Mimas in here to do his best Trump impression. Mine's not very good. But yeah, they say they're going to take down the ISS. Aren't they going to crash? They say they're going to crash it into the ocean. Let me get some screenshots.
Who said they're going to do that?
Give me a second. I'm pretty sure I have some screenshots of this. Yep. ISS will be crashed into the ocean. So I think that it's like they got to crash the old CGI and then put up the way better CGI. There you go. Check the chat. I screenshotted this in February of 2022, so a year ago this was posted. Why wouldn't you, if it was real, why would you not put it in a museum or something? Like send it down in parts. Why do they gotta destroy it? What's with these guys are destroying all this technology?
You don't understand how technical and complicated it would be to get that thing back on Earth from space.
Yeah, so just crash it.
But we destroyed that technology.
They gotta stop destroying technology, man. Got 30 members in the panel. Pretty decently sized panel. One of these days, I'll have to do a lyric review with you all. Go over some of the lyrics and the songs I wrote. Speaking of songs, I have written a new song, but I need to recruit some friends for help to do a little bit of singing. So if there's any men out there who's got some pipes, hit me up. So I am not that guy, but I will try. Also find it interesting how people will just like come in pre-triggered. You know? So it's always a bit weird to me. No one even said anything to you. Like you came in here with your own ideas that you don't like, right? They've created something in their mind that they find silly. They're like mocking their own silly ideas. And then trying to pretend like you came up with it.
What are you talking about?
How people will come here with their own sloppy ideas of what a flat earth is, and then try to pawn it off on you and have you defend it. I see new people come here all the time. Oh, all flat earthers are low IQ, blah, blah, blah. Okay, why? What'd they say? Oh, well, just the way I imagine flat earth is dumb, so that must be the way everyone imagines it. Well, you're wrong there, buddy. I think if you asked like 10 people off the street about flat earth, I don't think anybody would really know what they were talking about. Large chunk of the time I'll be like, what do you mean by flat? And they'll be like, well, just flat. Like, okay. Can you be any more vague? Someone earlier today was like, I told him, well, you know how they'll be like, oh, well, you know, the disc. And I go, well, good thing flat earth's not a disc. He's like, well, you know, it's the same thing. Crazy.
Anybody try talking to Zilla?
Yeah, Zilla, don't be shy, brother. If you have questions, let us know. Love to hear from you. We just got out of the check-in with Panto. He was giving you some stuff to look at. Were you able to check some stuff out? Do you have any questions or anything?
I don't have any questions, no. Just like listening to what you lot are saying.
But this isn't the listening channel, it's the voice channel. Right?
Well, not many people are talking anyways.
Yeah, but they're all members here. You're new.
Well, I don't really have any questions.
So, did you come here to find out if flat earthers are crazy or what?
No.
So, how did you find out about people, whack jobs, talking about the Earth's flat?
I didn't. I just looked up, like, flat earth on Google and found the Discord.
Oh, Google's familiar with us. Nice.
That's how I found it.
Well, I could ask you some questions, Zilla. Let me post some stuff in the chat. Maybe we can pick up from there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna go to Google. I'm gonna search flat Earth, screenshot it, and then post it. Tell me what you think about that. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, check the chat. Tell me if you've seen stuff like this before.
What was the newest image? Yeah, I mean, I've seen stuff like that before. Yeah.
Are you under the impression that that's what we think the Earth is?
No.
What do you think the Earth is?
I mean, I don't really know. I'm like trying to find out, you know.
For some reason, there's a lot of people out there that want you to think that that's what flat Earth is. Some sort of space pancake, magic carpet pizza, donut, ice cream cone in outer space.
Yeah. I don't really know what to believe, you know.
Well, what we're doing is we're just talking about the Earth outside. We're going outside, and we're talking about that. So we don't really have this mental image that people ask for all the time. Well, show me what it looks like. Show me everything. Well, how would I do that? I can go up in the sky, but I can't zoom out my eyeballs to see the whole Earth.
I'm just trying to gauge. I'm trying to gauge your interest level in the topic, because no one here is going to be convincing you of anything. You yourself are going to have to put in the work and the research to figure out what's going on. And I just want to know, are you going to do that or not?
I mean, yeah, probably. I'm looking like other channels right now and stuff.
Yeah, if you scroll to the bottom of this Discord, there's every topic has been broken down into every single subject about it. So
yeah, I've been looking at quite a few of them already.
Can you tell us some things that you might have learned so far?
I mean, not really. I mean, I've only looked at a few set, like a minute or so each, so not too much. So yeah.
Can you tell us some things that you know about the globe model? Do you know what the circumference is? Do you know what the radius is? Do you know how far away the sun is? Do you know any of those things?
No, not any of that, to be honest.
Well, I guess that's about as clean slate as you can get, so I see that as a good thing.
He's being honest, but what do you know about this globe model you've been given since childhood?
I mean, it's apparently a circle and stuff like that.
No, I mean, how big is it? How much is it curve? Where is it?
I'm not very smart like that, but like, I don't know, pretty big, I guess. Didn't really pay much attention in school, so I didn't really learn much.
So how do you know it's really curvy? And how would you know that?
Because school taught me it sometimes and stuff, I guess. Sometimes I listened.
How did they teach you? Did they just tell you this is the model and you live here, Timmy? Or did they demonstrate this is how you prove it?
A bit of both.
How did they teach you to demonstrate how to prove it?
Like put water, like tests and stuff like that.
So the physics of water is actually pretty interesting because for thousands of years, mankind has used water to find level. And level is really important, right, for building all sorts of structures. But water always finds its level when it rests. So you said that it proves the Earth is a sphere, but water always finds its level. So how does water prove the Earth is a sphere? Go ahead.
I don't know. I just didn't read this in school. Trying to find out now, you know.
Okay, well, we're claiming that water is level, meaning there's no point higher than the other. They're claiming between Japan and Long Beach, California, there's a huge hump of water. Both can't be true, so which one is true?
I don't know. I guess yours, Avery?
Well, I don't know is a good answer, right? That's an honest answer. We like honesty around here. So what if I told you you could figure it out yourself and that you don't need scientists or anybody to tell you what to do, that you could make these observations yourself and try to measure curvature? Would you be interested in that?
Yeah. Probably take me a bit of time, but I could probably.
Yeah, it's pretty easy actually. So do you live near the ocean? You sound like you do.
Somewhat. From England. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so all you have to do is go to the beach, find the most distant object you can. I believe there's a place in the UK where you can see France. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, don't. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Possibly.
Yeah, it's called Kent, southeast of England, Dover.
I don't live very close to that.
You know where Kent is, though, don't you?
Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah, you can catch a ferry from Dover to Calais, yeah?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so 23 miles. So you can go down to Dover, like I have, and observe France that's 23 miles away. You can go a little bit further along the coast. You can go down to Folkestone. That's 35 miles away.
Yeah. I mean, I might try and check that out. I don't know.
You understand what you're going to be looking for, though, right?
Maybe.
Well, if the Earth was a ball, then the hill of water or curvature would stop you from seeing things in a distance, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, according to the maths, you shouldn't be able to see France from the seashore at Dover. It will be hidden by Earth curvature. However, with these pair of binoculars, you can see France. There it is, right in front of you. So things like that, where there should be curvature, and long distance observations show that we see beyond that physical limit if it was there.
Okay. That makes sense.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump into somebody else's conversation. You just mentioned the area where I live, buddy. That was all.
No, brother. I saw you sitting there. That was an alley-oop. You dunked it.
Two points. Yay.
Yeah, so what they tell you is that they have a model of the Earth, and what we're telling you is you have the actual Earth outside, and you can go verify to see what they're saying, to see whether it's true or not, because governments lie sometimes. Is that correct? Right, so now that we know that governments lie, like the Imperial College, but I'm not going to get any further into that, and neither are you. But my point is that sometimes you got to fact check things. And this is one of the most important fact checks, because if you don't know where you are, how are you going to know who you are?
Can you repeat that?
He said, if you don't know where you are, how do you know who you are?
I don't know, I guess. Can't really find out.
I was just saying that you got to fact check the government because they're known liars.
Yeah.
So instead of believing the model, right? Because I could show you a model Porsche, and that's cool, but it's not like the real Porsche, right? Your girlfriend's not going to be impressed with your model Porsche. But if you have the real thing, she might want to inspect the back seat. Oh, I guess they don't have back seats. That was dumb. Never mind. That didn't check out.
The Panamera does. You're good, bro.
Yeah, they got SUVs now, Hank. Don't you worry.
Got your Porsche SUV.
Well, I guess the Cayman has a back seat. Technically, it's not much of a back seat, but anyway, yeah. So my point stands. You should go check out the Earth for yourself because you've been told that they got it all figured out. But you could do a real quick search and find out that there's actually a crisis in cosmology. And if you were to look into that, you may not understand everything, but you know what a problem is when you see one. And you know what a crisis is. So if you understand that they haven't got everything figured out, and those two words, crisis, cosmology, that'll show you for sure that they don't all agree. Not everything that they say, all these theories don't interact with each other correctly. Like you've probably heard gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. You heard that before? Yeah, so if you have competing theories that don't agree with each other, both of them can't be true at the same time if there's a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what we're saying is that there's contradictions in cosmology. And one of the main contradictions is that water is level, and you can verify this with your own two eyes or the aid of binoculars or telescope or cameras. And what you see on Google when you type in Earth, that's not real. Like, those are literally cartoons. Robert Simmons is the guy who made the blue marble. And he said that he takes the flat map and wraps it around a sphere in a computer program and, quote, it's photoshopped, it has to be, unquote. Would you be interested in seeing something like that? If that was true? If Robert Simmons works for NASA Goddard Space Agency, would you be interested in that information?
Yeah.
All right. So if somebody doesn't send it, I'm going to park right now, and I'll send it to you. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right, let me know if it pops up before I park. Get out of the way, bruh. I don't know if this is a download or a screenshot, so it might take me a minute. It's hot in here. Sorry about the lull in the conversation. Still looking.
It's fine.
It's probably a screenshot.
And speaking of fake science or scientism, I was taught in school that black oil that we use for cars and locomotion comes from dead dinosaurs. But then we're finding out that it doesn't come from dead dinosaurs. That may be happening naturally in the Earth. So that's science for you. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I live in Texas. Yeah, I found it. Okay. I live in Texas, and to back up your claim real fast, I've spoken to oil field workers. My brother works in the oil field, and there'll be a oil well that dries up. There's no more oil in it. And they'll come back 10, 15, 20 years later and pump out of that same oil well. So unless there's regenerating stegosauruses down there, it doesn't really make sense. All right, so I posted a few things, but if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, the last thing is NASA.gov. And if you see the highlighted part that I highlighted, this is Robert Simmons. He's the creator of the Blue Marble, and he says, quote, "Then we wrap the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, oceans." Okay, so I'm going to give you the YouTube video that has the link, and you can use that to go to Goddard and verify that this is him. What he said is actually true. He works at Goddard Space Agency, which is part of NASA. So, one moment, please. And this doesn't prove anything except for every time you see the ball Earth, it's allegedly a cartoon or CGI or basically photoshopped. So you kind of got to ask the question once you go to this website and check it out, why would NASA lie? I mean, why would they present it as if it's a picture, but it's not an actual photograph? So why would they lie? Well, the thing is, they're not lying. They're telling you it's photoshopped. It's just, are you looking? Are you paying attention? And you'll find out if you did end up searching those terms, cosmological constant problem, you would see that they're not lying. They're telling you right out front that it's a problem in cosmology, and they don't have any answers for it. And they'll tell you over 300 papers have been published about this cosmological constant crisis, and there's still no answer. Wow, I must have liked this video like years ago. I haven't been in here talking to newbies in a while, so really having to scroll down. So did you look into that cosmological constant crisis thing? Did you tap that in yet?
No.
Okay. Well, you gotta be searching and playing along with me. If you're just playing Call of Duty right now, then you're not really doing your part. So are you playing video games?
No, I'm in bed.
Oh, okay. It's late in the UK. That's right. Well, I guess somebody else can take over, and I'm just going to keep scrolling. Wait, there it is, finally. Okay. So you are in the live stream voice text? All right. If you click on that link, Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simmons, it'll take you to YouTube. And of course, when you go to YouTube, in the comment section, no, sorry, not in the comment, in the description, NASA.gov centers Goddard. You click that link, and it takes you to this. My phone's being retarded. super retarded. Okay. No, I was retarded. I was at the wrong button. Okay. So, there it all is, right there. And I'm pretty much done making an argument. He can either look at what I showed him, or he can remain willfully ignorant. It's his choice. But someone else, please continue.
So, is your name Satoshi? Is that the right guy I'm speaking to, yeah?
Sure. Also, thank you, Larry.
No, Jedi, Zilla.
So, Satoshi, what interest have you got in the flat Earth? I've come late to the conversation, mate, so I'm asking you
No,
questions
it's
that will address.
Jedi, it's not Satoshi,
it's Zilla.
Okay, Zilla, hold right down the bottom where I can't see. That's fine. So, Zilla, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what interest have you got in the flat Earth, mate? Have you just come across it? What?
Come across it, I guess.
Yeah. How long? Couple of weeks, couple of months?
Couple of months.
Awesome stuff. So, what has kind of made you interested in the subject? Someone's snoring.
It's been getting
Satoshi, somebody please mute Satoshi.
Thank you very much. So, what got you interested in the subject then?
I'm just curious. With age, you know.
We put him to sleep.
That's fine. I appreciate you being curious, mate. That's fine. I don't want to rehash anything that anybody's gone over, so if I am repeating what other people have said, just stop me, buddy. The main reason that this server exists and why we're here is because they claim, whoever they are, make us believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's three physical claims they're making positively. One, that the Earth is a ball of a definite size. Two, that ball Earth moves, spins on its axis and rotates around the sun. And three, the place that it does it is the vacuum of space. Now, all three of these claims should be verifiable to us. We should be able to falsify it if the claim is true. So when we go and look for the ball, when we look and observe over distances of water, we don't find the curvature that they're talking about. A little bit further down the line, we don't measure any curvature that they're talking about. And a little bit more research into it, you find out that we don't actually even practically use any curvature that they're talking about. So if it looks flat, measures flat, and is used as flat, then it's flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes pretty simple sense, doesn't it? The other one where they say that the Earth is spinning and rotating. Now, obviously, I expect you to be an honest guy. You don't feel or sense any rotation of the Earth, do you?
No.
No, so no one does. No one feels or senses any movement to the Earth. No kind of orbiting motion or spinning around or anything like that. A little bit of questioning into this, then we find out that the Earth's movement or rotation has never physically been measured. So there's no evidence to suggest that the Earth is moving. But remember, the first instance, excuse me, we haven't found a ball yet. So we can't find a ball, and there's no measurement for the Earth moving. The third part about the vacuum of space is quite interesting, because they claim that the Earth is an open system. You've heard about, moon landings and remote control cars on Mars, that type of thing. Yeah. So the Earth's an open system. That also means that the gas that we're breathing, the oxygen and nitrogen and all those things, have no physical containment. So if there's no physical containment to the gas, we know what happens when you pop a football, right? The gas expands into the next available space. So those are very simple things to understand, that there isn't a ball, it isn't spinning, and that place called space cannot exist in the way that they say. We're breathing gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you need a container. There is no container, so we shouldn't have gas pressure, right? Yeah. Now, it is that simple. I heard you earlier speaking, you didn't pay that much attention at school and this type of thing. Yeah, mate, neither did I. But ultimately, the flat Earth is probably one of the most simplest subjects that you're ever going to come across, because it should be verifiable to you. But like I said, the reason why we're here and this server exists is because there is no verifiability to any of those claims. We don't measure ball, we don't measure rotation, and that place called space as a vacuum can't exist in the way that we're told. Have you got any questions about anything that I've said?
Not really, no.
No, is that quite simple for you to understand? Yeah. So basically, the only thing that we would really hope that you would do if you wanted to go any further in the subject is do some research for yourself. Larry's put some stuff down for you. Go down to the beach if you can, find some landmarks, get an Earth curve calculator. That's probably the best thing to do. You got Google, right? Just Google Earth curve calculator. Don't have to do it now. You can do it tomorrow morning when you wake up. And that will show you, where the horizon should be on a ball and how much you should be able to see at your altitude.
Yeah.
Use that in comparison to observations that you make. Yeah? Because we're basically dealing with water, right? 75% of the Earth's surface is water. So there should be curvature over distances of water. Now, you understand that when you pour your coffee in the morning, that coffee is level on the surface, right, in your cup?
Yeah.
And you go for a bath and that water's level. Go to a swimming pool for a swim, the water's level. Go to a pond, go to a lake, that water's level. Now we can observe it to be level, and we can also notice that reflections upon that surface are mirror-like reflections. So when we go to the oceans, for example, we also notice that those reflections off the ocean water are like the mirrored surface that I mentioned before. So that's observation of water. It's quite simple to understand. It's just obviously that a lot of people believe the narrative that we're on a ball and would really not question it. The thing is, if you do question it, you don't find a spinning ball.
Yeah.
But that's probably one of the things that you'd have to go and demonstrate for yourself. It's all well and good sitting in a Discord server listening to a load of people talk and give you information and so on. And we can do that all day long, mate. That's fine. The subject gets really, really deep. But ultimately, there's only 3 claims. You should be able to measure curvature. Where's the motion of the Earth? And you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's just those 3 things, mate. You got any questions on what I just said, mate? You sound pretty tired. You need to go to get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep in a minute.
All right, buddy. Well, like the server says, we're open 24/7, mate. So if you ever want to pop in or whatever, you're more than welcome to do so. I highly recommend you have a quick look at the video link that Larry sent you. It's quite eye-opening, really, when they say that. Yeah, good lad. Well done. Well, I won't take up too much of your time, mate. Maybe somebody else wants to jump in. But yeah, it's been good speaking to you.
Hey, who's that famous artist guy that has his own television show in like the, I don't know, maybe late 70s? Bob, what's his name?
Bob Ross.
Yeah, Bob Ross. Okay, maybe Jedi is the Bob Ross of Flat Earth. He just with that kind of sleep. Your voice is sorry to be weird on everybody, but your voice.
I totally see that. I totally hear it. I hear it.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. You need a soundboard.
Need it. Because you only ever think about yourself. Why didn't you just? I would have had a 10-hour lead on.
Hey, sorry to jump in like that, y'all.
No, you're fine, mate. Does anybody else want to take up the conversation with this young gentleman? I'm going to put myself on mute for a minute.
Are you leaving? Where are you going?
Yeah, so just like I said earlier, the government lies sometimes, maybe more than sometimes. But the thing is that you have to have checks and balances. It's a very important thing to do, is to check and make sure that someone's not misleading you. There's a famous quote from the head of the CIA in the early 80s, 82 or 83. I think he said, "You'll know everything." I'm sorry, you know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything that American people believe is false. Right? So false, right? That's a really important thing to think about. What is false and what is true? Well, what is true? Well, true is that which is verifiable, right? So if I claim to have 10 toes, but you guys are in England, you can't tell that I have 10 toes, so you have belief, right? But if I took a good old flight to merry old England across the pond and demonstrated that I have 10 toes, look here, you can grab them, touch them, feel them, squeeze them. You can verify with 2 or more of your senses, and you no longer require belief because you have first-hand primary knowledge. Now, this is really important, right? Because that's what separates, science from, fairy tales, math magics, right? Religiosity, right? Because when you have first-hand primary knowledge, it sets everything else apart from belief, right? So knowledge is the enemy of belief. Belief is fleeing when you have first-hand primary knowledge. So you could rephrase that, right? Because true is verifiable information, right? So you could replace that phrase with, you'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is unverifiable information.
Yeah.
So because of that, we have to check, double check, recheck what people are telling us. And that's what we've been doing on the internet for the past 7 years. Almost 8, right? Yeah, almost 8.
Yeah.
So down below, many things to look at, many people have done many observational, tested theories, laser tests, observations, and what we keep finding is that we can see too far. Now, here's the thing. Nobody disagrees that we can see too far. Even the people who are against us every day in the chat rooms, the anti-flat earthers, they agree that we can see too far. So that's not even up for debate at this point, because we've already shown that we can see too far. So they have an excuse for everything, it seems. But an explanation is not first-hand verifiable information. It's just a story. So that's what they do. They tell stories.
Yeah, I understand that.
Microphone pass.
Not drop the mic.
All right, it seems that nobody is willing to pick up the microphone that I dropped. So when you go down and you look at these different things, like the laser test over frozen lakes and long-distance observations, you can see it with a camera, but that, camera takes photographs and video, but that's not really first-hand knowledge, right? It's just showing you that, hey, this is what they're seeing. This is their anecdotal evidence, which doesn't really prove anything. That's why we're telling you to go out and check for yourself, because that's the only way you're going to know rather than have belief. So it's really important that, you test all things and see for yourself, right? Because people have been lying on the mainstream media in America for a really long time. If you look at Operation Mockingbird, you can see the CIA declassified documents showed that at one point, probably still going on today, the news anchors in America literally get their information from the CIA. So the CIA will give a dog a bone, so to speak, and the people will report on the mainstream media. This is what the CIA said, our intelligence, source gave us this information, and they mix truth with lies. That's why people inherently don't trust the mainstream media. So basically, it's your job to suss through all the BS and figure out for yourself, what's true and what's false. And nobody's going to do it for you. People can tell you, hey, this is what I think, but you really have to do your own homework. And you sound like a young man who's kind of aware, what's going on. You said earlier that the government lies. So you're kind of getting challenged right now. We're challenging you to check for yourself. But if you type into Google, how do you prove the Earth is a globe, right? They're going to tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, right? Walk 1,000 miles and turn into a circle or triangle or whatever. But what the globe Earth propagandists, they don't tell you is to go outside and check for yourself. Is that weird? If that were true, what I just said, is that kind of weird? Little guy's tuckered out. Can I get a mic check?
No, you got a mic
Poor
check,
little
buddy, and he's left the room. I think he said good night in the live stream.
Poor little old feller, all tuckered out. Because you said all tuckered out. I like that.
Yeah, us Southerners, we say funny things like that. Heavens to Betsy.
And my husband says poor little old feller all tuckered out all the time about our son.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in here and say that y'all have everybody's done a great job today. Been stuck in my house, the ice or whatever, and it's just been a good day for everybody in here. Y'all did, everybody kind of like held their respective own and did it, in a way that's, I don't know, it was just beneficial, I feel like. So just wanted to come in and express my gratitude. That's all.
Well, thanks, and thanks for being here.
Yeah. Who was the best of the day? Who do you feel like was the best person of the day?
I can't choose. They're all really good. There's a lot of legendary folks.
Not us. I'm talking about of like the people that came in kind of unsuspecting.
Not sure because I'm like kind of in the lobby and Cogdis and all that stuff.
You'd go in I haven't been in the lobby since, I don't know, like my first week in this place, I feel like.
Well, I'm new up there to the lobby squad, and just today I got the Cogdis VIP, so just trying to do my due diligence.
What does that mean?
Just roles that I have, and things are opened up on the server for me that weren't before.
So, like, what are you doing? So, are you just responding to people? Is that what you're doing in the lobby?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we're in the trenches, bruh.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
So is it like, I mean, I guess I just kind of zoomed past all of that whenever I got here because I already knew what I was here to like, and I wasn't here to try to figure anything out. I already knew what I knew. So maybe I kind of dipped past the lobby. So is that just kind of like, is that where all the goons kind of show up and then you've got to kind of lure them into actually having a conversation?
it's the, yeah, like Adam Unsalted said, it's the front lines of the server. Like you can't access the server until you go through the lobby
Right.
or
I mean,
that area,
I remember
entry
day
level.
one going in there. Right. I remember day one going in there, and but maybe I should. So maybe I should go in there a little more often, huh?
Why not?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I need more metaverse time, so I'm not spending enough time with the metaverse, so I could help get my numbers up.
It's like fish in a barrel. All the newbies get dumped right into this barrel called lobby, and so we're in there fishing out the good ones.
What's cool though is that there's actually people that will have a conversation, because I ran like a truth. I mean, I've been running a truth account. It's kind of that whole like on Instagram or whatever. And I mean, it's kind of dead now, but like back in the day before the shadow banning and everything, like, you would get would get new people all the time, and you would try to debate them in comment sections and stuff like that. And I mean, that's fine, but you reach a point where it's like, I would be like, yo, look, we have a live feature here. We can go on video. I show my face, you show your face, and let's let's really hash this thing out. And no one would ever do it, ever. Like they would talk so much trash behind a keyboard, and call you all these names and do all these things. And the second you're like, hey, say it to my face, show me you're even like a real person. I feel like you're just like an AI is what would go through my mind. And so it's cool that like people will actually show up and at least attempt to have like I don't know. I wouldn't call it like an actual like academic conversation for the most part. I mean, usually that's usually only one-sided, but it is really fun. I don't know if fun's the right word, but it's definitely really interesting to watch people's like reality get shattered, like little by little,
Oh yeah.
because they come in so cocky and they're just like, oh yeah, well, all the same scripts, right? And then when somebody does like a really good job and really like here's what they're saying, here's like what it's almost like a sales job in a way. Like when I used to do telemarketing when I was young, like because I remember like my boss telling me like it's all about finding a solution to their problem, So like when I was selling like vacation packages on the phone, it was like I knew what I had was awesome. I mean, it was, for the money, it was really good for what you were going to get. So how did I hear what their actual objection was, Because I feel like sometimes, like as flat earthers, like we're so conditioned to just have almost our like script ready for whatever they're going to say. And you know what they're going to say before they say it, but some people in here are really good at really hearing why they're saying that thing and like what's kind of the back, like the subconscious part of their mind. If that makes sense.
No, I follow you in terms of the script thing. Like I do notice that some people have a few lines ready to go. For me, I've used a metaphor, like an analogy of like going to like see a guru in the jungle or something like that. He definitely doesn't have a pamphlet ready for you. He probably doesn't have a script either. So like you're gonna go see him and say, hey, can you enlighten me? Whatever. And he doesn't have anything to offer you. He just has to remove away like silly thoughts that you have or misconceptions, so that you can, be free on your own. You don't have to give them anything, in my opinion.
That's a really good way to put it. Because for like me personally, I feel like I've gotten worse about talking about the flat earth to just people, I guess, like people who don't know. Like there was a time when I could just kind of go, I had like a whole rant that I could go on where I kind of did everything in order, kind of as the way that I was saying before. But now it's like, I feel like there's so much information that it's almost like I really almost don't even know where to start. And that's something that like I want to get better at. So that kind of has been something I've been trying to kind of figure out in my own mind is like, what do I want my new approach to be? You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can try out this neti approach that I've been discussing lately. I'll post it in the chat. But this neti is a Sanskrit expression, meaning not this, not that. And that's kind of the attitude I take a lot of time. Like, they'll be like, well, tell me what the sun is, and I'll tell them what it isn't. Type of thing, right? Here, I'll post a message for it.
Cool. Like I had a really good experience. I don't know, a month or two ago. I went to we called it like a seed divvy or whatever. There was like a group of a bunch of us that are, gardeners and anarchists or whatever you want to call it. Like, and we did like a bulk organic heirloom seed buy that were all like regional seeds. And we went and all met them up to divvy up and like bag and label like 80 pounds of seeds. And I was across the table from this dude and we were splitting up seeds or whatever. It kind of looked like a trap house of seeds. It was kind of funny. But we were like doing that. I'm just kind of making small talk or whatever. And he starts saying that he's a teacher in high school at like the most affluent neighborhood in like my region or whatever. Like kind of everybody kind of knows what that is. And I asked him what he did, and he said he taught, what did he say, like geography and history or something like that. And so I just said, I waited a minute, and I just said, so are you teaching kids about the Antarctic Treaty? And he was like, oh, yeah. Not like about like flat Earth or anything, though. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I just kind of, each time I would just kind of let it settle for a second, and then I would wait. And then I just asked him kind of like some logical questions, just kind of walked him through like, the three main like points that we focus on in here. And just basically told him that there's no actual science for any of that. There's a story, but there's nothing real. There's no like substance to any of it. And, he was like, no. And then I just let it go. And then, about 30 minutes later, I was having a separate conversation with somebody that's in, like our local flat earth group. And he kind of overheard it. And I was talking about I was going to host a meetup at my house. And he was like, can I come to that? And I was like, okay. So then, about 3 days later, he's suddenly in our Telegram chat asking for like videos and information, trying to learn. And I don't know. And then when that happened, I immediately, like my mom was there. She went to the seed thing with me. And she'd witnessed me yelling and screaming at everyone and scaring people, not scaring people, like running them off. Like they can only handle so much information at once and they don't really want to know. Anyway, as soon as he joined that chat and asked those questions, I called her and told her, I was like, it was really cool seeing like my new, like my refined approach with people. And I don't know, like finding that balance of, because I kind of want to still be a little bit of a dick about it because it's stupid what they believe, but I also like don't want to, I don't know, it's like a weird kind of thing, I guess. But
what do you mean by that?
What'd you say?
I know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Some people need I take that approach all the time. Like some people need that poke in the chest.
Yeah, then you get slapped in the face with it. Because it's almost like with a lot of people, especially nowadays, like, people are in such a deep trance, right? That like, you kind of have to come hard. Otherwise you're going to lose their attention. Like they have little goldfish attention spans, So the days of sending people 200 proofs are over, I feel like. You've got to be able to like come with your elevator speech that's like, that's hard hitting and like gets their attention and makes them kind of question themselves and
Yeah.
you know, their own intelligence. And like, I don't know, man. It's just such a weird, you know, it's such like a weird line to walk. But it's definitely enjoyable. Like, I don't know. It's really nice to know at the end of the day that, you know, that you've figured out common sense things. And, you know, the very first flat earther that I ever knew in real life, he I don't know. I knew about I always knew a bunch of different conspiracies at that time. You know, I met him through another friend, and, you know, we talked for a minute, and then he was like, yeah, all that I was talking about fluoride and, you know, all that shit, and whatever. And he was like, yeah, that's cool, but have you figured it out yet? What? And he like slid me his phone, and he had like a flat Earth phone case on his whatever. And I kind of laughed at him. I mean, really, that was a tipping point for me. You know, like I kind of laughed at him, and then went home, and then I ended up, you know, reaching out to some people that I knew about some things. I had a friend that was naval intelligence that was a kind of a whistleblower, and asked him for some info. And I don't know. Then 2 weeks later, I'm calling that dude. I'm texting him and saying like, dude, you're right. And so I don't know, but like, it's just interesting how I don't know, man, like the different approaches. And then like with someone like the dude that showed me, I don't know, like it's like it's really cool watching like how people who know like the most fundamental truths, like where they go from here, you know? Like, yeah, you figured that out, and then where do you go from here? You know, because a lot of people will get stuck in, you know, in black pill type of things, and you know, we can all go there. That's really easy to do, but a lot of times that feels like a trick in itself to me. So, like, watching people kind of learn, you know, solutions to the system that we're in, and, you know, kind of, I don't know, just like, and also just like literally the way that it changes your life. Like that's one of the hardest things for me is whenever somebody says like, what is it? Right? Like when somebody says that, I almost just want to disengage.
When they say what?
When they say like, what difference does it make? Like, why does it matter? Okay. That to me, that feels like the most dishonest question of them all, and it really just makes me want to be like, okay, cool, well, good luck.
Right.
I want to point out something, if I may.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, it's like Gandalf when he went in there to talk to the King of Rohan, right? And the king was like, Gandalf Stormcrow, you know, he was under the spell of Wormtongue, right? Like, these people are on a spell. They're not really, the normie is not really being dishonest most of the time. Right? You're dealing with their programming. And when you're dealing with someone's programming, they're not the one that's dishonest. It was the person who put it on TV.
Right.
Right? The television programming is so strong. Neurolinguistic programming, you know, I hate to say the word, but we haven't evolved to the point to where we can deal with it yet, because it's only been around for like 100 years, allegedly. So we haven't really progressed enough to be able to handle that strong of a spell. So you're dealing with programming, you need to tread lightly with your normies and be kind to them as much as possible. And, you know, Jesus talked about planting seeds, right? Planting seeds of freedom and liberty in their minds, and hopefully, you know, they flourish and everything. So my point is that when you're dealing with people and they ask you these troll questions, quote unquote troll questions, you kind of have to realize that, hey, this guy's been programmed here. Like, I need to do something to wake him up. And when they say, well, what does it matter? And you say, are you serious? Like, if NASA's taking, like, what is it, 60-something million dollars a day?
Yeah.
Or whatever they're taking. Like, the government is taking this money and they're lying what they're doing with it, and they're bombing brown people to the Stone Age so we can install some sort of Federal Reserve, World Bank, IMF-style banking system in their countries. Like, That doesn't bother you that we took the Operation Paperclip and funded Nazi rocket program so that we could bomb people into submission? Anybody caught using their own gold standard? And when you kind of, you know, it's kind of a lot to put on their plate at once, but when you shock them like that, you know, you're resuscitating them. Come back. You know, come back. Wake up.
Yeah,
You know, it
'cause a lot
doesn't
of
matter
people
if
just
your government's lying to you. I'm done.
No, that was very well said. And I don't know what the movie references are. I don't think it matters. But yeah, I mean, it is. It's weird. It's weird, like kind of maturing in this, like because it used to be kind of like a fun gotcha kind of thing where you know you would almost kind of you know quiz people about what they believe and like yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've gotten worse about it though because in a sense, I've kind of like Flat Earth is always my happy place. Like that's the place I go to, like when like life or the world like becomes. I mean, I go to it every day, but like when I don't know, like whenever I'm depressed or like shit gets too complicated, like certainly was a time where it made everything seem really simple. You know, I mean, you know, 6 or 7 years ago, it certainly was. It was certainly a comforting thing, and I mean, it still is. But like, maybe I've gotten worse at it because I've kind of shifted my focus and like a lot of my, you know, my actions as far as like you know learning to try to grow food, and learning to try to I don't know a lot of things based around food really like because of some of those black pill subjects or whatever. But like, you know, I'm lucky to have found a group of people that are solutions oriented. But one person in particular, and I've brought this up on the server before, and I've gotten advice on this. Like, there's one person in particular that he runs a podcast. It's called the Survivalist Podcast. Feel free to look him up. But he, you know, I mean, he's an anarchist. He understands so much about corruption and just like literally, I saw him speak in person, and he ended his speech with, "Whatever the government tells you to do the opposite." But yet, all he wants to do is bash Flat Earth, and it's like, I don't know. I wound up in his comments on the morning live stream of his one day, talking about this is balls and this and you know, he wanted to call me a troll, and then I emailed him my name. I mean, we live 30 minutes from each other. I emailed him my name, my address, and told him like what groups I was a part of. And so then he had agreed to debate me, but he was only willing to do it if I came on his channel with his friend as the moderator, and only his members could be in the comments section. And like, I didn't understand at the time how dishonest that was, and like how, I mean, it's kind of like what Witsit and basically everyone else has kind of run into, where like people want, you know, the anti-flat earthers, they want you to do everything on their terms so they can just try to make you like. He wanted me to come on so he could promote it as like, oh, I've got this flat earth clown that's going to come on here, right? But I mean, I wasn't going to be at the time. I didn't realize, like, I knew it was fucked up how he was trying to set it up, like the terms that he had. I knew, but I didn't know how to articulate it back to him and say, look, dude, like, you know, if we're not going to do this in a neutral way, you know, with a moderator that's fair, and you're not going to open it up completely public, you know, then where, you know, you can tell your people to come in, I can go plug the link, you know, in my communities. Then, you know, I mean, then maybe that would have been a thing to do. But, you know, when I talked to kind of my mentor about it, the very first person that told me about everything, like, he basically said, like, why get into a dick measuring contest? And he was like, you know, how does this benefit you in any way? I don't know. So I ended up bailing on it. And then I ran into the dude in person at an event. He was behind me in like the lunch line at this event, and I let it go. I don't know why. Like it was right there. I had a million locked in lines ready for him. I mean, the dude's got a lazy eye, so it's been it's everything I can do not to say like your lazy eye can't see the flat horizon, or like your curved
Can
eye.
I
Can't
interrupt
see.
you, bro?
What?
I think you should, attract bees with honey and not vinegar. And I think you should conditionally accept his offer and say, okay, just as long as we get equal speaking time, and you cannot record the event and chop it up. You can record the event, I can record the event, but you can't take snippets out of it. You can only post the entire event. That's what Kent Hovind used to have to do. He used to have to make them sign a contract so that they got like a fair shake in the debate. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please continue.
No. I'm interested in who were you talking about? I'm not familiar with that name.
Kent Hovind was debating evolution back in the day. He would take on like 3 college professors, and he was like a high school science teacher. And he would take on 3 professors at one time and just smoke them like a cigar. But he had these rules of engagement where he would come and debate these guys, but they had to come on his terms or he wouldn't debate them.
Right. I do like the idea of conditional acceptance. Although I think that, because that goes along with a lot of other things that I'm, learning about, and as far as the law and things like that. But I do think that time has passed. I think I missed my opportunity for that, because he basically, the way he framed it to his people was that like I like ran scared. But to me, it was like, dude, you're not willing to be honest. Like because I sent him 200 proofs, and he responded back to me and said that he watched 3 minutes of it and it was retarded. And so I'm like, okay, cool. So I literally gave you the information, and you won't look at it. So because there is no debate to be had. Like we all know, there's not a single debate to be had. So I don't know. I guess maybe at the time I let it intimidate me, and if I would have known, kind of what I know now, I would have just, I would have just probably done it still, and just done it with the mindset of like that I'm just going to be chill the entire time. I'm going to be calm, and I'm going to, stick to, 4 or 5, points, and I'm not going to let him get away from those. But whatever, it is what it is. I got to let it go. But I would, now that you said that about the bees with honey or whatever. So I'm wondering, like, with somebody that's already so like, they're already so like fired up about it, like somebody like that, I'm wondering like how would I open that conversation in a gentle way? Because I probably will see that dude again in person, because we run in the same circles. Although he views himself more as like parallel economies, and we're not trying to, we are doing these things. We are building, our own supply chains, our own, ways of becoming less dependent on the system. And it's just weird that it makes me wonder who he's working for almost. Like, I hate to go that paranoid route, but why wouldn't someone like that want to look at the information? He's right. Critical receptions. That's hilarious. I don't know. I guess I always thought. I mean, the dude is kind of a salesman in a way. So, and I've known people like that were in like the truth community before, where they were always like affiliates for different health products and stuff. And like I support that. I think people should be doing those things, take care of their health and stuff like that. But I guess maybe with this dude, I mean, I always kind of thought that he was kind of a salesman first and an anarchist second, and it's not really a profitable position to take the flat Earth position. So I always just kind of assumed that's what it was that was his real reason. But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he's
maybe it's Eric Dubay. Maybe it's how the information came off that turned him off. Maybe try a different video. Maybe try a book, a book, or you know what I mean, something.
Well,
but I don't think he. Yeah, I don't think it's that he won't look at the information. It's just the way information is presented to people. If they get turned off by the way it's said, they're not gonna come off ridiculous.
And I mean, I did fall into the trap of arguing back and like insulting back, So, but I don't think I'll ever. I mean, I think he shut down in this communicating in the way that we were. So it would almost have to be that I would have to know where he's going to be. I don't know. I've been trying to talk Jaren into reaching out to him and setting something. Like it's almost like at this point, I feel like I need to pass him off to somebody else because I think it would be really beneficial for the community that I'm a part of. Because there's quite a few of us that know, in this freedom community or whatever, and but then the ones that don't, they like to get all triggered and throw a big old fit about it. And then they act like they don't, I don't know. It's super weird. It's just so weird how people are about it.
I think that's just normal. I mean, I think that's normal. The way people behave. When we I think we have to come off as not opposing them. As just come off as like, hey, how you would share something with a friend.
Right.
I remember sharing this with a friend, and he was upset because he was on this rabbit hole about calling it Nazi bases on the moon or something. So he got upset because this is it, right? But I wasn't presenting it like I was just, hey, you heard of this idea that the Earth is flat? Boop boop, and then he got angry. So I don't think he's insulting you. I think he's insulting, the idea of the Earth being flat because he's been insulted. You know what I mean? By you're saying that I'm stupid because you think I'm dumb enough to not know that the Earth, is flat. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's a personal, I guess. So, approach.
Man, that's really such a good point.
Yeah, like you said, how if you've got a business and your business gets associated with conspiracy theories, flat Earth, it's probably not good for business type of thing. Yeah, so if you bring it to him as something that he can research privately, trying to figure something out, like, hey, let's figure this out together. And then present, the problems to the brain. Like for example, what does level even mean, bro? Like, you ever thought about that? What does level mean? I mean, these guys are saying, and then leave the problem on his court, and let him figure it out.
Right. You're right. So the next time I see that dude, I'm just going to talk to him as a friend.
Yes.
Because
that's what he wants. He wants to maintain a relationship, but he doesn't want this. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you gotta. Yes.
Right. So become his friend as like a real person, not just somebody on the internet.
Yeah.
And then, and be like, hey, by the way, like, dude, can we look at this information about the Earth, man? Like, can we really look at it?
Yeah. It's really bothering me, dude. Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, these guys are saying, and you could just let him solve it for you, and then he might, he'll show you.
And what's funny about that is that another dude that I like actually do things with, he was like, he knew about the debate that was going to be happening or whatever. He was like, "Oh man, like whenever I decided I wasn't going to do it, he was like, "Oh no, man, you got to do it, you got to do it." And I was like, "Look, I know that this dude is like your daddy and stuff, and you think he's like so smart and shit, but he's not being real. And like this isn't a good use of time." But then I thought that dude was like I thought he and I were kind of gonna butt heads for like the rest of the time, basically. And then I didn't see him again for like maybe like another 6 months. And then when I saw him, he was like, "Dude, I've been looking at this shit. Holy fuck!" Like, he's like, "I'm not a flat earther, but why the fuck will they not let us go to Antarctica?" Like he's like kind of a leader of a bunch of. I don't really like the whole like alpha male term or whatever, but he kind of like leads a group of dudes that are kind of survivalist and stuff like that. And he's like, "Man, I've been thinking like we need to get all of our people together, and like all of the men that are strong and that are, not with all of the bullshit, like not eating fast food, not doing all these things. Like why can we not go? Like what the fuck? We need to go." And so like
we need a militia, and a navy,
right?
A boat. But it's like you planted the seed. You planted the seed. The ball has been planted. Yeah, and it exploded his brain. When he went home, when he was driving home, he was thinking about it.
Yeah,
because it was like a splinter you stuck in his brain, and it was like, yeah. I mean, that's kind of all you want to do, right? You want them to do the thinking,
right?
So
because it's not meaningful to them unless they go through that personally.
Yeah, you just provide the problem, like in school.
Right.
I'm trying to solve the problem.
I really like that. Yes, that's a really good way to put it. Man, that's funny. That's humans.
I usually hang out with people that I like, you know what I mean, and then look for an opportunity or an opening. It'll present itself eventually. Your conversations, how you just talk with people, it goes here, it goes there, and then eventually it'll get some. And if that's not the kind of person, right, that would talk about these things, then that's probably not a good idea to talk to that guy. You know what I mean? Like people who.
Yeah, you just sports or something, right?
Yeah. But you can tell people who are thinkers, right? Who think about stuff, but from your conversation, oh, this guy, he'll think about this. Let me present this problem to him. Hey, man.
But we did have a flat Earth meetup at my house this past weekend, and I would say it was we probably maxed out at like, I don't know, 18 people or something like that. And dude, we're all fucking weirdos. We're all such weirdos. But man, like, it was a really good day. We made a fire in the fire pit and just kind of hung out. One dude like brought up all of his books and all, like, he's putting together all this information for, like, he's trying to figure out how to do homeschool stuff, like, knowing what we know and things like that. And I don't know, man. I mean, as we all kind of know, like the number of flat earthers it's never going to get smaller. Like we only have positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what do y'all think the actual percentage of people that know are?
That know or have heard of it?
Well, I mean, like, have kind of the people. What percentage of people do you think like know that the globe doesn't make any sense?
Not necessarily flat earthers, you mean?
I mean, sure that they don't identify as, but I mean, we're all flat earth.
I think it's probably a small number.
Like, what do you think? Like 5%? I actually think it's more than that. I actually think it's like 20.
Well, if I think there are 8 billion people, then it's probably a very small number.
Right. But I'm talking about like percentage wise. Like I don't subscribe to an 8 billion people population. That isn't, obviously that, why would they?
Because there are people in the Western world that that have education with the globe, and then there are people that don't have that education, and even if they do, they don't care for it. Like it's not important. They're more about their culture. So I don't know like what's the percentage or the ratio between those two.
Right. Like for instance,
who are not educated in the globe or are more into their cultures, probably don't believe the Earth is a ball because they have their own models, from.
and it's also like, do they love science or not too?
Yeah, their science would be different too. Yeah.
Right, because like my mom was the easiest conversion of anyone that I've ever had, because she's just a Christian lady, and she's a numbers person. She doesn't care about science. Like she always thought it was stupid her whole life. And so I told her to read page 1 of the Bible, and we read it together, and she was like, "Oh, well, makes sense to me. I've been everywhere in the world. I've never experienced any of these." It was super easy for her because she always thought science was annoying. Like she was always like, "Why are we doing all this nonsense? We have these numbers problems. We have like people are in debt. We have people are, you know what I mean? Like for her, it was super easy. She wasn't attached to it all. She was never like a science nerd."
Yeah, and if she was part of our generation, she'd probably be here too with us as a flat earther type of person. And if we grew up in her, we'd be her. Like that's who we'd be. Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like that also know this, like that the Earth can be a ball because, what we observe it as flat, we use it as flat. Celestial navigation, architects, all these ancient, architecture. How do you build stuff like that if you think the Earth is a ball? You know what I mean? So, but today with all the propaganda, man, it's hard to. I can't even think of a number. I can't really speculate.
Right.
Well, the thing to keep in mind is that in regards to the percentage of the Earth that is believes in flat Earth, the number's growing. Right? There are no flat Earthers going back to the globe. So whatever the number is, it'll be bigger tomorrow.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And it's kind of the same thing with the pharmaceutical soup, right? Like, there are no like anyone that was even questioning pharmaceutical soup before is now all they've done is cemented people's position. Like it's I don't know. It's so weird how it's like it's almost like a big percentage of the people they've completely locked in forever.
Yeah, the way I heard it described was nobody that didn't get the yab regrets it, but there are a lot of people that did get it that do regret it.
Right. Whether they're willing to admit it or not. So do you guys think that there's any saving people that had multiple bowls of soup, or is it kind of like we just have to learn how to kind of build with a smaller group of people?
I think it's. I mean, yeah, there are saving. Yes, of course. I think there are people worth saving. Yes, I think our job is to figure out how to do it.
Did you guys hear that guy in here earlier that was talking about his friend is working on the unvaccination machine? Like he has some friend that's like a quantum physicist or whatever, but he's like awake and he's like trying to like figure out how to reset people or something. Now, I wish I would have been in the voice call because I was just listening on YouTube at that point. I wish I would have asked that dude, what? Who's your friend? Like, I know a lot of people that we need to have this conversation. because like my very best friend in the world, like he was in prison whenever I was learning everything. He went to prison for selling weed in Texas, which is so dumb. But like now, especially now that like they're basically legalizing everything and making all their money. So he's like having to go to parole and probation appointments and like anyway, point is that I woke up to everything while he was gone for 4 years. And then when he got out, I went on Flat Earth instead of talking about, hey, they're about to poison everyone. Like it was, he got out at the exact time when the poisoning was starting. And so I didn't like really have those conversations with him. Then his dad has like Parkinson's disease or whatever, and he's, I don't know, 70 or whatever. And so he got suckered into that whole emotional thing. But now he only did the one time. Only did it once, man. And now he knows about a lot of things, you know? Like he's realized. Because like I remember when he first got out of prison and he was first like doing his parole stuff and shit, I was like, bro, like this is not a real authority. Like they don't have the right to like man created government, like God created man created government, therefore government can't rule over man. Like it's a violation of everything. And you know, just whatever. But he was all like, oh well, I don't, you know, he didn't want to go back to prison, so he was like trying to, I don't know. So now it's like it's just such a weird thing because it's like that's such a big, for at least for me, that's such a big talking point. Like right now I'm looking for a new coach in the gym to help me do, like I have some physical limitations that I have to try to work around or whatever in my life, and I'm looking for like a new trainer that can kind of help me get to where I'm trying to go, that has an understanding. And today I was reaching out to this one gym that I kind of have a familiarity with, and I was telling them like, yeah, I'll come in for the consultation, but you're going to have to give me somebody that hasn't taken any of the shots because that's a deal breaker for me. And they were super cool about it. I mean, to me, that was just being honest. And I feel like if people would just be honest, like completely, we would like bypass so much of the bullshit that we deal with, you know? Like how much of the time are you trying to like spare someone's feelings and then you don't say your truth, you know?
Yeah. Oh, but we know people. But we know reality is people lie, and that will never happen.
But why is that though? Because is that because we've been told that if we lie, we get what we want?
Oh yeah, that's the question, eh? Like, why do people lie, and how is it? You know, how do you? Is it? I mean, I don't think it's possible to convince people to be honest and to have this utopia. I think that's what the New World Order is working on, though.
Do you have to convince them, or do you just show them?
Well, you just force people to be honest. You know, you just force them.
That's kind of where you should just force them to be.
It's the only thing, right? I mean, the reality.
You just coerce them into it.
Yeah. So to have the utopia, we have to be honest. You know, the social credit system. You know, well, if you're not honest, then type of thing.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Go. Right. I mean, we're not talking about transactions. I mean, that's maybe that is part of like psychologically why it might possibly work, is that we do view all of our relationships as like a transaction. Like fundamentally, that's so messed up, right? Yeah. Like that's not like isn't that why they killed Lenin? Is because he was telling people like
Yeah.
That love was the thing that mattered, and like unconditional love was the solution to everything.
Yeah, he straight up came out and said the people running the world are fucking cycles. That's what he said. He was angry about it too, right? I mean, I don't know if they killed him for that,
So
but he was.
was he the only Beatle that wasn't with all the bullshit?
Pardon?
Was he the only Beatle that wasn't with all of like the agendas?
I don't know.
Because
I mean,
they were just a stock creation, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Aleister Crowley, you know?
Wait, Crowley was related to Beatles?
They ushered in the Alice Bailey, this writer / Mason, wrote a book, Externalization of the Hierarchy, which she talks about bringing this mystery religion to the front, to the public. And the age of Pisces has ended. That's the fish. The fish god, the age of Jesus. That's what they call it. And the new age, the age of Aquarius, has begun. So there's a shift, in the way, and I think science is going there too. Like spiritual type of thing. You know what I mean? So, why are they exposing themselves, right?
Right. I wonder about that all the time. Like how much of it is almost like I hate to use the word cosmic, but I mean I guess it is like a cosmic cycle almost, where there's like a but when one cycle ends, anyone that wants to know can know it. Not everything, but like a lot. Like a lot more gets exposed to you.
Yeah. And it seems to follow technology, how technology is developed, new ideas come out. We didn't know this because we didn't have this technology, so we were wrong. What we think now is this because of this, and then, like 20 years later. So now that we, and on and on and on, you know what I mean? Until you get somewhere. Where are we going? Why is physics not physics anymore?
Right. That's science not being science. It's all just story time.
Yep. Exactly. Mind control.
Right. I mean that's a fundamental truth that's really hard for people is the word government,
Yep. I prefer monarchy because at least you know who's directly responsible, right? You can always get rid of him and his family. But that's just me.
Well, yeah. Well, people think that anarchy means like ski mask and Molotov cocktails, but like the real anarchists are like growing gardens and homeschooling their kids and like trying to figure out alternative currencies and they're preppers. They're thinking, you know what I mean? Like it's like a real anarchist is not violent because like the foundation of anarchy is like to like do no harm to anyone else and not to violate anyone.
Oh, you mean? Oh, you should follow Jesus then. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's my mom was a really easy conversion to flat Earth, but when I saw anarchist, she's like, "Wait a minute, wait a second." Suddenly,
I thought the Bible was saying that.
Yeah, flipping over the tables for the taxes was all about, right?
The what?
Like the flipping over the tables with all the tax money on it.
Yeah. The temple, you mean?
Wait, why are you laughing? You think that's stupid?
No, I didn't hear. I know I was laughing at the previous joke. I didn't really hear what you were saying. Flipping tables with the taxes on it.
Yeah, that was like Jesus being man.
Yeah,
the money land.
Yeah. Timbo, get out of here. No one invited me.
Who
Oh,
was
that's what
that?
these churches are. Are they not like that? Like, I mean, they do business. Is it not a business? Have they not turned it into a marketplace?
Yeah, it's commercial and they pay no taxes. It's
Mhm.
crazy. That's how they spun it, was that, like, I guess, like, the Jews didn't want us paying taxes, so we're not going to. Which is wild.
No, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure if Caesar knows, right? If Caesar says, "Hey, you're doing a business, and I know about it. Pay taxes." I think that's what it means, right? Well, pay your taxes because he knows you have to pay taxes. But if Caesar doesn't know that you're making money, I don't think there's any requirement to pay taxes. You know what I mean? I mean, if they're not smart enough to catch on.
Right. The only time you have to pay taxes is when you're engaged in commerce.
Right. Right.
But try telling that to the average folk. Holy shit.
Because the old way, like in the Old Testament, that it's just a trade. Usury is bad. It's like, so, yeah.
No, they're like, yeah, usury is a part of life, but we just defend it blindly.
Oh, Caesar,
Right.
It's Rome. We live in Rome. This is the new world order. It's the Rome. It's the Iron Bank.
Did you know that Washington, D.C. was originally Rome?
Oh, yeah.
Originally
Yeah.
Rome.
All you gotta do is look at America, and their buildings, and all their symbolism, and it's Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell is George Washington doing wearing a toga? Like, seriously. Toga?
That's
Hey,
hilarious.
what year? 1700s in America, right? Yeah. So he wasn't in Rome ever? Nah. Why is he wearing a toga? Yeah. Like,
Wearing a toga and a powdered wig or whatever that whole.
yeah, why is he doing the Baphomet thing, pointing up and pointing down?
Yeah, why's he got
What's up with
wooden pictures?
What's going on here? Who are these people? Why is Washington, D.C. its own
Hey,
country?
Timbo, I was just kidding, dude. What were you about to say?
Hey, Timbo.
Yeah, I guess whatever. Hey, man, so what's your name, dude? Your name is Bong? Well,
Bong.
hey, dude, nice to meet you, because, like, I remember when I guess you first came back into the server or something under some pseudonym or something. I was out in this cabin in the woods, and I was, like, just hanging out, listening to shit or whatever. I remember somebody saying, like, "Oh, hey, that's Bong," but whatever. So I don't know. What are you, like? You're like some North Korean fake dude or something like that.
Yes.
Close enough.
Close enough. Yeah. My eyes are good. Yeah, I got a bit of with my eyes. Nice to meet you, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to. What's your friend?
He's the King Jong-un of Samoa, dude.
Because right before you did that night, right before you showed up that night or whatever, with like a side count or whatever, like the fucking Miggy came in and was like, "Hey, you don't." He was trying to like inquisit me and shit. He was all like, "Oh, you don't have any roll. What's the shape of the Earth?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, flat's not a shape, so I don't know what to tell you." I think that's a stupid question. Like, I kept telling him that the questions he was asking me were stupid, and then he was getting all grumpy, and like I was like, "Bro, it's not that big of a deal. Just ask better questions, Like, look, you just don't ask me questions like, am I a flat earther? We're all flat earthers, so I'm not gonna say yes, I'm a flat earther. That's implied, right? Like, I don't know. That was hilarious. Like, because it was like 2 months before they gave me a flat earther role, which was funny to me. Whatever. I don't care about any metaverse roles or anything. Any shit like that. I don't care about it. Like,
because these days a lot of these Globers, they know how to pretend to be a flat earther. You know, they know all the answers, all the answers.
Yeah, they like to LARP.
Yeah. But yeah, once you're here a while, you know, and everybody has heard you many times, and we got to feel you, you know. But yeah, Mickey's usually a cool guy. Except lately, I think he's just been a lot of.
I don't know. I've been, now whenever he's pimping this whole like meat eating diet, like I've been tempted to go challenge him on it because like I don't. That's not whatever. That's such a controversial thing. I don't. It's not something I haven't eaten meat in, however many years, whatever. But like, it's not really the point. I'm not like there's a lot of like militant vegans out there that they were, like they like fell for all the propaganda in a whole other way.
Yeah.
But, I have like a lot of reasons that I know that like, whatever. I know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think if you like maybe if you were on my island or lived on a farm where the animals are taken care of, right? Well, you know what I mean? I think you might enjoy that meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
because
I don't like the meat.
That is a different story. That is a different. That is a complete versus factory farm. Like if you're going and buying your meat at fucking or whatever, like
weird. Like in my mouth, my body tells me, "Dude, spit that out." Like it's like, what the fuck? Is this old? Is this bad?
You can tell.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know if it's my consciousness, but when I eat like meat that's good, like kosher meat, like from say the Muslim shops, the Arab shops. Oh man, freaking everything, chicken, everything tastes good. Like I eat it. But when I get it from like a supermarket or meat from the wherever it doesn't.
But either way, it all has parasites in it.
Yeah. But I'm saying is like the way the animal is raised and taken care of also affects.
I completely agree because like if you're eating factory farm meat, then you're essentially you're ingesting adrenochrome basically because you're ingesting like tortured flesh, right? And, like,
yeah.
Those animals are smart. They know they're being raised to be killed. They're not smart, but they're also not stupid.
Oh yeah, and what they're being fed with, how they're just the body is just not healthy, right? So you're eating something that's tainted and poisoned. I mean, it's not even good to eat.
Have you ever heard of foie gras?
No. What was that?
Foie gras.
Foie gras.
Okay, foie gras, right? So somebody explain it if I'm wrong, but I believe it's where like they inject a fucking geese with like fat, so that they like fatten up the geese to the maximum. Somebody explain what foie gras is, because it's really fucked up.
Duck liver, right?
Yeah, duck liver. Yeah.
Yeah, they force feed them.
Yeah, it's delicious.
I'm sure it is. Like, that's selfish as fuck.
So they feed the duck this to fatten it up so that they can eat the liver, right? Is that it?
Yep.
No, it's the whole thing. It's not just the liver thing, but maybe
No, it's the liver. It's the liver. Just the liver.
And the liver is supposed to be like the most nutritious part of an animal.
I don't know. Isn't that where stuff gets cleaned up?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Is like, okay, so like in nature, whenever a pack of animal kills an animal, the alpha gets to eat the liver.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Orcas do that. Yep.
Yeah. That's a real thing.
Yeah, we eat liver too. We eat the pig liver. Like it's like a delicacy in Samoa. I mean, in North Korea. In Samoa. I'm from Samoa.
That's fine.
I just put it in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't answer before. I was listening. I just butted in, but yeah. No, that's all right, man. I don't mind.
You're supposed to butt in, Jimbo, dude. It's necessary.
Yeah, I know. Open forum.
So, hey, man, I wanted to ask you about what you think about that the dude that won the Open or whatever. I know that you're like, I don't want to answer any more Australian questions, but like, so do you think that like, I mean, do you think that's contrived? You know what I'm saying? Like,
What?
The idea that his name is Novak.
No, his name's Novak.
Dude, okay, come on.
Like on Blade? I mean, on Blade 2?
Yeah, but he's always been Novak.
Right. But okay. Come on. So I don't know if you go into like the actor based reality stuff at all.
Yeah, you're thinking he's you going as far as saying he's planted just for this purpose?
I'm not. Well, maybe. I mean, I think we would be silly not to question it.
To make a famous sports star that's idolized by everyone be an anti-vaxxer? Wouldn't that go against the narrative, though?
I don't know, man. The whole thing is so.
How many joints have you had tonight?
Dude, today 0. Today, but my whole life. Yeah, but my whole life.
No, I'm only joking, mate.
I understand. Listen, though, I just I'm not trying to say that dude shouldn't be celebrated, and I'm
What's that?
Well, it's just I just feel like the whole idea of like whenever the people need a hero, we will provide one. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like the Colosseum. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Like give the people a hero from the peasants. But he's not a peasant.
I mean, I think it's super gangster what he did. Like,
the country loves him. Everyone loves him here. Everyone. The media hates him. Everyone loves him.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, from what happened last year, the whole country loves the guy.
Right.
Yeah, the media paints him out as a villain, and then you got your odd people that just go with whatever the media says. But for him to stand up like that, he showed a hell of a lot of people that it can be done. So very admired over here.
I have no idea what's going on in what's in the sports world. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, Novak Djokovic, the tennis player, but yeah.
Yeah. I haven't been.
The Serbian guy. Yeah. I don't know. I know a lot of the sports are rigged, but I still do enjoy sports.
I think that was the last cough. Yeah, the sports are probably very rigged, right? But I don't know. Like, I mean, like, I think. What do y'all think about Eddie Bravo?
I like him. He's funny.
I think he's kind of like a
B.O.B.
Wait, what about B.O.B.?
I mean, these are all people, that are celebrities. You know what I mean? That tried to voice their opinion, I guess, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe actually, I don't know if it's real or if it's actually them, feeling this way and wanting to speak, or if it's like some kind of stunt to boost their career, or I don't know who would do that. It ruins your career.
Well, is it just that they're just a piece on the chessboard? You know,
Right. Or exactly. Or yep.
Please say you heard of Kanye West when you were talking just a minute ago.
Yeah,
Wait,
I know,
what?
right?
All right, really? Come on, really? Are we doing? Yeah, I'm happy to go there. Let's go do it.
No, that's problem, reaction, solution, or they're just plain old making fun of us and shit. Kanye West is a player on the world stage. Anybody else who tries to justify differently, there's something wrong there. Because you can't, once you're in the game like that, you can't just get out of the game and start talking to people like that.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because I dated this girl that I really liked, and she was super cool in so many ways, but she loved Kanye, and she was a truther supposedly, right? Like that was how we. That was how we. That was how we. No, let me finish. I'm gonna let you finish. Now let me finish. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The only song I can see into his is
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah,
No,
Kanye.
you go.
Was that who you were really meaning? Was Kanye?
Is that what did I say? I didn't say
Kanye.
Kanye.
No,
Dude. Oh my God.
It's Kanye's opinion, or if it's like you
He's
said,
doing what he's told. He is doing what he is told according to his contract.
yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
just look at when somebody is friends with the people that those people are friends with, you have to be really a special kind of thought person to like believe that they're working from the inside to save you, save everyone. You have to be a special kind of thought person to believe that, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'd have to agree with what you're saying, how you're saying it.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people believe that there's aliens coming to save you. It's so like just the entire idea of that is so stupid, right? Like these people have these aliens. They have this advanced technology, and they're so much smarter than us, and they're gonna come here and they're gonna save us, like you would do for your dog. That's dumb. Like no, my dog I might do that for, but if my dog gets himself into like a disgusting debt war with all the neighborhood dogs and he loses, that's his problem. I'm not going to save him from the dog debt war. You know what I mean? Or if he's going to buy food from the dude selling food at the corner.
Okay, we were talking about Kanye West. How did you get to where you are? I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter. That's where I went. But we can go back. Okay, we can go back. Okay, so yeah, with Kanye, obviously, like he's homies with Trump and fucking Elon. Come on, it's really that simple, right? He said, "I sold my soul to the devil for a Happy Meal." At least it came with two toys like a Happy. Wait,
I wonder if Elon Musk is the new Kevin Bacon. Like, 6 degrees is Kevin Bacon. 6 degrees of Elon Musk.
so what does that mean? Like was Kevin Bacon one of like he was like one of the pedophile like.
What?
Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Have you ever played that game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon? So
yeah, wait, is that what we're talking about? My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
I went to an Isaac Cappy place. My bad.
You went. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. I cannot stand Kanye West's vibe. I think he's horrible at his job. He should be fired.
I'm in agreement with you, Jenny.
Did you hear how I started this conversation?
Moron.
I brought up Kanye talking about how I loved the girl, but she thought Kanye was the shit, and he was like some kind of, I don't know. She knew about everything, but like for some reason thought he was some kind of different.
Well, we all got to hang on to something at the very end, right?
No, that's not true. What am I hanging on to? My,
Well, no, like the last thing you think of. Yeah, there's got to be one last thing you think of before you realize otherwise.
but supposedly she had already realized, and so then to me it was
Well,
like,
that's
okay,
weird.
cool.
All right,
I don't
so
know.
maybe we're all on a level of diet woke or something. And she was like ultra light diet woke at that
Where
moment.
did you learn that? With Kim Kardashian, right? I was like, what? Well, F
Is she
is
even
wrong.
human? Is she even human? I don't even know if she's human. She can't even raise her children by herself.
Ever since then, I knew that something is fucking wrong with this dude. It's nuts. It's not this. Something is wrong with this guy, right? This guy is not the kind of guy. The Kanye West, from before Kim, would never marry Kim Kardashian.
Oh yeah, because at some point he had to
Right.
sell out. So there's a crossroads.
Who wants to know the actual truth about that dude so that we can just move forward? Because I was only using that as one little reference point, thinking y'all knew the truth about that dude.
I think everybody's waiting, or not me, but a lot of people in the truth community are just hanging out, waiting, and following him to see if he's going to out himself as a flat earther.
Well,
Oh no, hell no! I don't think.
He's a clown.
That. Oh man.
Kanye West.
I mean, the point is that he sacrificed his own mother.
Okay, listen. Yeah, that's
Come on, that's the only point we need to talk about, and then we can move on.
okay, but also it's considered cool to talk about on social media about the Illuminati and how you escaped, like Jeffree Star, who oddly enough was rumored to be with Kanye West. Okay, but anyways, so it seems to be trendy to say you scraped away from death from the Illuminati, and this is what happened, and people just drink that shit up. Whatever bullshit they say, they believe it. It's crazy.
Yeah, what about Kathy?
We haven't had like a legit, like, to accompany what you're saying, like, we haven't had a legit whistleblower in, like, I don't know,
Kathy?
10 years, 10, 20 years almost. I don't know. I don't even know where to put that number. But yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
how long ago was Kathy?
I don't even think I don't count that. I'd go back all the way to Max Spears was my last one that I count.
I got you.
What? You mean like a celebrity? Like a legit celebrity?
I'm talking about, yeah, kind of. Like, Max Spears wasn't really a celebrity, but he kind of was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you qualify that.
I was like, oh, what are we, chopped liver?
Like, what's his name? Bill? What's his name? One of those kind of dudes, right?
I don't know. Can we just talk about the whole point is that Kanye sacrificed his own mother.
Yes, he did.
I talked to my mom on the phone 4 times today, and I saw her once. So I know that's fucked up. I know how fucked up that is.
I'm just gonna say y'all feeling pretty crazy right now.
Okay, so how many people do you think that listen to him talk about his bullshit about how Beyonce is sacrificing shit and doing spells or whatever? He seems to forget, in some coincidental fashion, his mother died, and people don't know how it's supposed to work. Not that I know all about how it's supposed to work either, but you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you go away, you go on a trip, and then an accident happens, and then you're informed, and then you come back home and bury her.
Question just kind of doesn't ever make it into the conversation. So Kanye West gets to go on social media and say whatever he wants and nothing happens to him. Or he's just going to go to Celebrity Island and Beyonce and Jay-Z, they're involved. Who knows? It's like Days of Our Lives, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so unreal. It's so unreal.
Yeah, yeah. Movies can say whatever they want and show whatever they want, but we have to say words like unalived. You know what unalived means? Yes, we are very censored. Can't even say normal words. But that's only because people choose to use those platforms where those censorships happen, right? And then they say, but this is where everyone is. But do you really want to be with everyone? I mean, it's like a bunch of idiots.
Well, the new trendy place to be is TikTok, right?
Especially TikTok. Yeah, I mean, that's where all the idiots are being trained. You know, like, hey, dance, monkey dance. Okay.
And Joe is kind of getting a following because I see him posting his TikTok videos on his YouTube. I don't care who's on TikTok. I refuse to go on TikTok. I got to be an old person. I got to be somebody's got to do it.
Have you guys ever? The only reason why I know about this is because my husband told me about it. Because he knows like how I am and where I stand on truth. He's like, well, you know, Cat Williams. He speaks out against the truth all the time, or he speaks out against the perpetrators all the time and gets his butt whipped.
Man, that'd be awesome if he could do a flat earth comedy bit. I think I would just feel like I died and gone to heaven. Need more comedy in flat earth. Because people be laughing about stuff, but then when they come out and they come across whatever bit of information that's significant to them, and then they have this epiphany, and then that's all she wrote. Right? But yeah, so
CD with that Good Night Irene clip.
my favorite is when he talks about evolution. Why are there still monkeys? Why are there still monkeys? Are they the retarded monkeys? They didn't grow into people just yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like we would at least be able to observe. We would at least be able to observe evolution. If we came from monkeys and monkeys are still around, then we should be able to observe it happening.
Yeah, there would still be monkey. There would still be monkey humans around, so as well.
Yeah,
cousin. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy how we let that go over our heads for decades.
But yeah, then it would be. Then you could say, your uncle's a monkey.
Hey, you guys, check this out. I think I heard it all. This globalist just presented Selenian eclipse as a debunk for the flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, I was like, dude. Yeah, he says. I said, so the impossible eclipse, impossible on the globe, proves debunks the flat Earth. So here, this is what he said, right? Because you only observe it in a narrow band of locations on the curved surface of the Earth. A unique eclipse that has been observed throughout history that is affected by Earth's atmospheres and the laws of physics.
So how does it debunk? He just said a lot of words that don't mean anything because he said Earth curve.
It's funny. I've been going on with this guy for probably about 4 hours now. I've been, just kind of. So his first claim was I had no rational reason to think the Earth is flat. I'm like, okay, sure, go with that. He goes, I'm happy you agree. I said, no, I didn't agree. I just said, take that to the bank and see if they'll cash it. See how much that's worth. Because I'll tell you it's worth nothing. Okay? It's just a squawk. And now I can look at it. If you ask me for anything, it'll prove you haven't even convinced yourself. Because your first statement was, I've got no X. Then you asked me for X. And then it's just, oh man, I wish I could get this guy out of the echo chamber. You'd love him here. He tries to do this really cringe voice too, like in voice chat, where he's a big, deep thinker. So, like, I like a dramatic reading, right? I prepped some responses to give the flat earthers, the ones that can stop harassing people, which are very few and far between. Explaining on a larger scale, such as the universe, will help us understand the scale of structure, such as the universe, and understand the orbits of the stars and the formation of planetary systems. This allows us to understand the dynamics of the galaxy. That's like what he'll sound like. You're like, dude, like, put down the peace pipe.
A lot of words with no meaning.
Yeah, it didn't mean anything.
Sounds like a speech a president would give. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
So the model's so big and so crazy and so out of proportion that you can understand it by thinking at the cosmic level, or you can understand the cosmic by thinking about the microscopic or something. I guess is kind of my take of what he said, but even then it's quite bizarre. I guess maybe if I just put his words into a Google search, will it come up with some sort of essay that someone else wrote?
It sounds like it. Well, it's good you came in because the conversation was getting a bit weird.
Yeah, the whole Kanye celebrity stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to totally, if I was going to derail that, but I thought, I jumped in because I thought it concluded.
Yeah, that's all right.
We needed that derailed. Thanks, Crit.
Yeah.
So we have pseudoscience on the macro and the micro scale.
Wait, are we talking about the microwave or the macrowave?
Like macro as in like huge supposed planets and solar systems and all that kind of stuff, and micro like with the particles and all that crap.
Yeah. So it's like the small and the big picture. You know?
All deal in pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, there's real science can happen.
No, I'm not saying that there isn't, but it ain't on the mainstream scale. Just saying, we've got pseudoscience on the micro and macro scales.
You are correct about that.
I'm looking over all this stuff. It's all sky magic. I mean, he must, okay, as I was talking, he's still posting more. This guy's just a non-stop copy-paster. Okay, so first the structure of the universe was his first thing, which is when I read you guys. Now the phases of Venus, the Selenian eclipse, Kepler's laws, star trails.
So is he an AI? Because it sounds like an AI to me.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're dealing with an AI right now.
Spoke to him, didn't you, Chris?
I've heard him talk in VC, so I'm pretty sure it's not.
I don't think that matters. Ask him a logical question. Ask him if he stabs you with the towel, will you get wet?
Yeah, I just said, imagine thinking the sky is Earth. He said, it's part of the Earth. Yes, duh.
It's part of what you see from the Earth. So how do you know it's part of the Earth? How does he know it's part of the Earth? Prove that. Prove that it's part of the Earth. The sky.
Because it has to be. Sorry, because of the vacuum.
Yeah, well, we're trying to make him say that, right? This is not the point. The point is that
Gravity.
we're trying to. Yeah, we're trying to force him into his crib.
Anyone new in here?
Hey Tim, how many times have you fallen asleep on the live stream? Tell the truth.
Me? Most nights, I'd go to bed with my headphones on and fall asleep listening to. But I've got a. I'm in a funny time. It's when no one's on and the bot's playing.
Are we getting close to 1,000 right now? Like in honest, real life numbers? It doesn't matter, dude. Come on. There's no way that's a negative thing, right? So
No, it's
just think about
very,
it. I want to know the answer.
Relaxing, you know. I would say we'd be pushing like 500 times, I reckon, falling asleep to 24/7 on the headphones.
That's it.
Dude, that was way lower than that. That was way lower. I thought the number was going to be a lot higher than that.
No, that's a lot. But that's not everything. It's like over.
I thought it was going to be like 3,000.
I try and I feel myself falling asleep, and I try and take my headphones off because I can't. They're like big headphones, so I can't roll over and sleep on my side. So, I try most of the time to actually get them off and turn the live stream off. But sometimes I fail, you know.
Earbuds.
It's time for you to do that because I think most people probably wouldn't even go to that much trouble to try to be good for their to be nice to respectful or whatever, conscientious, whatever term you want to give it to the people around you, you know.
I feel like around 80%.
You gotta give that to Tim at all times that he always maintains that as far as what he tells us anyway, you know. But I mean, I think so. If what you tell us is who you really are, then damn, you're kind of doing it right, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Me, I'm 100% honest when I'm on here.
Yeah, I was like giving you a chance to accept my compliment, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. How you going with your water?
Shit, dude, I finally cleaned it. And I got the charcoal tablets.
Hey,
good.
Dude, no, we're still talking about water. Hang on. So, if anyone wants to come talk about water, put a 1 in the chat. If anybody wants to talk about not water, put a
one of the most important part of my day, you know, making that water. I get up every morning, put on a load of water, get home at night, put on a load of water.
Yeah,
smash that water, mate.
If you want it to be right, that's how you have to do it, right?
Yeah,
it's not that complicated, and it's not any worse than any slave job, right?
No, it doesn't take long, and
no, you have to do, even if you have to do it multiple times a day, and you've got to clean it out 2 or 3 times a week, then that's what it is. It's really not that hard.
What you were saying about being honest and stuff like that, it's easy to be honest in here. I have a job where I have to speak to customers and have my own customers and deal with building building houses and renovations and things like that. So I have to be two different people. I have to be 2 different people all at once, and it becomes exhausting, man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've got it down pat. I'm pretty good at it, but I don't enjoy it, you know.
But it makes sense. I mean, you got to deal with people like Need, like more than once a day. Holy shit! I'm a once a day easy deal with kind of person. You know, like I'm a pain in the ass, but if you only got to deal with that pain in the ass once a day, it's not that big of a deal. But like, if you have the guarantee of once a day, then you have the like the variable, right? How many non like whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I mean
Because the customer is always right.
I think you would get probably if I were to do the numbers on it, I would think you would get like 0.5. So then you're at 1.7 or something like that. You're close to a second one. And that's pretty good. Second square.
What were you saying, Bong?
Oh, I said, don't you hate it when the customer is always right, even though he's not?
They're always right, mate.
What a perfect response. Holy shit. Bong, what a perfect response. Damn. I mean,
like they say, oh, go and work for yourself. You know, it's easier, but it doesn't matter. You've got a different boss every time you do a different job, so it's the same, except you get to start your own. You get to make your own hours, choose when you want to work, and you get paid more. So that's the only bonuses. But you're accountable to every different people, and you got to deal with different personalities every day. And a lot of people can be very difficult.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true. Damn, very elegantly put.
So we all have bosses, even if you work for yourself.
Hey, if you still have a job doing that, that just means your patience levels are, growing, and that's gonna be a good thing, in the long run.
I never used to be, but I am now. Flat Earth has been very good for me.
I'd rather do that than say something you got to keep doing every day, like standing in a factory and putting stuff in a box, every day. I'd rather deal with people.
Oh yeah, and because I do a lot of renos as well, I get to be an artist as well. Like building people's bathrooms and kitchens, and so I do all of the work, so from start to finish. A very satisfying job.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, you get to the end and you go, "Fuck! I did this all by myself." You're taking your photos after you've cleaned up to put on your website, and it's very satisfying and rewarding.
Especially if something you have a passion for, or something you enjoy doing.
I love it. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Oh, then you're lucky.
Find something you enjoy doing and treat it like a hobby instead of a job. Yeah. It's easy to say, hard to do.
No, can you give a hard example for that, please?
What do you mean? So, what's your?
I don't know. What does that mean to you? Just shit, dude. I'm just trying to.
I like making music.
Honestly, hey Tim, what I'm really trying to do, if you want to know, do you want to know? If not, tell your story.
Yeah, go.
Well, whatever. I'm just trying to figure out how to actually educate my child on,
Your kids?
Yeah, one.
I'd leave. I've got the same problem at the moment, mate. But my kids are in Catholic schools, and I'm not Catholic, but they get a good education there.
So those kids are ruined. I got it.
Yeah, but I teach them at home.
That's a whole batch.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That whole batch is fucked. That batch is fucked.
Well, I was going to say the Bible, but not the Catholic Church's version of the Bible.
Yeah.
Teach them your version.
They're really smart, but I teach them how to think properly when they're at home. So with their homework that's very one-eyed, I say, yeah, but let's look at another point. Yeah, and I start going, and then they go, oh, it's not black and white. I go, no, nothing's black and white. Everything's colourful. You just got to look at it the right way and be critical in the way you think. But I have Flat Earth. I have this always on in the background in the car and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
but
start
you
a conversation with them, but I don't push it on them at all. You know.
Yeah, you don't have to, right? Because
No.
just the way that you're moving as a man, right?
I always say, you know, they'll ask a question, yeah, and then I'll answer the question from both sides, and then I'll say when you're, you know, just go through school, do as you're told, you know, but think about things when you're doing them, get good marks, get your good grades, and then we'll have a conversation when you're a bit older about all the rest of the things. It's hard, man. I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing or not.
I don't put a lot of stress on the school part of education, just the Bible part. Like if we lived in the ghetto, I wouldn't. For me, I'd rather not send him to school, and I would rather not homeschool him the way they want me to homeschool him. So I would send him to the most public school that where he can meet people like us, where he can be with it. You know what I mean? Because sending him off to like a private school like that is like closing him off from like normal public school. But then because we're flat earthers and truthers, right? Like for me, I try to keep him away from the education. I tell him, look, there's some stuff that's good and useful like math and some physics, but everything else, don't pressure him. But he does well in school. Yeah, but I do teach him the Bible a lot when he gets home and how to treat people. How to look at people, how to listen to people.
I tell my girlfriend's kid all the time that public school's valuable because it's teaching you how to interact with the government. It's really low lesson.
That's a really good point.
It's like, because when you get older, it's just going to get worse from here. Like, you think teachers are bad. Try dealing with judges. Try dealing with police or the DMV.
Reveals itself even further. Fuck yeah, you were 100% on point with that.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah, I like that one.
I said a smart person. You can.
I mean, obviously, I like that. I said that. So.
Oh yeah, take it as your own. I mean, don't you have to attribute to me at all. I heard it from somewhere too. I said to him that you gotta be smart because these are very dumb people who they don't know what they do, basically. Yep. And you can still be successful in a corrupt system. You just have to make them think they're in charge.
Yep. Know how to move.
I think that you should start them off homeschooling and send them to public school later.
Everybody said needs to be in the handbook.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've talked about doing like a flat earth textbook.
Handbook worthy shit tonight, I feel like.
And you won't hear it anywhere else but here. Like what topic brings people like us together?
Right, where else could anyone ever say those things and somebody be like, oh, I know exactly how that was meant for me in my life. There's not another, come on. I don't know, maybe there is. Maybe there's some place that we don't know about that we're not, because we identify as flat earthers, then we don't get invited to this particular place, right? And who knows, maybe it's a million times better than where we are, but I haven't seen that place. So yeah, I think it's to my original point of how I even joined the voice chat. I mean, was because you guys are like helping me learn how to like mature and like figure myself out as a man in this way that I didn't. Fuck, I'm not trying to be weird about any of that shit, but like, it's super cool that I don't know. I mean, I can't really have real conversations with people who don't understand this much, So how do I move forward? Like I'm I do it by being honorable in every single one of my actions, right? Because if I do that, then there's no chance that anything else can ever really try to cross me, right? Sorry, my dog is doing some weird.
Iron sharpens iron. You know what they say.
Yeah, I have a definite love hate with that turn of phrase.
People sharpen people. Is that better?
No, I think it's great. I don't know how to mute this so I can pack these cigarettes. All right, they're packed. Thank you for withstanding that, everyone. Yeah. So continue your point. I'm just here to listen at this point. Real life listen,
Yeah, I agree. I I also experienced that here. Yes, I came here all confused. Didn't know where. You know what I mean? Like to start, how to think about it, like how to approach it. What do I accept? What do I
So
don't
give
accept?
us a real life example of that, please.
Like how can I prove that the Earth is a ball? Like how does one how is that done? How does one do it? Like I didn't know how to approach it. Because when you look at the real, like what are you gonna do? Well, how are you gonna do that? It's like so I had to figure out what's the process. Like how do you do this? And I found out it's just an observation. I'm like, well, it can't be that simple. You know what I mean? I had to make sure that all right, this is the right way to know something. You know what I mean? Compare it with school and what I've been taught. All these. You're trying to order and organize things again because it's been shattered by this. You know what I mean? By the realization you've been lied to.
Are you saying that it's the difference between just believing in authority and having to think for yourself? Was that?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Like how? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not just running with something you've been told, but going, okay, I need to look at this, and it comes. I think it comes with everything. Once you realize that all the shit that you've been taught is bullshit, then everything starts to come into question, and then it can be very overwhelming. Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to separate, like what you can rely on to be true and what's the lie. It's like, but that means I got to go through all this Einstein and Newton. Well, I got to go through everything I know. Seriously, how far back do I have to go now to start, separating? And then I realized all of it, from chemistry, all of it, is all lies.
So you don't believe in game theory, then, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the Bible, and also helped to read. The Bible came back. Became true, more true to me too. So it's like, but there's always the Bible. Look, if you don't know what's true, check the Bible. Maybe it'll say something that makes sense. You know what I mean? And lo and behold, it's always been saying things that make sense. You haven't been listening right. You've been listening to the filter, to the ears of a ball Earth. That's why it didn't make sense. Because we thought the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, that's why you feel lost. I don't anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, finding a community like this, people who are on the same journey as you, or have been there longer.
We are lost all in our own ways,
And you know what else?
Yeah, I mean, we're all just trying to find which path to take. I think I think that is super fucking genuine and real, and the ability for a whole new generation of people to learn, a whole new generation of being that is not they're like their worth isn't dictated. Their worth isn't dictated by like the yes or no questions of the state. You know.
Yeah, but we're not a. The funny thing is, when you look into it, flat earthers have always been around. Flat earthers have been writing books, have been debating, trying to
yeah,
take one years.
they're like observable reality.
So you continue that work. You pick up the torch. You pick where they left off. Because they can't be here with us now to see the technology that's available to so we do the work. That work. That's what I found. Like there's some people.
What technology is available there?
I mean, they didn't have technology back in the day to do some of these observations or experiments like airplanes. You know what I mean? But that's how far back ago.
You think that? Okay, so wait. So you used to be able to do experiments for I don't know.
Early 1900s.
We just got our wires crossed. So keep talking. How about that?
Not experiments, but observations. Airplanes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So finally, friggin' Kubrick releases in 1967 The Space Odyssey 2001. And then 1969, they went to the moon. And then all of a sudden, I guess the Earth is the ball after all. Time for a Cold War. Peace in space. Right?
That's funny. The way that we were predicting everything turned out to be exactly the same. Well.
Yeah, what a problem they have again.
You know what I mean? It's like now it's kind of harder to suppress the information with all this, with the information network and all. In the past, you just kill the guy or get rid of his books, right?
Hey, how many pets?
Yeah, and print your own.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the right thing to do. Is to just, yeah.
How many pets do y'all have?
I think the whole. Me, I got two dogs.
Okay, what kind of dogs? No, what kind of dogs?
Got a border collie and a Australian coolie, which is like a cattle dog.
Yeah. Okay, cool, man. Nice dogs.
Yeah. My wife made me stop buying animals. So.
Yeah, those are super nice dogs. Hell yeah.
Yeah, really intelligent.
Then
easy
you're
to
just
train.
gonna buy a lab for your next kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You should be like, oh well, let me get you a black lab because they last 10 years, and they are your bet. They'll never bite you. You know?
Aren't they? Don't they have the record of the most bites, or is that golden retriever?
I don't.
Dog, though, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you can tell me if you want.
I think that was I think the most bites recorded in Australia was from golden retrievers.
Okay, well, I was talking about a black lab.
Yeah, I'm not sure how different they are, but
I mean, those
Yeah,
black lab, man, those lab dogs are super simple. They're super sweet. Just give
yeah,
them.
they just want a pat and some food.
Yeah, they're the nicest dogs that exist. You know.
Back to what we were saying before, like
Yeah, what were we saying?
you know when you were saying like you were saying
I'll go back
like
there.
what we're all trying to look at what direction we're going in. Yeah, like I think the whole point of them telling you not to trust your senses is that when you come to make decisions, you don't trust your senses, and you go with the most logical.
Personal, right?
Yeah, you go with the unemotional decision. What is best for me financially, or you don't end up going with the decision that you feel would be the best decision from just from feeling, just from senses. And that's another thing that they've done. They've said, "Oh, you can't trust your senses because you feel like you're still, and you feel like you're on a stationary flat plane, but really you're moving and you're on a round spherical surface. So you can't trust your senses. So when you make decisions,
think they believe that. I don't think they believe. Dude, I don't. I don't think they believe it. I mean, I just
They don't really believe it, but they believe they believe it.
yeah, I was just talking about decision making though. Yeah.
All right, so stay on decision making. My bad.
No, I kind of finished.
Yeah.
It was
My
just about
bad.
being able
My
to trust
bad, I
your
didn't
senses
even
in
notice.
making decisions.
I didn't even notice.
Go with what you want to go with instead of what everyone else is telling you to go with, or what the guy on the internet says. Oh, that's a bad decision. Go with what you think is the best decision.
The guy on the internet is
automatically, and try and run with that for a week. Like
when he shows up on the
instinctively,
regular,
just make decisions off the cuff. Just go, okay, yeah, I'm getting pushed in this direction. I'm going to go in that direction.
Well, I'm sitting here talking
Try that
about
out for a week and see where it ends up.
how important you
Pretty
are.
amazing.
You already
I
know
started
that.
having all these synchronicities when I did that.
Agree with you. I agree that we're
Weird.
all
I don't know whether anyone else believes in that, but I do.
It's like a.
I have something to say real quick, if that's all right. There was
That
a
was all I
problem.
wanted to say.
I just have one quick thing. Since we're on a live stream, it's really chaotic right now because there's like a lot of over talking and stuff like that. So just try to be a little more self aware when other people are talking to try to not talk or maybe mute up.
That's a really good point. Thank you.
I'm not a moderator or anything, so I was just saying from my end, I'm listening and I can't understand what's going on because I keep hearing.
I agree with what you said.
There was a problem.
You're doing it right now.
You're talking over folks.
I think my volume was turned down. I couldn't hear anyone.
Really?
I think my volume turned down, and I was talking. I thought everyone was listening to me, but
You were talking to
Sorry.
When you like, why is everyone ignoring me? And then you realize,
I was. I was like, did I say something stupid?
That's hilarious when that happens.
Yeah, because my phone's in the car holder, and I need a new one because it slides down and hits the volume button.
I mean, I think the best point is that you're not having to deal with people on. I don't know. I think the further you stay away from people that believe in all the nonsense, then the better you are. Like if you can go whole days without interacting with them, then you're probably, I don't know. I would think you're probably figuring it out. And that's how I try to think of it. Am I wrong, you think? I don't know. Tell me it's so.
I don't think you can be wrong in this kind of. It's more of a philosophical kind of question, really, isn't it?
Are we still debating, or are we just having a conversation at this point?
We can be wrong in answering questions of philosophy.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Because my volume turned down, I'm not sure if anyone responded to what I said. Did I miss something?
Yes, you did. Continue, though.
No, that's all right. I was waiting for a response, but my volume was turned down, and I think I was on a bit of a rant. I'm not sure if anyone responded or not.
Hey, I liked the conversation. It was just getting a little chaotic, and I couldn't understand what was going on because there was too many people talking at once.
Yeah, I think that was my fault.
I don't think it was any one particular. I think it was like a group effort.
Very diplomatic. Any Globers around? Or? There's been that guy sitting in here with his mic muted all day.
Are you talking about me? My bad.
No, let's chat Torb.
I want to come in and talk about the glob. Can I talk about the glob, please?
Do you say the glob?
Go for it.
Dude, the glob is real. The glob is a thing that no one ever has to feel. The glob is him. Please record this, anybody that's around me, because I'm trying to, whatever. Anyway. All right,
It's always recording.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, isn't it? All right, so, I mean, somebody's gotta get some intention over here. I mean, I don't really know what to say to make things like copacetic for certain people or whatever, but I don't feel like I need to either. So, can we just meet where I'm at for just one little second? I'm really asking. Not a big deal.
What are you saying? So, I'm finding it hard to
I
understand.
don't know. I was talking to people in person, but then I forgot that I was, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I was right here next to talking to you.
Do we have to give you a field sobriety test, sir?
Does that one equate for weed, and yes or no? And if so, how sensitive is it?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm not trying to kill it, you guys.
Well,
I mean, it's free game on what we talk about within the normal rules.
You could never kill it, Janae. Come on now.
Well, I heard some crickets there for a second. I was worried.
That's the best part of the whole conversation.
Yeah, well, all you ever have to do is revert back to FE, and then you good. 24/7 FE.
Well, anyway, if I can loop back, I really enjoy spending my time here and, you know, speaking to all you people of like-minded people. And
Yeah, I thought we were doing appreciation moment. I thought we were doing appreciation moment. There's nothing wrong with that. That should be the way this should go.
What do you mean by you people?
you like-minded
Nobody ever said you people. Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, upside down clown world. You gotta tread lightly out there. Just you know.
So what? I feel like it's as long as you think of it as a dark comedy, you're good.
Well, okay, wait. What about this? As long as you're not a white person saying that in front of strange other colored people, you know.
Is you people what is you people a bad thing there? Is it?
Well, like I said, I mean, what I've observed is when a white person says that to a group of other non-white people,
Non-white people.
considered an
Oh,
offense.
really?
It can
Oh,
be.
From one white people to another.
we use it all the time, just as like you other people.
Standard measure.
People who are not me. You know, like you guys.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was like an insult or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of insulting, bro.
No.
I mean, that's just how everyone takes it.
Isn't it funny that you know,
It is funny.
arbitrary words like that in one country can just mean nothing, and then in another country can mean like an insult.
Oh yeah, that's simple.
They're pretty arbitrary words.
I really want to learn more about the insult version in your country. Can you talk about that? Like, how does that work?
I don't think we need to go into it.
Okay, that's fine. That's 100% cool answer.
I just thought it was kind of funny because I've only heard other non-white people say it. They'd be like, "You people."
She's
What
so
you-
sensitive. This whole part is the situation. I don't think
So for a white person to say that, it would almost maybe considered an oxymoron. You know, I remember the first time I heard the term reverse racism. It's like that is the most ignorant thing I ever heard in my whole life. Whoever spoke that out loud for the first time should have been smacked. Because it don't make no sense by the very definition.
that talking remote control over there is making a lot of sense, you guys.
I mean, it's almost like calling someone a bigot. I don't know. But anyway, not trying to be serious, but just kind of a pet peeve.
It doesn't matter. We already won everything. You know? We already won. We're the champs.
We're going to be here a long time, though.
We are the champs over here. We are the champs.
We are the champs.
No, because that's some whole other thing. That's not what we are.
We'll keep on fighting till the end.
Well, over here we don't have to like even talk about it. It just is. Just exists, you know.
You know what would be fun? If we did.
Somebody had some evidence of Earth curvature, yeah, that would be super.
No. This would be way better. This would be way funner.
No, we're looking for number one fun thing. Number one fun is curvature of Earth. Can we get number one fun? Otherwise, don't come in storming about like you got fun on the horizon or something.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just ruining everyone's day, apparently.
Oh. Sorry to hear you say that.
That's not really true. And so that's kind of the point, is it's like an Eeyore thing to say. It's not a realistic, you know. You know what I'm talking about?
How funny would it be if we did like a Wheel of Fortune but flat Earth version? Wouldn't that be fun?
No, let's do like a
Flat Earth board.
Let's do like a 10-minute direct conversation. How about that?
Flat Earth board games.
No, just a 10-minute nice conversation. How about that?
The only problem to board games, you got to kind of be in person to play a board game.
No,
So
talking about flat board games.
it seems more of a challenge at this point, but I don't
Flat board games are difficult because you have to learn the rules of them independently. Unlike the flat Earth, where all the rules are always the same because it's reality and where we live. It doesn't change by fucking emotion.
there's Flat Earth Jeopardy. What do Globers say?
There's flat Earth Jeopardy? No, there's not. Yeah, is there really?
Like whatever the scientism.
You know about flat Earth Jeopardy? Really? Come on.
There must be like.
I guarantee you, I know 4 flat earthers that will win that tomorrow.
That sounds.
You name the time. I got 4 flat earthers that will. They're all favorites to win automatically once they show up. Right? Once their presence alone makes them the favorite to dominate that competition. Yeah, they'll wreck that competition. You're not even making sense. Are you doing other stuff? Because otherwise, we're just gonna, head over here. Let's just all head over here anyway. All right. Well, yeah, my bad. Am I not supposed to head over in this direction back towards the walkability? Shit.
Oh my god.
I mean, isn't that the root of our conversation at all times? Like, that's the way I always look at things. I don't think it's really even complicated. People try to. It's just like the ground we walk on. They try to complicate it by bringing this guy into the mix of the conversation. I'm like, no, we're not. That's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about what do I stroll upon daily, right? What do I walk out of my little prison cell and prison and say like, do I need to get away from this for a while? And if I get this far away, I'll feel better. Guaranteed. Yeah, there's a.
Sorry. I know.
Hey, will somebody please go on a flat earth rant? If somebody's not going to go on a flat earth rant, then I might like disconnect from this channel, right? I have birds involved with that, but can somebody go on a flat earth rant, please? Just anyone. Just kidding. If not, it'll be me, I guess. So by American democracy standards, you are electing me to run the thing by not opposing it, right? Do you understand? Does everyone understand? So, like, whenever they tell you got to do all this bullshit just to do anything, you need a bunch of fucking people with you. They're like, no, we're gonna do the exact same nothing that we've always fucking done, and even more so until you can tell us that we are deserving of doing even more.
What is it? Consent by silence, yeah? Something like
Yeah, silence is your consent. Yes, and it's by the way, and it's not even just a joke. It's literally the worst thing ever is to be raped. I don't care what anyone says. That's what it is. And if you want to come have a discussion with me, feel free to schedule a time. I don't have that availability right on the spot right now. But yeah, I don't know if somebody wants to. Just kidding. It's not. I mean, I only talk to flat earthers anyway. So.
Alright. Shoot on. First. Give me an update on. Just Oh, hi.
Y'all are crazy. Yes, y'all. The whole stem of everyone else that even yes, y'all. Are, I mean, I'm fully capable of saying that. I don't know. I mean, we all hang out in the spot where it's like, yeah, right. There's no. Hey, Tim.
Yo. What's up, man?
Hey, so I finally fixed my whole water situation, by the way, just to make sure you knew.
Was the filter?
Yeah, it was ruined. Yeah,
Yeah, the charcoal filter.
it was like 7 years old, dude.
Yeah. And then if
Yeah.
you don't use it, if you miss a few days, it'll get all moldy. So
Well, it's
you got
not
to
that
keep doing it every day too.
You don't have to do it every day. You just gotta do it once a week, right?
Like make water.
We'll pull out the rotten filters and put in a new one once a week.
What? Once a month. Once a month should be fine.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's not once a week, but
Yeah, you'll be spending a lot of money.
doing it once a week guarantees it works.
Oh yeah, for sure. But if you think that
I'm just saying,
charcoal filter, charcoal filter's not really doing much because you're evaporating the water and
I've never had a charcoal filter until today. They showed up in the mail. Well, actually, I found it when I was cleaning the whole house because it's icy here, so I can't go anywhere, right? So I've been projects, right? I've been all these projects. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
What happens? It snows and you guys can't leave your houses.
no, we can, and I have. But I feel like I'm one of the few people in some ways. Like, if you work outside your house, then you gotta go. But dude, man, these people are insane. It's crazy. Like, I've been chilling just because I can, because like I got a fridge full of food and a freezer full of food, and I don't care about it. You know? Like, the more the world shuts down out there, the more I want to avoid it. But there's also part of me that wants to like go cruise through the big heart of it, you know, and just see what it's like. Because fuck, I'm raising a little girl, right? So I need to know what she's walking into, right?
The big scary world.
Well, I don't know. I think you just introduce them to the big scary world as late as possible, you know? I mean, imagine if they can be like 18 years
Depends
old.
if
Imagine if they can
depends if are you going to send her off to uni or what? Like, what if she decides to go to uni and then ends up going to the big city and she's there by herself?
Hey, look, if she wants to go get gang fucked, that's her decision.
I wasn't really referring to that, but just to be safe and stuff, you know, like.
Yeah, right. Same thing though. It's the same thing.
And she needs to be street smart too.
Yeah, you think? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm a teacher of this other thing that I'm not even something that you really have conversation about, like publicly, honestly. Yeah, it's this whole private lifestyle thing. So, I mean, not having a single minute inside a government school, it has to do a lot for a kid. It has to.
Did she socialize a lot though?
Who?
Because you homeschool your daughter, yeah?
Oh, does she socialize?
Yeah.
Well, she's 13 months old, so
Oh.
no, not right now. Pretty much just me.
I thought you were. I thought she was like
Mom,
6 or something like that.
me and her mother and our side characters are like kind of the only. Oh yeah, it's so good, so good.
I thought she was a bit older.
Well, people do. Yeah, she's not. She's one, but people don't understand our jokes, dude. They're always gonna get mad about our jokes, and that's just the way it's supposed to be. So let's just be cool about it, man. Fuck it. They're never gonna. Nobody's ever. We think they're funny, you know. It's okay.
Gotta have fun, man. If you take
that's
life too
fine.
seriously, then
All I know is that if you were sitting on this couch in my front room with me, we'd be getting high, and it would be funny.
having a beer.
Yeah, right. One way or another, we'd be getting either high with him, but we'd be watching this fire, and we'd be like, "Man, I wonder what they're doing on the voice chat right now." That'd be funny.
Speaking of fires, I live in a big city. And I try and get away from it as much as possible. Like when I'm not working, out into the countryside.
Yeah, same here, man. Actually, I mean, my situation is a little bit different.
I'll end up living in the country somewhere.
Yeah, we all will. I mean, anybody that I care about, I want that for them. But like, if you're already like starting to create that for your life, dude, then it's really easy to continue to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, all as we'll need to do is when we're ready, we just need to sell up, and then we'll have quite a lot of spare. Kind of, if you buy a country property, we'll be all right.
Well, wait a minute. Why do you
We'll be pretty good. What's that?
I just hate that you would even have to go that far with them. You know what I mean?
What? Say it again.
Well, it just sucks that you'd have to like do anything with, I don't know, with any like government or coercive forces or whatever.
I mean, like buying property or selling them, and then selling the property, and then them taking my taxes. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm not. No, I wasn't trying to.
Oh, you mean working and paying taxes?
Maybe I'm talking about that now. Before I wasn't. But you brought it up, so just kidding, man.
All good, mate.
Hey, remember when I was in that? Hey Tim, I was in that cabin. Remember when I was in that cabin?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a month ago or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I started out the night on. That's how I came on and even talked on this Discord tonight. Was I brought up like that week in my life, and I don't know, whatever, man. It's kind of funny, and I like that. When I come out here to talk about some shit, I'm just I'm just like I'm trying to like put in some flavor to blend in with everything. You know, I'm not
You
ever
don't
trying.
need.
Well, I'm not ever trying to make anything about myself because I don't need that ever in my life. I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't know. I mean, if I just don't like, I get,
Material.
I already get no, but I already get the airtime. So like that's gonna happen perfectly. Like, what do I need to accomplish? Yeah, the things that I'm able to talk about and feel motivated to talk about. I just think that we've like got it in our heads that it needs to be this thing that we do what we're told when we're told. But how about we just really do what we want, you know?
Yeah,
Everybody.
I still think
Everybody just really do what
there's
you
restrictions on it. Like because it's like it's okay to say, but throughout your daily life, you do need all these things that are part of the system. So it's like it's a tough one. I'll be able to do it later on in life, but still going to need money. You still need to buy things to keep your house running. It's a really difficult one. I've thought about it so
Yeah,
much.
that is a super fucked up one for sure.
Yeah.
And so
So
my
you
whole
kind of got to
thing,
go. Okay,
you
I need to accept some things and just accept them and be happy about it. And
what about
other things that I
so
don't need from them, I can discard. But
you don't want to be
sometimes, what's that?
you don't want to be a solutionary.
What's that?
Well, so instead of revolutionary, right? A revolution is just
Yeah.
a circle. It's just a circle, right? So calling
Yeah.
yourself
Okay.
revolutionary means that you're only going to perpetuate the cycle, right? In my
Yeah.
opinion,
You're
that's how.
turning something around.
Okay,
So
yeah,
isn't that
yeah,
what revolving meant? Yeah.
yeah. Well, you're going in a circle. That's what I think it means. But man, everybody thought I was like gonna. That's funny. I mean, this reality is so cool. I love this fire too. I mean, like it's like the more you kind of figure out like how you, I don't know how to just move about the premises or whatever. Man, the cooler it gets, I think.
Struggling to hear you, man.
You're struggling? Why?
Yeah.
Why, bro?
I'm not sure what's happening. It's a little bit muffled. Like, are you speaking a bit close to your mic or?
Well, wait, my sound sucks? Hang on. Let me fix it. Give me a sound check right now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So I learned nothing from that. Wait, so what does anybody want really? Do people want I don't know. So what happens if everybody learns about the Earth tomorrow? You know? Like so then you just what do you want to change? That is a fair question. Like what do you want to change?
What I want to change?
Yeah, when everyone
I want to change. I want corruption in government gone. I still think we need some type of government. I want it gone and to be run by the people, for the people. I want them to stop frivolously throwing away money and keeping people poor, and them having shit lives. And just because this person says you can't do this and this person says you can't do that, I want people to be free to choose whatever they want, to do whatever they want within reason, within morals, and the government just to leave us alone. That's what I want.
Man, so So elegantly spoken. Holy shit. Man. Are you sure the truth is not?
You know, it's when people don't have all these built up stress, when people don't have all these built up stresses in their lives, they live a lot better, happier, healthier lives. And you know, they can share it. They can share these times with their families instead of working 50 hours a week and being tired and grumpy when they get home and not being able to spend the proper time with their kids and their wife. You know, it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
I'm not trying to be judge. I'm just trying to. I don't know who else is going to tell me the truth. Okay, so who's going to tell me the truth about like how you guys are actually feeling? Because I mean, if I go try to ask some school students, they're gonna want to be like top notch or shit. I don't know, but I think that we don't have to care about the nitrous in any way, any type of societal nitrous. I think they're nonsense, really, because it's just
At school, they need to teach about not being materialistic and having to things. They also need to know that this dream about owning a house and stuff like that was thought up by the banks so that they could lend money to people. And you know, you can be happy without owning a house. You can happiness is not about money. It's inside and how you feel about yourself. And when you're not happy, you can change it just like that. So they need to be taught these things at school.
When is it my turn to talk?
Go.
You call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah.
It's really simple for the most part. But people love to be like, oh, no, that's true except for me. You know what I mean? Like people.
Hey, yeah. I'm not a slave.
That's what's crazy is that, like, the whole Harriet Tubman thing. Like, I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if they just knew that they were slaves. But most people will never admit that about themselves, you know?
Well, it's Plato's cave all over again, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, damn. That's the worst part. Way to bring up the worst part of the whole situation, too. That's crazy. Because that is really the root of the problem, right?
Everyone needs to get unfluoridated. That's what the problem is.
The problem is that, do you agree or disagree? I have a question for you. Do you agree that the problem is that too many people are fluoridating their everyday water supply?
What's that? Say that again. Sorry, it kind of broke up a bit.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to. Do you agree that people have problems every day because they have fluoride in their water that they drink?
I think it's part of it. I think it's part of the what them not realizing things. So I think it's health problems. It's got a lot. It's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of things it does, but it's not the main. It's not, you know, the problem. It's everything's the problem. All the food, all the water, all these sports drinks that they make, full of sugar. Everyone's smashing down the sugar.
As long as you don't drink Gatorade, then you win as a human, right?
Well, yeah, you can just drink something else. Just drink water and put some minerals in it, you know, like add in some really nice minerals. Away you go.
A salt drink, a citrus salt drink would be great.
Yeah, just get in, get some, you know, get some good water and put in half a teaspoon of sea salt, and away you go, mate.
Citrus salt drink. Hey, Kim, I wish you were right next to me because my left hand is paralyzed, and I need you to. I'm wearing this gold chain. I need somebody to put the coordinates on the grasp on it, so that it'll lay flat on my body. You know what I mean?
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, of course not. Nobody ever does. I'm just kidding, but I don't know. Can we focus more on?
No, it keeps on. Your mic keeps on cutting out.
What'd you say?
I just said your mic keeps cutting out. Anyway, I've got to get back to work. Back to my slave job. I'll be listening in anyway.
Good job, everybody.
I'm going back to work.
Yeah, good job, everyone.
See you, mate.
Man, coming over here to the best part of Flat Earth. Everybody, you're so crazy, but it's so easy to do.
I think you're hot, Mike, and everybody.
Somebody, please. I mean, somebody take over the jokes right now.
It could just be a moment of silence for the deceased globe.
Man, that could be. That's very true. That is 100% facts. Wow. 100% facts possibility. Anyway, so somebody's got to prove that true in the next 24 hours, or we dismiss that theory. The way I kind of think about it. Yeah, I give most people like 24 hours to kind of. Sorry, I dropped the phone. Yeah, but I give most people 24 hours to prove their thing they, whatever. If somebody has a claim, yeah, you give them a day to prove it. I believe that everyone should have a day to prove their shit. You know? I mean, what kind of year are you racing yourself for? It's sense. You know? My bad. Wasn't trying to sell a solution on easy thought processes or something. Yeah. Wow. Everybody's somebody in their dumb situation. Wow, it's crazy how y'all think that that's a real thing.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons. You see the gas.
To the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. It's not. Space is fake.
Space away from the sun is the darkest night I can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my Rocket Man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright? is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's hard to start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
The big scary gravity, the big scary institutions with all the fucking brown beating and their appeals to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshitting lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rocket with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. I want no nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, black holes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, black holes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it, Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Just going through seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want all your other disciples. We go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
not from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've gone out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream the obvious open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise. The earth is flat, and now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally find to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream the obvious open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters lies. The obvious what I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all their own mind. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. We the best music. It's flat, yeah. Another one. It's flat, yeah. DJ Khaled. You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. See-top far less is some balls. Ask for curvature measurements. They can go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? Business flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. That love don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No, them baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth and face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter,
flutter. Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs.
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, straw man.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh,
what a way to start a
well, we...
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like road arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease in the racist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never seen. Please claiming flat Earth is only archaic while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro? It seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, us really going 6 feet deep. Is the value of your radius is RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you reattain and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism has just lost the race. Globe charts scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think that's really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
So far away, the moon isn't what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. And the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars. Our only compass was our hour. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. Is not what they say. The thinker thinks is on his own. The song adjusting to the tune. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide is not so far away. The moon is not what we see. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what we see. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what we see.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the teens? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies. Everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
What you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon? Get it, that's an auto hoax. Times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news? That's an auto hoax. They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slide call me narcissist, antichrist, out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati in my mind, body, in my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact, the floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that. Globe is an auto hoax. Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be. Yup, that's an auto hoax. So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it. Exactly, it's an auto hoax. Wow, sports is scripted by the number code, but do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax. Squad. Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home, cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping, cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in competence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press photographs with weak a mess. I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness stars' absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines, messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Take it slow.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. unless you know for sure. Otherwise, you telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas eat it, snore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out the cog. This number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. P. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Ligerianism and dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like Terra from Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FB party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
This is Mix Sessions Live. Piano.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. So Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up.
I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that other man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound?
Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down.
This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve.
Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
going.
Welcome. Flat Earth Debate Live. If you're new to this channel, you have not done so already. Hit the subscribe button in the info box. I haven't listened to his show in so long, I kind of forget the intro. What's going on, y'all? I see Hank just popped in.
Hello.
Click the link in the info box below this video. Express your views on the nature of Earth. Please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Sharing the show in turn brings a more diverse audience. We are joined by Adam Unsalted, Andy Flataday, Captain Dan, Critspiracy, Larry, Mike Power Swan, Plat Chat Torb, Sasha, Satoshi. There was a problem. The Truth Acknowledged, Timbo, Toby Dog, Wave Mixer, Will Be Flat, Yoke Smasher, Ethergris, and Car. Welcome, one and all. I guess I'm gonna have to work on that intro a little bit.
See what I sent you?
Contemporary physics doesn't start with space and time to continue with things placed in the pre-existing background. Yep. Instead, space and time themselves are considered products of a more fundamental projector reality. Nathan Seberg, a leading string theorist at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, New Jersey, is not alone in his sentiment when he states, "I'm almost certain that space and time are illusions." These are primitive notions that will be replaced by something more sophisticated. Dun dun dun. Awkward.
There's the article.
Sweet.
Illusion? What's that? An erroneous perception of reality, an erroneous concept or belief, the condition of being deceived by false perception or belief. Now look up delusion, and that's a better fit.
Nice. When did this article come across your desk?
Today, when I turned on the computer for the first time in like 4 or 5 days.
Nice. Have you presented it to any ballers yet?
Oh yeah, but everybody's talking so much about everything else that they ain't trying to look at that.
Anybody got time for that? Well, we've been telling them all along, haven't we, Hank? That you can't bend and warp concepts.
I think we were just ahead of the curve on the Kuhn cycle.
I see what you did there. Yeah, I guess I can open up the article a little bit. I'll save it. Anyway, just getting settled in. I might open up the soundboard a little bit in case someone comes in. See, Central just popped in. Anybody?
It's me again.
And Jedi's here. The whole gang's rolling in. Let's go.
Need a Glober now.
Squad. Yeah, I'll throw my fishing rod out in the chat, see if we can get somebody in here. I don't think I've seen any ballers today, have we?
Yeah, I don't think so.
We got our Jesse Gordon fix last night.
I was going to say, I think Gordon might have been the last one.
Yeah, the bellies are full, I guess. Yeah, they've been in the chat today, active a little bit. I just switched mics. Does this one sound okay? Better or worse than the last one?
Better.
Better? Good, good.
So Princeton said that space and time are an illusion. Are they walking it back?
One step at a time, right?
Because it's been said by the Thunderbolts Project guys that if you read the articles, it'll tell you the Emperor, you can see his ankles. Another will say that you can see his glutes, and another will say that you can see his nipples. But they won't just come out and say it. But now I think that Princeton is like saying it. Space and time are an illusion. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Globers, why? What does that mean? Yeah. We'll have to study it a little bit. Maybe I can present it to somebody when they come in sometime.
Wait, they're saying it is an illusion? Or it isn't?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is one. Yeah, how do you bend and warp an illusion?
Mushrooms? It's missing. I wonder what they would say. What put your baller hat on? What would a baller say if you did present it to them?
You just don't understand. Illusion's a good thing. We're trying to figure it out.
Illusions are a good thing. I feel like they'd take the same approach they do with like gravity. Like, oh well, they work together. Mass attracting mass and general relativity. They go hand in hand. So it's like, well, they're illusions, but they're reality. So they both work.
So should I text that to like all of my friends, that I've known like over the years? Because I don't have Facebook or anything. So like, basically you can sync your contacts and get all your old contacts. You think I should just like send it to everybody and be like, told you so?
Oh, instead of told you so, I'll be like, oops, my bad. Well, they probably knew you did it on purpose anyway. Well, here's what I will do. You just gave me an idea. I'll copy that message you sent me, and I'll ping it out to some VC verified.
It's gravity at the foundation of their whole paradigm. They're kind of saying their paradigm is an illusion.
Yep. That article is pretty damning, and I got several more just like it. One of them said we can't, while trying to solve the cosmological constant problem, they can't let go of certain sacred ideas. Sacred? It's like religion. Sacred means it's like you can't touch this, basically. It's
coming right out with it. They're out of the closet now.
Yeah. I mean, these things are not bizarre to me because I've been saying them for like 7 years, so. And it wasn't my ideas. Obviously, I got it from other people, right? I was just, kind of noticing that, damn, that's right. So I think this article is saying, the Emperor has no clothes. There is no space-time. Don't go outside dressed in space-time. That's 5 to 10.
That's 5 to 10. That's good. That's good. Nice Chappelle reference there. Welcome Orion and welcome Batman. Just joined. Don't do that. That's not a 5 to 10. It's an old school Chappelle stand up. No activity in the lobby. Then cog this. I'll send out a ping to VC Verified, see what they think about this space being an illusion.
Well, I just tried, but it was a fail. I didn't take the role properly.
I think you can only do it in well, I was only able to do it in the past in the VC check-in room, so you can send one there.
Oh, right.
If you want.
Yeah,
I've got upgraded powers now, so I can send it where I want to.
Okay, I'm leaving it up to you.
I'll just do it here. That way we can keep an eye on that. Keep the VC check-in room clean.
Yeah.
All right. There's the quote. Let me get the gentleman. Just going to give him the short, sweet version.
I guess maybe they milked this cow for as long as they could. And they can no longer, use this to get funding, because it's like string theory. Oh, that didn't work out, did it? Like, when they're reaching to the point where they have 11 dimensions to make their theories work, it's like, well, maybe we should give up.
Right, here we go. Let's see if this works. Do they suggest what it would be replaced with in the article? Are they going into strings? Oh, quantum?
Yeah, just going to go to quantum mechanics. Yeah, because basically quantum mechanics is a little less theoretical.
A little less. I see Tim just joined it. Welcome.
Can I get a higher?
What's going on, player?
Not much. Woke up in the middle of the night. Now I'm just sitting in my office looking at the moon.
Cool.
The plasma moon?
The plasma moon. It's about to disappear behind the buildings, but it's super bright, almost full.
I was just out there. I didn't even notice it. Kind of cloudy here today. What time is it where you are, Tim?
5:40 in the morning.
Sheesh.
It's okay. I had to get up early anyway.
It is 20 minutes until midnight here in Ohio.
Yeah.
Part of
So you're
Ohio.
on the East Coast?
What'd you say, Hank?
Columbus, Ohio?
Cincinnati.
I've been there. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right on the river.
That's the one with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum?
It was a casino. And then they... Wait, rock and roll? That's up in Cleveland.
Okay, I got the city mixed up. I have not been there. Or maybe I did in a flatbed and I don't remember.
I went up to Cleveland one time, actually. There was a... You can laugh at me, but there was a Jake Paul fight up there. I think 1 or 2 years ago. Fought an MMA fighter. So I went up there to watch that. Saw some big names in there, too. Dave Chappelle walked in, got a big pop from the crowd. That was cool. He's a Ohio native as well. Yeah, I'm right down on the river. I think Dave Hinkle's not too far across the river there. In Kentucky. But yeah. Did anyone respond to our message? Not yet.
Remember the first time I ever went to Ohio, dude? I went to this mall, and it was like after the winter, and there was like so much snow piled up in like one spot. It was like the size of a building. And I'd never seen much snow in one spot before, and I was like, "Oh my god, these people are crazy here."
Yeah, the trucks will just push it all into one spot.
We got to use a box to scrape the ground to make a snowman, bro.
Where are you at?
Texas.
Texas. That's right. I've never been to Texas, but I wouldn't mind going. I hear Houston's pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of people, not a lot of crime. It's interesting. I mean, there's still crimes, but not like a lot.
Are there beaches in Texas, like down on the southern border there? Like,
oh yeah,
good beaches.
Yeah, there's good beaches.
Because I never really put those together. It's like I'm a beach guy. I love the beach. You can just put me there and leave me there. But I never really think about beaches when I think about Texas.
Yeah, Mustang Island's pretty lit. South Padre's not too bad.
You ever go do observations down there? Or do you have some good lakes nearby?
Yeah, I did go to Corpus Christi North Beach, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away, about 6 or 8 inches above the water. The water was up to my armpits.
Oh, wow. Cool, yeah. I've I've done my observations in San Diego, California. Spent a month out there, so it gave me plenty of time to go and zoom in on stuff out on the water. That was great. I'll have to pull up a map and I'll see if I can remember my long distance observation. I was using boats, and then there was some islands, of course, off the coast. So I was just using things like that, piers in the distance, that kind of thing. See some people have popped in. Let's give a quick hello. Hold on a second. Oh, that was just Effie Batman. And Zayla joined and left.
Couldn't take the heat.
I was going to say nobody took the bait in the VC for the VC message either. Says Derek Nelson says.
What can you say? Princeton says time and space is an illusion. What is your argument against that? Like, you're not a leading string theorist from Princeton. What do you say to that? Like, if you go back to your 2012 self, if you saw this article, how would you defend this?
I'm going to edit the message. Are you saying that's coming from Princeton University, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe he's a leading particle physicist from Princeton.
Bam.
I may be wrong about particle physics. I meant to say a leading string theorist, according to the article from Princeton.
Adam Monsalta says they can be 99.99999% sure. Yeah. I'm glad that thing started up. I think shout out to Miggy, right? I think he's been presenting that more and more. It's brilliant. That kind of stuff never really crossed my mind. But it's funny to it's really like flat earth jiu-jitsu. We're just tying people up into pretzels left and right. You're 99% sure you're sitting down? It's too easy, man.
I mean, it could all be a dream and we're all laying down, bro.
That's not what the nerves from my feet are telling me.
The nerves you have in your dream?
In my feet, bro.
I don't think I've ever been confused about my position, whether I'm standing, sitting, laying down.
You never what's the word?
Never been stationality confused?
I guess
Smoke salvia?
You never entertained the Matrix idea? We are plugged in somewhere and we're just in a dream state.
Oh, I've never been in VR, so I'll say that, but I have been in a sensory deprivation tank. And that's the only time where I was maybe slightly misperceiving what was going on. If you guys aren't familiar with a tank like that, sensory deprivation tank, it's like you can just imagine a refrigerator and then you lay it down on its back, open it up, it's empty, and you fill it up with like a foot of water that's heated to the temperature of your body, and then it's got boatloads of Epsom salt. So it's so you float on the water, and the lights are off. So that eliminates your sight. There's no sound, so there's obviously nothing to taste. And then the temperature of the water is supposed to equal the temperature of your body, so you're not really supposed to feel the water either, is what they say. So it's supposed to just deplete all your senses. But so when I was in there, I almost felt like I was spinning a little bit, which was really interesting. Or just like going down a river. That was pretty unique experience, but that's about it. When I'm just walking around, I'm walking around. There's no doubt about that.
So the spinning, I would say that it's kind of like when you're doing some evasive maneuvers in the clouds, right? In a dogfight, right? There's going to be a point to where you just did a whole bunch of spinning and looping around and stuff, and you might lose yourself in the air just for a second, like that one girl did in the gymnastics thing, like she lost herself in the air. And I think that your brain was lost in the air for a second. So it was trying to recoordinate, equilibrium. So it was searching. It was like, where's it at? Where's it at?
Right. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, because it felt like I was moving a little bit. Like, it felt like, I mean, this could have been, might have smoked a little while before I went in there, but I mean, it's like, it felt like I was on a river, moving down the river or spinning. But I get what you're saying. Like, it was like my body's trying to reconnect with, like, hey, where are we? What's going on here? But that's obviously a very unique environment and not a freaking computer chair in front of your computer. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't really, I don't know where these guys get this idea. Like, I don't really know what's going on. Even then, in the tank, I could just tell myself, all right, well, I know for a fact I'm not spinning. I know for a fact I'm not moving down the river or like, traveling any direction. So I knew that for sure.
I've never used one of those sensory deprivation tanks before, but I'm wondering now what it would be like to go in one of those, like, sober with a full stomach, like right after eating, as opposed to going into one of those things like right when you're getting near that 48-hour mark of fasting. Like if you've gone 48 hours without eating food and just drinking water, and you've gone to one of those, I bet it would be like a little bit of a different experience one way or another. I'm not sure how, though.
I know what you mean. Yeah, your mind can go into really unique places. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah, because like typically when I'm approaching like the 40-hour mark, getting close to 48 hours, when I'm going close to like 2 days without eating any food, like I feel much more mentally lucid. Like I just feel like my brain is just plainly functioning better. And so, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I definitely went in there a little altered, if you know what I mean. But yeah, would recommend if anyone has a place nearby. There's one. I had to drive like 30-40 minutes north from here to go there, but it wasn't too expensive. I think I paid like $45 for an hour and a half. Something like that. You can do like half hour, hour and a half, 3 hours. You can go as long. You can go pretty long if you want.
Do they insulate the tank or something? How do they keep the sound and stuff from getting in?
Well, so it's in like multiple rooms, which is kind of interesting. So you go like in one room, and then, well, it's like obviously it's in a building. So like you go inside of a building, and then you go in another room, and then you go in another room, and then the tank's inside like this big bathroom essentially. So you have to like take a shower first, where they give you a special like body wash and shampoo, so you can wash all the oils off your body, and then you go in. But yeah, I mean, it's thick. It's there's really nothing going on. It was a spa, so it wasn't like a big loud recreation center or anything like that. So there really was no sound to like be blocked out anyway. But yeah.
Well, I hear that you can hallucinate real bad in there, like
real good.
Yeah, real good. Hallucinate real good in there.
Yeah.
It gets better. That's funny. But yeah, legal hallucinations, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would recommend it if anyone hasn't ever experienced anything like that before. It was cool. I went with what's funny is that I went with a friend at the time. He was like my high school buddy. He ended up becoming like real successful, which is kind of interesting because he ended up working for Tesla and SpaceX. This is funny. But and I remember back in the day, he would like tell me he was reading Michio Kaku books, and he was amazed by the possibilities of advanced civilizations and stuff. And so it was kind of funny to see his trajectory. But he was really skeptical about things that I was kind of getting into. Like, I was young, exploring stuff. Like, so I told him, I was like, I'm going to go do this sensory deprivation thing. He's like, nah, that doesn't work. Blah, blah, blah. And he ended up like going with me to try to like just like, all right, well, I'll see what this is all about. And so it definitely, I think your approach matters, because he was like, I don't know how much he got out of it. He's like, I don't know, it was all right, but I just laid there. But for me, I kind of knew what I was getting into. I've had, I've meditated before. I've done things with my, know how to like get inside your mind a little bit. So I was more prepared for it. So I wouldn't go there if you're not like, if you just think you're going to go lay in a bath or whatever, maybe not for you. But if you're like looking for a place to really get quiet, go check it out. It's cool. And there's no earth curve on that water either. Yep.
Yeah. I think to really get anything out of that, it demands quite some self-work. Like, rid yourself of ego, bias, and belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The more you can rid the more you can rid yourself of earthly bounds, the better effect, I guess it is, you can get from these things. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just talking from what I think. But that's kind of my experience. The more that you quote unquote level up, the more you get out of stillness, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. You don't want to like go in there like with a bunch of baggage, like things weighing on your mind in a bad mood. Like you want to go in quiet, centered, that kind of thing. I think we were trying to say something.
I lost it because I was listening to what he said.
My bad.
No, I was listening to what he said. It was good. It's all good.
I should have cut him off. No,
I mean, I have a lot of these talks because I know some people, they like, it's not because I want to talk about drugs, but they think like DMT is this magic drug and you can go in from every state of your life and pretty much just get expanding knowledge and stuff like that. And I'm more cautious there, where I'm like, if you're not ready for it, well, whatever you see or whatever image it shows you, it will be a reflection of your current bounds. Like if you have a belief in whatever, that might be what your mind will direct you towards. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I thought you were done, bro.
Yeah, I was just saying, if you know what I mean.
I saw this thing today, and they put some like fleas in a jar, and the fleas could only jump so high. And after a while, they removed the lid, and after that, the fleas could only jump that high. They couldn't jump any higher. And I think that's what the school does to us.
Could definitely use it as a comparison for sure. If you're only allowed to jump this high, you will never think that you can jump higher.
Not gonna lie, I was typing in the chat. I missed what Hank said, but I did get your point. I wanted to add on to something you said, Tim, was like with like the DMT thing and like just to get in quiet, whatever. I've heard a quote that's pretty interesting. It's like there's many ways to ascend the mountain, but the view from the peak is still the same. So I've always liked that. It doesn't matter if you don't need drugs. You can do it without. You can do the same thing. Just
yeah,
you can't do that in front of a TV, that type of thing. Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that also if you would talk with some of the South American shamans and stuff like that, sure they're earning money on, let's say, American tourists and stuff like that, but they will probably also tell you that this ayahuasca trip, it's not something to take lightly, because it's deep in the tradition, and if you are in the right state of mind, you could potentially get some elevated not knowledge, but visions. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say, but something like that. And yeah, it comes back to if you're bound by a lot of things, have a lot of weight, and haven't done a lot of self work, well, maybe you're getting illusions instead of visions, or real epiphanies, or what's the word? Something like that. Let's say passion, 40 days of fasting out and you get some visions and epiphanies, but if you're bound by a lot of things, you will not get the same effect. Something like that.
Hey, you guys want to know something totally bullshit about the Guinness Book of World Records in regards to fasting? I was like a few years ago, I was watching this documentary about this guy who was overweight. Like, I don't know, he was like maybe 32 years old or something like that. He was in his 30s here in the United States. And he was like, I think to begin with, he wasn't as fat as a lot of people. He was obese, but I think he was like maybe 230 pounds or something to begin with. Like, he was definitely overweight, but he wasn't as big as some people in the United States. But anyway, he starts fasting, all right, to try and lose this weight and fix his health. And he goes 36 days without eating any food. But the bullshit part about this story is that the Guinness Book of World Records refused to put him in the Guinness Book of World Records for fasting that long, even though he had broken the previous record, because they were afraid that the next individual that would attempt to do it would kill themselves.
Wow.
I was like, well, that's bullshit, dude. I mean, that's part of the risk. If you're going, like, what would you say that to Evel Knievel? Like, come on.
Right.
Real,
You're not allowed to go in. Other people might try this. Yeah. Culture's getting kind of soft.
Like,
there was a guy who did it for a year.
Isn't the story it says in the Bible Jesus did it for 40 days?
I think you said somebody did it for a year.
Yeah, somebody did not eat for a year. He lost a shitload of weight. This
Was he
is
just
not medical
water? Or
advice.
what was he doing?
Yeah, salt water, minerals. They had a doctor that supervised it and made sure that all his minerals were level, and he wasn't just like starving himself from essential nutrients and amino acids and stuff. And he basically would have like, salt and stuff like that, salt pills.
Wow.
Different minerals. And he didn't eat anything for a year, and he survived.
Somebody pay him to do that, or why did he do that?
I have no idea, bro.
I'm not worried. How active could that guy be in that year, just laying on the bed?
He must have been really fat to begin with, because the guy I'm talking about, he was like 220 to begin with, but he was actually still overweight when 36 days were up. Like, he was still fat. He was just half as fat as he was before, like about half the diameter. So he had lost like, I don't know, about 40 pounds or something. You typically lose about a pound a day. Like, that's typically how it is for a 150 pound individual. Typically, when you're not eating, you burn 1 pound of body fat per day. That's typically how it goes.
You guys remember that movie Super Size Me with Adam Spurlock, where he ate nothing but McDonald's for 30 days and it almost killed him?
Yeah. And then there's the Breatharians that claim they are living on the energy of the cosmos.
Breatharians.
Yeah, Breatharian. Yeah.
Oh, don't say that in German, bro.
I have a little problem about pronouncing some words with R in the middle of it.
It was a World War II joke, brother. I was just joking.
Oh, okay. Well, I do have that issue, but yeah.
Words like what?
Like words with like an R in the middle of it, like our words in general.
So like
bread, it would sound like the R is a V when I pronounce it, like ish.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes I also stumble over the word if the R is there. It's like I cannot twist my tongue the right way because we don't do it in Danish, in Denmark, in Danish.
Cool. I love your accent. It's very unique. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, me too. Can you say veterinarian?
Bro, why are you trolling me?
I'm just messing with you. I like your accent too.
Yeah, the tribe of Dan, didn't they go all over the place naming place after Dan? The Danube River and Denmark.
Yeah, I've heard that story too. I don't think there is much merit to it.
Well, it's funny because the other groups of people that, are in Europe, they kind of got the same thing going on. It's just a theory, though.
Yeah, I know. But there is a lot of those. There is also the Irish theory that, for example, stories of the Bible originated in the north, travel all the way down south, and now the south is teaching it back to the north. but again, like a lot of stories out there.
Yeah, but there's also the other side of that too, because the Cherokee people, there's a group of Cherokee, which is Native American, and they say that they are descendants of the Jews, or I can't remember if it's Israelites, but they basically like think that they're descendants of the Jews, I think. And
Doesn't that story originate from a big biblical pioneer as one of the first that came over back in the 1500s or something like that? So might be based or biased.
yeah, the 1500s is actually accurate because there's this guy, he reads like firsthand documents with people on the ground in the early like 1500s, and the first people came over here from Europe, and there was no Pocahontas story in real life because the Spaniard and the Portuguese came here. So when the Iberian Peninsula people came here, they were speaking like ancient Hebrew with the natives. That's what it says in the YouTube channel, that he cites his sources and gets like firsthand accounts, people that were boots on the ground here in the 1500s. And I can't like not see that. Like, oops, I did it again.
Yeah, I understand, and of course it's worth taking note of. But I don't know. It's I apply some source critic to it, and when I see where the source comes from, it's just like I have to take it with a grain of salt, because the pioneers that came there first would of course have an agenda. Some of the biblical or Jewish people, they might have had an agenda to prove some of this 12 tribe stuff, you know. I don't know. I'm not saying I do know. I'm just saying I'm cautious about just take it as the word, you know.
And we appreciate people who are cautious and don't just believe whatever they see. So, good job.
There is also the story about the Olmecs that supposedly should have been black people, even though the statues is more similar to Polynesians than regular blacks. But then there is also the story about the most rich black dude in the world ever in history, or something like that, that sent out 2 missions to the West and they never came back. They could have hit America at some point. They could have started to mix their black genes with Indian genes, you know, and got some tribes out of that with shared similarities, shared genes. There is something like that also, and I think that story is like 1,000, maybe even 2,000. I don't know. Like, it's very old, that story, but yeah. But the sources about that rich dude, like they hold water, as far as I know. So that could be something like that. We have the Vikings that came over there, maybe some migration from North Asia or the Bering Strait at some point in history. I don't know. So yeah, I'm definitely not sure that the first European or Euro-Asian they could have come throughout history, you know. Like, I mean, the Polynesians, like, they traversed those waters in some sort of way, so anything is possible, you know.
Well, if you look at the Polynesian capability and the Norse and the Phoenician, they had the ability to travel over long distance open oceans, and yet the Norsemen could get up in the river, right? Because the ships were so small, they could go up the river, carry it over land if they had to.
Yeah.
So you 3 people were like really, really awesome at seafaring and, you know, going and finding some shit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was my point. Like, we have accounts of people sent from Africa, Europe, and stuff like that over the waters, but we don't have any account of them going back before, you know, like 1500s or something like that. So that's my point. People could easily have migrated from east to west without the East actually know if these guys survived it or not. And if they survived, they would have mixed with the original people over there if they were friendly, if not killed,
Well, the people who came over here from Spain, they said that the people that they met in the Caribbean were so kind and naive that they were trading with them like first thing, like, hey, do you want to trade? And they were like, yeah, let's trade. And one of the guys like came onto the ship and fell asleep on board. So he wasn't even worried about being like stabbed in the back. He just like fell asleep on the ship.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the Portuguese and the Spaniards? Like, they're not worried about an Inquisition or nothing. They're just over here like sleeping.
Oh yeah, I actually saw something about that the other day. That the Spaniards might have exaggerated their stories about actually killing all these South Americans. That some of these empty sites and stuff like that were actually not habited at all, but just left alone. And these guys just wrote home about these amazing tales and huge takeovers. But yeah.
Yeah, they dug up some archaeological digs over there and said that Cortez had a guy who was with him who married one of the princesses. And when they were like down to their last fortification, they called aid from the other natives, and the natives and the Spaniards had war and prevailed, but it's only because of the divide and conquer strategy. So if they wouldn't have done that, and the evidence was that there was skeletons found that had the same kind of damage from Spaniards and the natives on the same body. So that was the evidence that it was a sword and a blunt weapon. That the blunt sword that they had, the black stones on it, I forget what it's called.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We saw the same thing in India. The English or the UK, they came down with not enough people to take over like those 500 million Indians, but there was a lot of tribes in India, and the English people, they just choose to help some of the tribes, and those tribes they won and praised the English guys as the white saviors. So I could imagine some similar story would happen when they started to really travel over to the Americas.
Yeah, that divide and conquer strategy seems pretty legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, history is amazing, but the more I'm learning about like the fairs of the 1800s and the coins not dating back past the 1800s and all this stuff about Tartaria and Atlantis and what's actually underneath us. Like, I don't know, man. History is weird. I don't think we know what the date is. I think it's like the Matrix. Like, we think it's the year 2023, but it may be like 25 or whatever. We don't know. It may be like 66,000 or something, or 100, excuse me. 6,700.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going on, of course, but the most convincing would be that the Dark Ages might have been added in because it's there's not a lot of information from there. Like, it could easily those few sources that is from those 300 years, like, could easily have been faked. It's one of the least documented periods of history. But yeah, and then there is the Skellige part. But the Dark Ages, they could easily have been added. That's all I have to say about that, I guess.
Yeah, 1,000 years. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean that would just be 300 years. There is some of the arguments is that some of the natural events like floods and other things like that, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions that happened in around year 800 or something like that. They happened, pretty much similar events happened in year 1200. And that might have been just like a few, there was 300-400 years added there. It's been a while since I looked into this, so I don't recall it 100%, but it's something like that some of the cataclysmic or natural events like volcanoes and earthquakes and stuff like that happened in 800, and very similar in the same places happened 300-400 years later. And since those 300 years in between there is very ill documented, that gives maybe some credence to that those years have just been added somewhere, somehow. But why would they add them? I'm not sure what they would benefit from adding a few hundred years.
Well, it was one guy who created the timeline that we agree to today. So, I mean, if you trust him, then you know what year it is.
Yeah, I know this Gallagher story. Yeah. It depends what side of the fence that you're looking at it on, but yeah, I don't know. I guess the best way to actually figure things out is to go from today and go backwards instead of, like, let's say, go back 2,000 years and try to go up to now. And yeah, that would probably be my approach. But that's Gallagher, dude. Like, I mean, the people that are talking about him is also talking about that the entire Roman Empire is made up, and a lot of other stuff that somehow, I don't know, that's a lot of stuff that has to be made up, you know? I guess I'm just not there.
Yeah, I think history definitely could be reevaluated. I mean, so the way that it goes is that if your country has been at war, then you've seen wartime propaganda. And if that's what's up, like if we've all been at war this whole time, then we don't really know what the truth is. So we kind of have to just say, well, are atom bombs real, or was this just like a, propaganda thing?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, for example, if you go on a wiki and you look at the 1500s to the like 1800s, like that's 300 years with wars going on at all times because it's good business, you know. So there's definitely a lot of things, but I'm more like in the position that history happened. We might just not know the exact reasons to why events happened, you know, like the Civil War happened, but the reasoning behind it might be altered with, you know. 9/11 happened, but what we are taught in school might not be exactly what happened, stuff like that, you know. I guess I'm leaning more to that way. But again, like dating has always been weird. If you go back to Jewish capitalism with the numbers, they had a calendar of 60 days, and then they had 5 days that was unlucky, where they just didn't do anything and didn't account any days for, where they just sat still, and then they started the year again after those 5 days. But yeah, so is the history line and all the days and years and stuff like that 100% exact? Most likely not, but yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm an NBA player playing basketball with like children. You know, you can't go dunk on somebody. You can't go dunk on like 5-year-old, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, Kim, you see the guy in the chat who's like, I don't know, sticks and shadows? I'm not too
I
sure.
just corrected him with an obelisk, well, shadows, with a presupposed distance of the sun.
Man, you got to put the kitty gloves on.
You got to teach them their own belief.
So hey, you said you're from Denmark. Got a question. Do you know what garum is? Like the fish sauce they used to make that was really stinky and salty?
No. I mean, there is surströmming from Sweden, but that is more like fermented fish in cans. But it says here, garum is fermented fish sauce that was used in Phoenician, ancient Greek, Rome, Carthage, and Byzantium. So it's not a northern thing, I guess.
Couple people just joined. Let's say hello. Ether joined. Hello. And FR. Welcome, guys. For real. I don't think we spoke FR, so if you want to say hello, you're welcome to chime in. Get to know you a little bit better. Hook you up with some more roles. We can identify you in the future, but if you're busy, no worries. Sir Patrick Spence is with us. Will Be Flat has joined recently, and yep. This is the crew. My name is CB. I'll be your captain for this evening.
What's up, guys? Do you like science?
Fly a plane on a flat Earth.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I like that.
How do you fly a plane on a flat Earth?
Yeah, oh, dude.
I thought you said
Silly.
something else.
Oh.
Dude, those types of questions drive me crazy. It's like, how do you go from point A to point B? Doesn't matter what world we live in. You just go there, dude. What the hell? Like
Right.
people, they have this weird idea. I feel like where it comes from is, you guys remember in school, at least for me, my teacher had like multiple maps they could just pull down on the chalkboard. There's like 3 maps, you know, they're all rectangular, huge. But
Yeah.
they take that map and they're like, well, why don't you just go left? It's like, what do you mean go left? It's like, that's not a direction. And that square map that we're not talking about, that's not the Earth.
Yeah, just go left and you'll end up over the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Here, I got one
That's
for
what they're
you guys.
picturing. Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the room description. Okay, on this other server, it's called Flat Earth. Okay, the room description says debate flat Earth, concave, or globe. So the dude tells me, the moderator jumps in and says, I have to tell him about the flat Earth. I said, why? Why do I have to do this? This room is about discussing the science behind the flat Earth. This is not a room to talk about the globe Earth. So I go, okay, here, I'm gonna. I highlighted the picture of the room. I circled the word globe in red. I said, "Will you read out loud this word for me?" Okay. So his response was, okay, my guess is you just okay. I guess he misspelled that. He just ignored. I guess it's supposed to be you just ignored. I mean, blocking you because you are boring. I don't engage with people who don't want to engage.
What the hell?
So yeah, it's hilarious. So my engagement with him is boring, and also not an engagement. It's a boring engagement that is also not an engagement. In a room used to talk about flat Earth or the globe Earth, that he thinks is only means that I must talk about the flat Earth. Like, he can't talk about it. It has to be me.
What does he mean by you need to talk about the science of flat Earth? The science works exactly the same as it does now.
Yeah, he never explained that.
It's not any different.
He linked me to a room. He says, here, flat Earth. This room is about discussing the science behind flat Earth. This isn't a room to discuss the globe Earth.
It's the same science. There's no difference.
Yeah, but it's not even correct because the room description says debate flat Earth, concave, or globe.
Yeah, debate, not present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm hearing is like, go ahead.
So his response is, I said back to him, I go, here, I circled this word in red. Read this globe word. I circled in red. He says, my guess is that he just ignored you. And then, I mean, okay, just blocking you because you are boring then. I don't engage with people who don't want to engage.
It sounds like a boring company agent.
Well, dude, what I'm hearing is like, you can picture like a little girl in her tea party, like she gets to make all the rules.
Oh, yeah. That's a perfect example. I was thinking too, like, yeah, or the fat kid who got picked last in dodgeball and just takes his ball and go home. He thinks this is his tea party. No, dude. I have no idea what you're on about right now. It doesn't make any sense. How can my engagement be boring and also not an engagement? That's contradictory. If my engagement was boring, I did engage.
Classic Glover. And you are talking about the Boring Company, which is the Elon Muskical, like.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. You're talking about the Boring Company.
Well, I don't know if you're joking, but we're talking about that.
I'm part joking, part serious.
Yeah,
okay.
Like a play on words.
Yeah, dude, Crit, you're always doing good work in these servers, man. I don't know how you do it, because...
Yeah, my bad. I'm not trying to detract from that story. Damn, that story was really... My bad.
You're good,
okay, here we go. So I posted my meme where I don't block trolls, trolls block me. And he just responded, if people blocking you on all ends, politics, religion, well, maybe it's you. Has nothing at all to do with them. These servers place to be, socialize ideas, and debate them. Learn from each other. If you want to sit on the sideline and rag on people, no thanks.
Ray gun.
Yeah, where did I rag on? Yeah. What did I rag on?
Are they...
It must be text to speech.
That means you're dealing with an
AI. Ray guns or horizontal ray guns?
Yeah, vertical ray gun.
Wait, does that mean you're dealing with an AI? Like,
no, I think he must be talking, but it's not picking up the exact word that he wants to say.
Was he trying to say rag on?
Rag on. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
we're not trying to rag on somebody that does that. But
yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty funny. We're not trying to rag on somebody that understands observable phenomenon.
Wait. Since he did say ray gun, you should send a message back to him saying, "Eat phaser, Nazi scum."
Yeah, shields up, red alert.
I don't know, something.
That was like the Star Wars thing from the 1980s where Ronald Reagan wanted to have like a defense platform in space. He's going to shoot lasers from space and blow up Russian missiles.
It's almost like you're doing that right now.
You're like, hey, dude, you saw a movie that had Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader? Yeah, that's not real, homie.
It's, it's almost like they're doing that.
Send him that article that I sent. Hit him with that strong delusion elixir.
I feel like I got my baller cap on. I'm thinking about that article now. It's like their mindset would be something like, well, the experts wrote it. They surely would have caught this if it was a mistake.
Of course, they would have known before.
They're not really contradicting anything.
Yeah, before they put that out to the public, they certainly would have crossed it.
Well, we'll see.
If you look in live stream, that's what I posted. I said, your phone after you blocked and you're still typing.
Damn, dude, that looks dangerous.
I mean, that's really like certified maniac behavior. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I had told them earlier that too, like a couple days ago. I said, so if you come every day and you ask flat earthers questions, you get no answer. And your claim is also that they have no answer. Why do you keep asking? Wouldn't Einstein call that insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, but expecting a different result? Like if I know my neighbor does not have sugar, I wouldn't go over to her house and say, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Hey girl, can I get some of that sweet stuff? No. Well, you would not continue to do that.
Oh, they're so bricked. There's so much bricked out there.
Yeah, how do you approach them nicely? You know what I mean? Is there even a possible way?
That is a good idea. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes like the friendly approach can go far. I have multiple different like approaches, man. Some people they need that kind of the finger to the chest, like wake up, and some people need this softer approach. So yeah, I mean, people tend to spiral a lot less quicker, a lot less fast, I guess, if you come at them in a friendly way. Less prone to spiral out of control.
That's a really good way to put it. It's almost like if you could put them on a billboard like that, would they ever? I don't know.
Some people are just insulted by the subject of flat Earth. They consider it an insult to their own quote-unquote intelligence.
I don't know why. I feel like I don't know if that's an original thought though, but I think that people have been
There's
gassed
no
up to think
way
that.
that's original.
Huh?
There's no way that's original thought.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I
Flat
think that
Earth's so stupid. Look at me pour mustard on my salami. Dude, come on. There's no way.
I've never heard that phrase before, but
I don't know. I just think that.
Mustard on my salami.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know. That's like the epitaph of what they could ever have, right? I mean,
Yeah, well, that's an original thought.
that's my point. Is that those don't exist for them. We can only have like retarded vision, right? Like, I mean, you can't. I don't know. I mean, you can't like take it to the next level with anybody, right? I mean, if I'm wrong, please tell me. But that's how it feels. It feels like you can't have like the next generation conversation with, I don't know, somebody that they think that like the reason that it's warm outside in the winter is because of global cooling. Like, you know what I mean?
Or it's warmer in the summer because
Somebody
the
said-
sun's 3 million miles further away.
Right. It was global warming before, and now it's global cooling.
somebody in the back said, "Not really." Who was that?
Somebody
Guilty.
that believes that. They believe
Central. Yeah, let me know if we need to pop them on. But
that's a
yeah,
whole
no,
other.
I think Orion has probably had a lot of experience. He's still here, but he's probably had a lot more experience than I have, like talking to people out on the street. Because I was going to ask, like, I wonder how people would respond to a lot of the stuff we talk about if they weren't previously gassed up and fed a bunch of propaganda about, like, Flat Earth Society or whatever. I'm sure people wouldn't come in as pre-triggered and upset. Maybe if Ron's free, you could probably talk about that a little bit, but yeah, you probably experience that with just randos out on the street more than you would, people on the internet.
Well, how do you do that out on the street? Do you just set up a table like old buddy and say like the Earth is flat and stationary? Prove me wrong.
I mean, that's
I
what
think he draws like
people
he does like chalk. He draws chalk drawings on the ground, yeah, like saying the Earth is flat, and then stands around with business cards and stuff. I got to admire him for that.
Mm-hmm. I have respect for that too, because I don't really do a lot of the street stuff, but I do have respect for that. But I've seen him got stickers and handing out like cards and stuff. So I mean, shoot, I've done it before. I was like in my car, I pulled up on a stoplight, and somebody was like on the corner. I just looked at him. I was like, "Hey, do you think there's people like upside down right now below us?" He was like, "Nah, man." I'm like, "Yeah, me neither." Skirt. Pulled off. But
That's flat, bro.
Yeah, right. But
Hey, so what's the equation whenever you have no curvature, whenever you're mixing cookie dough and chocolate? Just saying.
What?
I don't know what you meant by that.
The liquid in the cup is 180 degrees.
At what point does that matter? There's a point.
Don't hold that cookie dough upside down.
Well, there's definitely a point in our reality as humans, in my reality anyway, as human, where that matters. Like the fire is no longer burning. You don't want to find more wood. Like, I mean, sometimes you ate all the regular brownies already, right?
It sounds like you did, maybe.
Well, look, I'm not complaining about the brownie situation where I am, but just I mean,
Anyway,
yeah, right. I mean, how do we say surface? Hey, so what is everyone's favorite method for grounding?
what?
For grounding.
Grounding?
Yeah,
said
for
Ground in the grass.
Yeah,
I
for
said-
grounding.
Oh well, usually my mom would like
your
send me
own
to my
body.
room for like I don't know a day or two.
No, I'm
This-
talking
Naughty
about,
boy.
I'm talking about like an electromagnetic version, not like shaming your child version.
I don't know. I'm just messing. I don't know. I hear you can go outside with your shoes off in the grass.
I'm wondering, does that work the same on the sand as on the earth?
That's weird that you said that. My mind was literally thinking about the sand right when you said that. It's very strange.
It works
I would assume so.
What would be different on the sand?
It works extra.
It works different?
Extra.
What about on the concrete? You don't ground on the concrete, do you?
It works
I mean, I would
extra.
say that it's got to be natural, right? Like a natural.
Yeah, you'd think dirt or like anything not concrete. Really.
Yeah.
Not really concrete.
I mean, if you were in the
Well,
jungle, you wouldn't find a concrete patch to go ground on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I don't know about.
it works extra on the sand.
I would assume
I
it's
don't-
Better,
something like
so
that.
it's better on the sand. Is that what? Because it's made out of
Yes.
silica. Is that what we're saying?
Just the sand works for you. That's all.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I love rubbing my feet against the grass and the sand, especially.
Oh,
Man, I
I
love
love
it. It's like a massage.
when I go to the beach, everyone's sitting on towels. I just sit on the sand.
right,
You go,
right,
but you get sand all over you. You go, I'm at the beach.
Yes.
I'll just go and wash it off.
It's almost like
Yeah.
they're like willfully abusive to themselves.
Yeah.
Here's some plans.
Wow.
Man, don't be talking about the beach right now. You're making me jealous. It's like 20 degrees here in Ohio. It's cold.
Wait, it's
Yeah, but-
20 degrees, dude. You haven't made.
25.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then when you guys start talking about the beach, I'll be sitting inside with a fire as well.
Oh, so wait, is it
opposite
summer
will.
then right now?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's almost like the move, no matter what, is to be ready for a fire.
Guys.
What's up? Is that you, Diesel Boy?
Yeah.
What's
So
happening?
what? Okay, so when people bring gravity into the conversation, what? First, I kind of have two questions. Like, what is gravity? Just is it like made up to explain the whole cosmology model, or
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes.
Correct.
and then two, how do you combat somebody that is using? I know the first thing. How do you combat the gravity argument? Because the first thing I would ask them is which gravity are you invoking, right? Because obviously you got the mass attracting mass, and then space time too. So, I mean, how do you tell somebody that gravity is
You don't have to.
magic?
You just tell them your thoughts are incoherent and it doesn't matter. Like,
Diesel Boy, I got an answer for you.
okay, let's hear it.
All right. See, here's the thing. You don't need gravity if you don't live on a ball, because the whole concept of gravity is to wrap water around a ball. If the Earth doesn't measure with curvature, then you don't need gravity.
Yeah, so don't trust the government.
Gravity
So
has a direct in the
Yeah, that's Kim
in the
Possible.
helio.
Kim Possible just nailed it.
Well, also, gravity in the like mathematics area with the equation, it's just an average of a downward.
Yes, that's also
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, it's just like at the rate at which things drop. At the rate of which things drop, it's just an average because it varies.
Yeah, it's how many times did we report this versus how many times it happened.
You just tell them it's a fictitious force. They say it's a pseudo force. It's not even an actual force. But like I said, you just take it back to the curvature of the Earth. Where did they ever measure curvature? Because the only reason why they need a fictitious force is to wrap water around a ball.
Well, I mean, that is their goal at the end of the day.
Now, is the calculation for like gravity, is it directly related to the size, the radius of the Earth?
No,
it's
an average of the rate at which things fall. Free fall.
It has to do. It's a relationship with the air and the ground, and they don't even.
And the reason why it's an average is because of displacement and like the type of thing that you're dropping. So that goes back to buoyancy with air and displacement.
And then I had somebody share a picture with me. I was in here a couple nights ago talking about the picture, but it was I just posted a picture of level water. It's like, at what point does the physics of water, the properties of water change, you know? And one guy posted a picture with a globe with how gravity is supposed to be pulling everything towards the center of the ball. And then it was a picture next to that with, I don't even know what the hell it was, but it was a sphere with arrows pointing straight downwards. Like, I thought that gravity only worked. He's presupposing that the Earth ball, and I don't think he realized my post was actually about flat Earth. But
well, also you can.
I'm trying to learn.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to learn how to. Obviously, I'm in here. I listen a lot, but it really is hard when you're actually talking to, or even just going back and forth with somebody on comments online. It's hard to debate actually when it comes down to it. You think you kind of can handle it, and then you get into the weeds a little bit, and you're like, oh shit! Like I don't know enough to actually confidently debate and
learn the scientific method, and you'll be able to argue that gravity is the effect of the cause and the cause of the effect, and it's not actually at all. It doesn't at all fit into the scientific experiment because there is it's baseless. It's a circular reasoning, one of those catch-22s. It can't be the effect and the cause at the same time.
Yeah, so what Glovers will do is they'll take their supposed cause, right, gravity, and then they'll apply it.
Sorry, mate.
No worries. Sorry, Diesel, go ahead.
I was just saying what Glovers will do sometimes is, I understand that there's a presupposed, or there's a cause that we say that something causes gravity, the effect that we witness, right? But there's two different causes, they say, right? But the problem with the Glovers is they need to stick with one definition of gravity for their model to make any sense, right? So they can't it's not like they can jump around between the first definition or the mass affecting mass definition and then jump to space, you know what I mean? Because they're just basically just changing what definition of gravity is to suit their own narrative, right?
They do that though, and they say, "Oh yeah, but you can interchange them. You know, it works both ways for these things, and works both ways for these things." And...
Well, the answer is a bit more nuanced than that. It is, let's say you have a speck of mass in the entire coordinate system of the space, that creates a little well. It attracts more mass, and the more mass you gather, the bigger the well becomes. It's a little more nuanced than just saying black and white.
Yeah, and I don't understand it in depth enough to be able to flesh it out. So I'm not going to pretend
Here's the
like I
thing.
know.
Here's the thing. It's not a debate. You always bring it back to when has anyone ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth? If there is no curvature of the Earth, then it can't be curving, and you don't need gravity. Before they can invoke gravity, they need to establish the globe first. So you just always bring it back to that, and you can't go wrong because there is no answer.
Up and down.
Yeah.
Now, is there?
If you give them the curvature and the globe, and you start speculating all the other ideas, well, that is where we come out in the weeds. That is why we start on the baseline. Where is the damn curvature?
Yeah, Gloopers, where is it? And Jesse
then
said he could see it the other day. Crazy. Go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, well, and then I was going to bring him up as well, but and then like they'll say, "Oh, look at this photo showing what looks to be curvature," but then they'll show an experiment, or show a observation of curvature and say it's curvature, but then they'll look at another picture and say, "Oh, that one's refraction." So why is your observation not refraction but curvature, but when it looks flat, it's refraction? Please show me the difference between the two and tell me how you tested that one was refraction and that one was a real image. And he was fighting for that, oh, look, it's dipping below the horizon, you go, okay, and then he brings up another one and he goes, oh, well, that's refraction. What? Come on, man. They choose which one. They choose when it suits them. When it suits the measurements. When it suits their equation, 7/6R. Then they say that is a real image, and when it doesn't suit them, that's refraction. Show me the curve.
Yeah, to me, it's lame because it's like they just flash and wiped all their memories. They don't remember. Nobody remembers when refraction used to be flurfspective. I know I'm not just making this up.
Yeah, because it was always a physical horizon, yeah?
Correct. All of a sudden, refraction's no longer flurfspective. It's true for the globe. It's like, what the fuck? You guys are so like, they're lost, dude.
Just
okay,
adapt your argument as it goes.
I'm huge into like combat sports, boxing, MMA, that type of thing. So there's the red corner and the blue corner. It's like we're in the red corner, they're in the blue corner, and they go. So after each round, you go back to your corner. So it's like, okay, the round 5, and they're coming back to our corner with us. They're like agreeing with our argument now. Refraction, all these conditions, your observer height, all these things. That's part of our argument. That's what's going on in our corner. Get out of our corner. You guys are on the wrong side here.
Soon they're going to start saying, oh, well, the reason why it's flat is because it looks flat because this can only happen on a curved surface. That's what they're going to start saying. You can only have a flat horizon on a curved surface because of refraction.
And it's like part of that is they'll create, like we talked about, is how they'll create some weird flat Earth to hand off to you that you need to defend. Like, no.
Yeah, this is what it should be doing. Why isn't it doing this? That one?
Exactly that. I need to start an episode of like grinding CB's gears or something, because that's on there. Jesse did it like 4 times.
Yeah. If this was flat, it should be up here on my camera lens. Why? You're above the horizon always. What do you mean? It should be up here. It should be. Why is it any different? What are you talking about?
If I'm going to say anything, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Optics is another topic where Globus really want to make it black and white. As me and Heretic, we talked about this morning, it's like they show you a picture, and from this picture, we ignore every single optic effect, and all they want from me is explain perspective. They're not asking for how does the work view that we are looking in this half dome or half sphere or something like that. They don't want to know about any refraction. They don't know about, like they ignore everything, and they pinpoint on a black and white question that isn't black and white when they're trying to get an aha moment out of you.
What do they mean? What do you mean they explain perspective?
Well, for example, they show a picture and they say, "Oh, look at this boat. It looks like it's half obstructed." And then they will strawman you and say, "But flat earthers, they claim this is perspective. So please explain perspective in this picture." We are not where we are ignoring all the other optic illusions like refraction, like how does the eye work itself, like that is one of the most ignored aspects of it all, that we are actually seeing in these two half spheres that is then combined to get the view that we are getting just with our pure eyes. They're also ignoring the optics of the camera itself, barrel distortion and more. Well, that's not really for the half boat, but yeah, they're ignoring a lot of the aspects that has to be accounted for also.
While it's only us in the room, let's talk about this, yeah? You do see some images do look like they're curved, yeah?
Well, it looks like a boat is obstructed, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Are you saying that is only because of it's compressing the angle?
Well, that too. But it's an accumulation of all the things, Perspective is a big factor of this also. Angle.
Yeah, so you got things.
Compression.
Yeah, so you got things appearing to get smaller in the distance, and then you've got compression, and then you've got angular resolution, and then you've got also refraction. So all these things together are making it look curved.
Yes.
And I mean, it only looks curved. Sorry, Tim. It only looks curved going away from you. It's not across either. So, that I just want to say it's not. I'm not saying the horizon looks curved. I'm saying it does look a little bit curved sometimes when you see those boats going away. I see container ships all the time.
I mean, the Black Swan is a very good example, because you can go out there in different days and get different observations where the horizon appears to be in front of the first of the oil rigs. But when you're actually making the calculations, the Earth curve math and all that kind of stuff, even if the horizon appears to be in front of the oil rigs, it's still a black swan. The horizon is still too far away according to the math. But it just proves that what we are saying is that the horizon is an apparent location that is dictated by, for example,
conditions.
Atmos conditions.
Yeah.
But if they just ask you explain the perspective on this one, then they can bait an aha moment if you're letting them.
Yeah, so you say, well, it's not only perspective. You've got to include the atmosphere. You've got to include angular resolution of the bottom of the boat.
I mean, that's what
and the
CB
way
was.
and the way you, yeah. Go ahead.
That's what CB was mentioning before. Like back in the days, if you go 4 years back, the Globers would not talk refraction at all because they were on the physical horizon aspect of things. That refraction was a flat Earth argument.
Yeah, because if they didn't have a physical horizon, then there was no measurement of the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So now they go, okay, well, it's refraction. You go, well, how'd you get your measurement of the ball then to the horizon? Is it different? Well, it's different on every day, so it grows and shrinks.
Yeah, and then they want to geodetic surveying and ignore the fact that they are throwing everything out that doesn't align with their shit, and they also in their math is adding spherical excess, which is not shown in the calculation, and the measurements they're actually getting is something they're adding. It's one big circle argument, and they really don't have anything.
Yeah.
We could get Jesse in today, and he would ignore the entire conversation, 4-hour conversation you guys had with him yesterday, and it could just be rinse repeat.
Yeah, then it would be boring. He does that, doesn't he? He comes back in. They all do that. They come back in, they say exactly the same things. Like when people ask Matthew questions, I just go, oh, man, are we doing this again? And he's got the same. Have you noticed he got the same answer every single time?
Yeah, maybe he changed them a little bit when he hear these quote unquote decent arguments from other Globers. So he changed them a bit, and sometimes he's a bit cocky. But yeah, it ends up with the same. But again, for the audience, I guess it's good for the breakdown, I guess. But for us regular panel members, it's quite boring. But again, we have to do our duty.
Yeah, well, if someone's listening and they've never heard him before and they want to hear someone make a lot of assumptions and admit he's making assumptions, and they have to make assumptions because otherwise they wouldn't be able to do the maths, then, it's pretty beneficial. They're what? They're assuming things? Why are they assuming things if they know it's a ball? I've got to look into this flat Earth thing. Maybe they're not so crazy after all.
Yeah. Yeah, if it really was a ball, it would be very, very obvious. But it seems like there's a complete list of illusions that you have to believe in for it to be a ball.
You're gonna come back.
Down on background. Someone's in. Oh, it's
gonna post something in the text.
Yeah.
That's pretty much just a small sections of the illusions you have to believe in for it to be a ball. And the list is very much longer.
I think New Perspective's got a lot of good stuff like that. He puts them on like a poster form. Have you seen those?
Oh, it's the Brennercombs. It's this dude that is roaming Quora, this web page where people can ask questions and anyone can answer. And there's this Michael Brenner that is going deep into a lot of topics, and New Perspective is collecting them in so it can be shared in let's say meme form or picture form.
Yeah, it's good. There's a lot of good information in those memes. I don't know if call them there.
Yeah, it's very informative, and it also opens up for yourself being able to deep dive, you know. But yeah, that's something I have noticed. Like, I use Quora myself a lot. There is a lot of good information out there. And the best information out there is, of course, the information that comes with sources and footnotes, you know, because then you can check it up for yourself and, like, yeah, as I said before, deep dive into the topic even further than their explanation.
Quora, that's where I first saw Jordan Peterson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, this would have been 15 years ago, I reckon. 10 years ago, maybe. A really long time ago.
Yeah, I like the page. I even have a subscription there. I pay, I think it's like $4 a month or something like that.
Yeah. Subscriptions. You've got to go get subscriptions for everything these days. You see BMW, they're going to get a subscription. You got to download an app and pay a monthly like subscription to have your heated seats run and the code for your glove box, the electronic code for this and that. And
yeah, they have learned from the gaming industry. It's not about buying a game anymore. It's like, give them a game for free, so they will buy all the fucking add-ons. Any mobile game is completely pay to win. You can pay for strength. It's not just cosmetics.
I know. My son goes, "Oh, can I borrow your card? I want to buy some skins." Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, mate? And he goes, skins. Like I knew what he was talking about again. I said, mate, I don't know what skins are. And he goes, it's for Fortnite. What's Fortnite? And then I just started playing with him. I said, nah, sorry, mate, you're going to have to do some jobs or something if you want to spend your money on digital bodies, then you're going to have to do some chores and then you can buy some. I'm not paying for them.
Teach him about the value of money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't grab that skin and take it to school with you. If you lose your computer game, I don't know how. I'm very computer game illiterate, so you probably can't lose games these days. But
you can
can't take it anywhere with you.
That's right. I mean, those people out there, they spend immense amount of money on, especially mobile games. Like, there is many players out there that have spent $50 to $100K on a single game. It's completely
on their phone.
Yes, small mobile games where it's like PvP or something like that oriented, and their accounts, they have spent like up to $100,000 easily. Some of them.
Really?
Yeah, like there is the Diablo, the relatively new Diablo on the mobile phone. The guy who spent the most money, he spent so much money that he is so strong that he cannot get a PvP opponent because there is none in his ranking in his power region. So he actually broke the game by spending money.
I bet he's regretting it.
Well, he's the strongest player in the game, so I guess there's that.
This little nerd that, strongest in the game, but can't lift 5 kilos.
I mean, the thing about the gaming scene is that it's not only kids and youngsters anymore. Like, there's grown adults with their own businesses and stuff like that is spending this kind of money on these kind of games. It's like the degradation of society, I guess.
Yeah, it's really strange. Well, to me, it's strange anyway because I'm not into games. I think I had a Nintendo, something like that. The one with Mario Kart. That was the last game system I had, games console.
Yeah.
When Mario Kart first came out, was that Super Nintendo or something?
So yeah, cool. Yeah, I think so. I was never a Nintendo guy.
Yeah, so
But
you
I
can
have
imagine I haven't played a video game in about 30 odd years.
But I have considered to buy, if I can find one, a PlayStation 1, because that was what I played when I was like 13 years old, just to get some nostalgic effect out of it.
Yeah. I think a couple of mates had them. I think that was the first one that FIFA came out on. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I mean FIFA 1995 or something like that. You could give up the ball in the mid where you start, and you could pretty much just press shoot on goal, and you could pretty much score every single time because there was bugs in the game where the ball would pretty much just fly through the goalkeeper. It was so bad, man, back then, bro. Oh boy.
Been a bit quiet today.
Dude in the chat right now is saying, makes the claim Satelloons go 4 miles per second, and that's the reason why curvature has been proven. And if you're just as confused as I am,
how does that work?
Welcome to the club. I have no clue. I'll just try to read this as coherent as I can. He goes, how do Satelloons go 4 miles per second? Tell him that's irrelevant to the topic. Where's the Earth curve? He says.
How does he know that they go? Oh, sorry, go.
No worries. No, that's what I was going to ask too. Like, is that your claim? Are you claiming they go 4 miles per second? He says. We told him that it was irrelevant. It's another diversion from the curve. He said it proves the curve. Yeah, if you're confused, just welcome to the club.
Is this in the YouTube chat?
Lobby.
He's in the lobby. It's pretty painful, but we're holding his feet to the fire.
Yeah, I've been in there a few times, and then I can't type fast enough, so I gave up.
Yeah, it does take being able to be fast, because when a bunch of other folks come in, you got to hurry.
Yeah, everyone's pretty quick.
I've already removed him before. He went crying to Indio. He was like, please unban me. CB is mean to me.
The complaints department.
Oh, dude. Well, the issue with him last time, we were talking about, he was like, I don't know, why does Sphere need a radius? Radius? What does that need? What does that go with the radius Sphere for? I don't understand.
He doesn't understand why a sphere needs a radius.
And then I'm wondering, maybe this kid should have his school money back.
Oh, you see, that's the beauty of the scam. You see, by having taxpayers pay for schooling, it's for the most part out of mind, out of sight. Most people think of school as free. It's not free. Your sucker ass is paying for it with taxes.
Yeah, you're paying your taxes for them to indoctrinate your kids. How good is that? I mean, how good is that? How evil genius is that?
It's like a vicious cycle within itself. It's like watching someone take sausage made from a sausage machine and feed it back in the sausage machine.
When you wanting to ask Orion something before CB?
Yeah, just what's your experience like in the difference between like an online person versus someone in person who maybe hasn't been presented with like all the propaganda and all the, you know, gassed up media and all this stuff. I'm sure you've experienced some just regular Joe Blows on the street.
Well, it's pretty different on average. Like, I mean, it's like half of the people, or 60% or something like that come in here are like, you know, Globers, you know, like actual, like engaging in sophistry, you know, and it's only like 30% or less like random people out there in regular life that are actually like that. In fact, the actual like real Globers, like real sophists, are like more like 10%, you know, like, you know, but you know, just lately I've been like mentioning it to people and like handing out a few cards. I guess I've been like frequenting like some restaurants and places, and I just think it's funny when people smile. So, you know, they just, but it's not, you know, it's like I can tell by the way they're smiling, they're almost more like amazed that I'd even have the courage, I think, to even say that out loud. They like give me this smile, this look, like, you're not supposed to say that, but you are. No one's going to stop you, but you are. You know, I just think that's funny. I don't know. These days, a lot of people just smile. But I actually have a funny story. This last Saturday, I was parking my car and running into a restaurant to grab something that I'd ordered, and my friend was getting out and running across the street to a Plaid Pantry to get some snacks. And when he came back and we both got in the car and took off, he told me that as he was walking up to the cashier to buy his stuff, he heard the cashier saying the words, "The earth is flat and stationary," like muttering it to himself, but just loud enough that I could hear it, while looking out the window across the street at me. Shit, that was hilarious. Like a 4-lane road too, you know? Like, and so yeah, he's like, "Hey Charles, I think you made an impression on somebody." Oh, and as he left, of course, he says to the guy, "Hey, oh, by the way, the earth is flat and stationary." And the guy says, "I'm like, what? Are you with him?" And he's like, "Yeah, you know."
Are you making inroads then? Everyone knows who you are.
Yeah, certainly. At least that Plaid Pantry and the 7-Eleven I live near, they all know it pretty well.